Hey guys. This is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter was trained to kill and faced magic's oldest monster. Here is short summary. In his 7th year, Harry is trained in deadly magic to face an ancient Egyptian monster, uncovering dark secrets and mastering powers no student should wield. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. There was a flash of painful green light that seemed to absorb everything. Harry opened his eyes just in time to see the little bird tilt sideways and fall from the tree, unmistakably dead. Everything blacked out suddenly, as fast as having a blanket pulled over the head, and then just as quickly as his vision had gone, it came back again. He was sitting in a chair, somewhere cold and dark, pinned back, his head on a pillow. "Are you relaxed?" murmured Snape's voice, in front of him, as the potions master's face appeared out of the darkness. That voice seemed to wash over him in a deep wave. "Yes," he whispered. A cold hand touched the side of his face, tilted his head up, and those dark eyes were staring down at him, reaching right inside him, tearing him apart and scattering his mind and his soul into pieces. The mind was no longer a thing, a single voice, but hundreds, spread apart and examined one by one. There was another something there, a something he'd never known before, something that was dark and yet soothing. It was moving amongst his mind and dipping into the utmost corners of his conscience. He was only dimly aware of the bowl of water next to him, and his fingers trailing around in it, and then, heat was pouring from his hand, weeping into the water so fast and hard nobody had any time to prepare for it. The temperature of the water went shrieking skywards as it boiled. In front of him, he dimly saw Snape's smile. And then, the blanket came again, flashed down into blackness and torn back into reality, bringing with it a surge of fire and glittering gold and green sparks. Draco stood before him in the darkness, completely alone, though he was surrounded by flames. He was moving his arms almost as though dancing, swirling and ducking, twisting on the spot and then sweeping his hand out in a great arc. And from his fingers came fire, great green and red fire, that contorted itself as it ducked and weaved with him. Sparks were flying, and there was a dull roaring, as the tongues of fire formed a great dragon, which soared around the dungeon. It was amazing to watch. Draco was gazing at what he had created with wide eyes, standing as though king of the world, relishing and embracing his sudden power. Harry was cheering and clapping, whistling, as though the spectator of some spectacular show. But before he could think, the blanket suddenly tore down again, and it was ripped back, to reveal a single face that Harry had seen many times before, though only in his dreams. The structure of a human boy, but with the tanned skin of a lion, the eyes of a hawk, and a mouth full of sharp teeth like a crocodile. The boy was smiling, just smiling. "Morning, sunshine," he whispered. "Blanket down," and this time, when the blanket came back, there was nothing there. It was just nothing. Nothing left to see, nothing there, not even black. It only existed for a second, before there was that feeling of suddenly something happening. The blanket came down, and Harry James Potter was brought out of his nightmare as suddenly as it begun. He'd been having these dreams for a month now, even though every morning when he woke up, drenched in cold sweat, he couldn't remember anything about them. And this morning was no different at all. He bolted awake, quite suddenly, torn from his nightmares so fast that he gasped. The darkness and the silence fell over him like a blanket, and as he looked around his dark room, the fleeting memories were already drizzling away. He sighed. Pulling the covers up, he sat back against his pillows and just took a few moments to let his heartbeat settle again, wishing that he knew just what it was that made him so scared. It was still dark outside. No light was peeking through the velvet drapes hung over the windows yet, and shadows were still thrown here and there across the darkened room. As always, when Harry glanced at his two roommates, he saw that Ron Weasley and Draco Malfoy were still fast asleep. They always slept until 9 anyway. He sat up, taking his glasses from the bedside table and putting them on. The shadowy room around him came into clearer focus. Ron was lying on his back in bed, snoring silently, his mouth wide open, and under Ron's mattress, Harry could make out a box-shaped distortion. Ron truly was terrible at hiding presence. For today was Harry James Potter's 17th birthday, at last. 4 weeks before, his 6th year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had drawn to a dramatic end, and ever since, he had been living at Grimmauld Place with Draco and the Weasley family. During the month, not much had happened that was out of the ordinary, at least, out of the ordinary for a house full of wizards. Summertime boredom was settling in place, and being expressed in most inventive ways. Just the day before, Mr. Weasley had been called home from work early to get rid of a horde of dancing blue carrots which had besieged his daughter Ginny in the bathroom. Ron still maintained doggedly that it was an accident. Of course, there had been sadness too in his month at Grimmauld Place. A week into the holiday, Percy Weasley's funeral had taken place. It had been a very quiet, somber occasion, for just the Weasley family, where Percy's ashes were scattered into the wind on top of Stoatshead Hill. Where Muggle funerals said goodbye, the wizarding version was more like, until next time. And so today was his birthday at last. It was the first of his birthdays that he would spend in fully wizard company, and he was definitely looking forward to it. There was that box-shaped lump under Ron's mattress to attend to, but more than that, Harry was most excited about finally celebrating a special occasion with friends and family all around him. And there certainly would be a lot of people to talk to. Staying in the house at the minute were Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Bill Weasley, Ron, Ginny, Harry, Draco Malfoy, Remus Lupin, Tonks, and of course, Snape. Snape would most likely prefer to spend his summer anywhere but Grimmauld Place, but his duty as Harry's magical guardian had brought him here. Bill was over in England for Percy's funeral, and would be staying for a few more weeks, while the second eldest brother of the Weasley family, Charlie, was staying at Hogwarts with the gamekeeper Hagrid. Occasionally, Fred and George Weasley would come round to liven things up a little, or get the children to test some new product. Harry quite enjoyed these visits, because apart from that, he was stuck in Grimmauld Place around the clock, and it did get very tedious sometimes. As he looked around the dark bedroom, Harry quite hoped Ron or Draco would suddenly wake up, so he could have somebody to talk to at least. He checked the clock. It was just after 8, so hopefully, Mrs. Weasley would be awake in the kitchen downstairs, cooking breakfast for everyone. Thinking he would use the excuse of needing a drink, Harry got out of bed, crept across the room, and reached for the door handle. With timing so perfect it deserved the Order of Merlin, the door suddenly burst open with a crash loud enough to wake the dead. Draco yelped and fell out of bed with a thunk, as into the room came Tonks, Fred and George, all singing at the tops of their voices and sprinkling little bits of confetti everywhere. For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good FLW, and so say all of us. They rounded this off with a cheer, clapping and laughing, as Harry grinned. Ron groaned and buried his face further into the pillow. Draco got off the floor shakily, his hair sticking up in all sorts of angles, whilst everybody was covered in armfuls of glittering confetti. Harry couldn't help but grin as Tonks plonked a party hat on his head, and the three minstrels burst into applause. "You maniacs," Ron groaned, groggily, looking up from his pillow with bleary eyes. "It's only just gone past 8 o'clock in the morning. Which means dear Master Potter has been 17 for 8 hours, and yet no partying." Fred demanded of his younger brother. "We'll have to rectify that, I think," said George, grinning. "Especially as Fred and I have taken time out of our busy schedule to come and visit." "Come on, you two," said Tonks, bouncing over to Ron and Draco. "Up. There's no time for sleeping in now." She poked them both in the backs of the heads, and received simultaneous groans, both sleepy boys trying to swat her away. "Up," she trilled. "NNH," said Ron, irritably, throwing his pillow at her. At that moment, the door opened again, and the oldest Weasley boy, Bill, came in. He looked down at them all bemusedly, draped in a S. Arlette dressing gown that made him look even more tanned than usual. "What's going on here?" he asked, blinking at the confetti fluttering around. "My stupid cousin and your stupid brothers are trying to reanimate the dead by the sound of it," Draco groaned from under a fistful of cover. Tonks gave Draco a playful shove, and there was an indistinct moan of annoyance from under the bulge of blankets. She chortled. At first, there had been some awkwardness between Tonks and Draco. They were cousins, linked by their mothers, but they had never met and had lived very different lives indeed. Though now they had settled in, Tonks was perfectly delighted to have a new cousin to tease, and even though Draco found her incessantly irritating, he liked her really. Ron had finally staggered out of the warmth of his bed, and after fumbling around under his mattress for a few moments, he pulled out a present wrapped in gold and handed it to Harry with a sleepy smile. "Happy birthday, mate." Harry grinned. "Thanks," he said, eagerly, as he took the box from Ron and started pulling at the paper. Ron sat on the end of his bed to watch, and out from the gold wrapping fell a brightly colored package. According to the label, it was an assorted tricks box from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. "Prototype," said Ron, with a bleary smile. "It's got all your typical joke stuff. Fart draft, instant pimpling potions, some fake spiders. I think there's a fake tongue stud in there which is pretty cool. And another prototype for you, Harry," said Fred, throwing Harry a lumpy parcel from behind his back. "First one ever made," said George. "Completely exclusive," said Fred. Harry caught it, and pulled open the packaging eagerly. When he saw what it was, he couldn't help but laugh. It was a T-shirt, emblazoned with a large moving picture of Snape, wrapped in a fluffy green towel and apparently waxing his legs. Getting in touch with his feminine side Snape T-shirt, both the twins grinned at once. "It comes with several different towel colors," said Fred, idly. "Pretty pink, lime green, or baby blue. We thought the green version would bring out your eyes more." George sniggered and handed Harry another parcel. "Don't eat them all at once." Harry pulled off the paper and revealed a large bag of fruit gums. "Hey, I didn't know you guys did normal safe sweets," he said, and then turning it over, he smiled. "Ah, warning. The makers are not responsible for any mutations, mutilations, explosions, accidents, injuries, amputations, losses and sudden disappearances." Fred and George both grinned at the same time. "Can you blame us?" said Fred. "What is the meaning of all this noise?" A voice hissed from the door. They all whipped around, and standing in the door, swathed in a black dressing robe that was more like a Halloween costume, was Severus Snape. Before this summer, Harry had thought they couldn't possibly be a scarier side to Snape than when he was teaching potions first thing on a Monday morning, but he had been wrong. That had all been before he'd ever laid eyes on a Severus Snape, sleep deprived, having been just woken up by noisy teenagers in the room next door. "It's Harry's birthday," said Tonks, grinning, clapping him on the shoulder and sprinkling a handful of confetti into the air around him. Harry, realizing he was still holding up the feminine Snape T-shirt, dropped it quickly and tried to hide his grin a little. Snape glared at him from behind his greasy, ruffled black curtains of hair. The potions master droned, unconvinced. "Would you like a party hat, Professor Snape?" asked Fred, offering Snape one with a fluffy pink bauble on the top. Snape gave him a look of utter loathing, and then turned, sweeping out of the room in a flurry of black dressing gown. They all smiled. Fred and George took every possible opportunity to antagonize Snape to his absolute limit, and it had to be said, they were doing a marvelous job so far. Even though the Weasley twins weren't technically staying at Grimmauld Place, as they now had a flat in London somewhere, they still seemed to think that Snape was imposing upon their territory. As a result, Snape spent a great deal of time in his attic room at Grimmauld Place, apparently reading or playing chess. Harry wasn't going to admit it to Fred and George, but he'd actually joined the potions master once or twice. He'd been beaten mercilessly both times, which was another thing he would never admit to Fred and George. The door opened, yet again, and Lupin and Mr. Weasley came in, rubbing their eyes and looking exhausted. "Now really," said Mr. Weasley, sleepily. "What is all this noise about so early in the morning?" "Harry's birthday," said Fred, merrily. He leant up and balanced party hats on both their heads. "We thought we'd start the festivities early." "Harry got a new T-shirt," said Ron, grinning widely. "Oh," said Mr. Weasley. "Who from?" "Us," said Fred and George at once. Mr. Weasley looked at them worriedly for a moment. "And what exactly was on this T-shirt?" Harry grinned and held it up to show Mr. Weasley and Lupin. They both took a moment to register it, and when they did, small smiles crossed both faces. Lupin's soft brown eyes twinkled as they met Harry's gaze. "How? Unfair to Severus, he said, mildly. So what size can we order one for you in? Asked Fred, grinning. Lupin chuckled quietly. I do have to work with him, Fred, and I'd rather be alive for the start of the new term, if you don't mind. Mr. Weasley held open the door for them all. Well, seeing as though everybody's awake, we might as well go downstairs. Molly's making pancakes, I think. Fred and George skipped out of the room, bursting into song again, followed by a very energetic Tonks who knocked over an umbrella stand on her way out. Harry pulled on his dressing gown, and he, Ron and Draco, then made their way down to the kitchen. Draco was mumbling something reluctant about his hair-looking estate, but Ron said, brusquely, "Oh, your hair always looks estate, shut up and stop Ning, Malfoy." When Harry entered the kitchen along with everybody else, Mrs. Weasley hurried over from the oven and gave him a huge, affectionate hug. He grinned and hugged back. "Happy birthday, Harry dear," she said, fondly, as she smoothed his hair back for him. "I've got pancakes and waffles for everybody. Grab a chair and sit down, we've got to give Harry his presents." She bustled back over to the oven to check on the breakfast, as they all sunk down into chairs around the kitchen table. Snape was already sitting in his usual place by the window, sipping coffee through pursed lips. He was not a morning person. Mr. Weasley came into the room then, holding 2 or 3 parcels wrapped in brightly colored paper, a big smile on his face as he sat down in the only available space at the table. "Happy birthday, Harry," he said, reaching across to ruffle Harry's hair. Harry grinned widely. Mrs. Weasley came over and started setting down the plates of pancakes in front of people, trying to fit plates, presents and Mr. Weasley's paper all onto the table without knocking anything over. Ginny said, "Excellent," and reached out for her plate, but Mrs. Weasley pushed it out of reach. "Not yet," she said, smiling. "Harry hasn't opened his presents yet." Grinning from ear to ear, Harry picked up one of the parcels, and started to open them, feeling as though he was going to burst with happiness. From Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, there was a huge red jumper with a big H knitted onto the front, and a box of Best Honeydukes chocolate. From Ginny, there was a novelty snitch that made odd sound effects when bounced. From Bill, he had an interesting book about ancient Egyptian dark arts. Draco, who didn't have much money, had whittled him a little model of a dragon. From Tonks, he received a large bottle of Madame Madmop's magical hair dye, in rainbow color, and from Lupin, he was given a St. Christopher pendant. "Your father and Sirius gave that to me on my own 17th birthday," said Lupin, with a smile, as Harry ran his fingers over the silver. "I know they'd want you to have it." The door opened, and Mr. Weasley came in, carrying a newspaper and a bag under his arm. My, it's getting warm out there. Such a shame post can't be delivered directly to the house. I'm not complaining about the walk, of course. It's certainly good to stretch my legs. Now then, some parcels came along with the paper, and I believe they might be yours, Harry." He smiled, and put the bag down in front of Harry. Harry looked in the bag interestedly, and saw 5 parcels, all with letters and cards attached. Curiously, he reached in, and picked up the largest. It weighed nearly as much as a stone slab, and judging by the neat handwriting on the envelope, it was from his other best friend, Hermione Granger. "Bet you it's a book," said George, smirking. It was. When Harry pulled back the brown paper, he came across the glossy bronze title, "So You're Taking Your Newts," and a large picture of an owl in a pointed hat. Fred spluttered into his hot chocolate. "She's sent you a book about newts, already. It's only the start of the year. You've got ages before your newts." "I think it's a very thoughtful gift," said Ron, raising an eyebrow. "Well, you would," said Fred. He mimed dotting an invisible person. "Oh, darling Hermione, let me copy your potions homework." "I don't do potions," said Ron, sniffily. "Luckily," said Snape, icily, from the corner by the window. They all jumped. As usual, everybody had quite forgotten he was there at all. Harry opened the letter along with Hermione's gift, and read it aloud to everybody, as Mr. Weasley interestedly picked up the Newt's book and read through it. "Dear Harry and everybody else, I hope you're all having a good time at Grimmauld Place, and that you're enjoying your birthday, Harry. I thought that this book would come in handy for your classes this year, though it's quite interesting to read. I got one myself. Hope to see you soon. Love from Hermione. Quite interesting. Fred repeated, as he took the book from his dad. He flicked through it. 400 pages about revision techniques. Wow. Crazy. Harry was starting on the next parcel, another box-shaped one that was rustling slightly as he tore at the paper. Ron leaned over his shoulder interestedly to see what it was, and when it fell out into Harry's lap, he gave a gasp. Oh, cool. He's got you a fuzzy fungus kit. What's a fuzzy fungus kit? Asked Draco, raising an eyebrow. Harry held up the box and started to read the instructions on the back to the rest of the room. The amazing make your own fuzzy fungus kit. Just put one of the seeds into the plant pot provided, sprinkle with the colored powder of your choice, fill the plant pot with water, and within a week your new fuzzy fungus will have grown. Please note, fuzzy fungus is not edible. The front of the box was covered in pictures of little animals that looked more like large mushrooms with arms, legs, and hugely cute eyes, in various pastel colors. They're really cool, said Ron, enthusiastically. They're like little pets you grow yourself, but they're technically plants. Oh, it's those, said Bill. He leant over Harry's shoulder interestedly. I took herbology at Newt level. We did fuzzy fungi in our 6th year. They're certainly interesting, though you have to be careful what you feed them or they might turn nasty on you. Should be a fun project. Ron took the note from the back of the box and read. Dear Harry, happy birthday. I hope you like your gift. I didn't know what to get you at first, but then I saw these on sale in Diagon Alley, and I thought I'd get you one. Bye. From Neville. Smiling slightly, Harry put the box on the chair next to him along with his other presents, and then reached into the back, pulling out an oddly lumpy parcel with a note spellotaped to the back. He read the note out first. Dear Harry, hopefully these will bring the world around you into clearer perspective. From Luna L. Curiously, he tugged open the paper, to reveal a pair of what looked like Muggle swimming goggles. What on earth has she sent you goggles for? Said Ginny, curiously. Harry looked at the label attached. It says that they're real-world glasses. They show the world as it really is, and can even give hints to where invisible people are. Cool, said Ron, eagerly. Put them on, have a look. Is there anybody invisible in here now? Harry carefully pulled the goggles over his head, and blinked a few times as the greenish blur around him came steadily into focus. Everything was upside down, and anything that posed a danger seemed to be glowing a painful sort of red. No invisible people, but you're all upside down. Draco sighed, reached across the table, took the glasses off Harry and turned them the other way up. Harry blinked. Ah, you're all the right way up now. No invisible people though. Shame, said Ron, as he nosed into the bag, taking out the last 2 parcels. Who are these from? He said, frowning. Harry took off the goggles, and checked the packages. One was wrapped rather clumsily in rough brown paper, and on the front was written, to Harry, hope you have a great birthday, from Hagrid. He tugged at the paper a few times, and after a moment of struggling, Hagrid had used an awful lot of spellotape. Harry managed to open the present. It looked like a wooden Muggle toy, in the shape of a bird. Harry could remember a trip to some boring old museum when he was about 7, and Uncle Vernon had gone on and on for hours about a glass exhibit full of toys like this. He turned the bird over, and saw that its tail was a whistle. Curiously, he blew down it. The lump in Ron's top pocket quivered a little, and a green head wearing an acorn hat poked out of the top. Sneezy the opposite top had been staying at Grimmauld Place along with Ron and Harry, as their care of magical creatures homework for the summer. As they watched, Sneezy carefully pattered onto the table and scurried across to stare at the wooden bird in absolutely fascination. After a moment, he started to whistle in just the same way as he bobbed up and down on the balls of his little feet. Harry smiled, and put down the whistle. Sneezy beamed up at him and started to applaud. Everybody laughed as Sneezy then pottered off, whistling merrily to himself and clambering back into Ron's top pocket. A forest whistle, said Bill, smiling and taking the whistle to study. Charlie showed me one he had a few months ago, for calling bowtruckles. The sound changes every time you use it, watch. He lifted the whistle carefully to his lips, and gave a few soft piping blows, the sound of a cuckoo. Sneezy's head popped out of Ron's pocket again, listening avidly to Bill. Harry grinned as Bill started teaching Sneezy how to cuckoo, and then turned to his last present. Everybody else was watching Sneezy's attempts at the call, hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. And so nobody caught the look of confusion when he realized there wasn't a label. Curious, he eased the shiny red paper off. A bottle fell into his hands. It was heart-shaped, and full of a glittering pink liquid that shimmered as it caught the light. Harry carefully uncorked it with a quiet pop, and took a few timid sniffs. It smelled like roses, strawberries, winter mornings and something else, something warm and comforting that Harry knew he had smelt before but couldn't put his finger on. Snape, who wasn't exactly an animal lover, had been watching him from across the room. He stood up and came over, taking the chair next to Harry. "Who sent you that, Potter?" he asked. Harry handed him the potion with a shrug. "I don't know. There wasn't a label." Snape uncorked it carefully, and holding it as though it would explode, he smelt it tentatively. He raised his eyebrows. "A love potion. How thoughtful." "A love potion," said Harry, with wide eyes. "Why would somebody send me a love potion? And who?" "Smell it again," said Snape, "and carefully, try not to get any on your lips. It should smell faintly of the person who sent it." Carefully, Harry took the bottle and sniffed a few more times. He couldn't match a face to that hidden smell at all, though it seemed very out of place in the rest of the bottle. It was almost musky, but sharp, like leather. "Leather," said Harry, frowning curiously. "It smells a bit like leather." "Do you know anybody with strong connections to leather?" asked Snape, raising an eyebrow. Harry stared at him, and then a smirk curled his lips. "Your half-sister wears leather boots, doesn't she?" he said, slyly. Snape's face worked. Harry knew that expression very well. It was the look which said all too plainly that Snape was torn between smiling and throttling Harry to within an inch of my life. "My half-sister couldn't brew a love potion to save her life, Potter, and if she could, I'm rather sure she would not be sending it to you." Harry chuckled, and put the bottle down, studying it for a moment, before Draco turned away from the opposite top crowd. He leant forward to examine the bottle interestedly. "You've got a love potion," he said, blankly. Snape raised one thin eyebrow. "So quick to realize what it is, Malfoy." "I happen to know what a love potion looks like," Draco said, coolly. "I hope, Professor, you aren't suggesting that I may have used one at some time. After all, I would hardly need one, being the ravishing handsome half-breed that I am." "You're not a half-breed," said Harry. "Just a quarter breed." "Indeed," said Draco, vaguely, still studying the potion. He uncorked it, and leant forward to have a sniff. He looked thoughtful for a moment, and then smiled. "How thoughtful of her. Do you know who it is?" said Harry, eagerly, sitting up in his seat. Draco gave him a contemptuous little smile. "You mean you don't, Potter?" "Tell me," Harry pleaded. "Can't you think of anybody in the world who would send you a love potion?" said Draco, raising his eyebrows, apparently relishing the role of know-it-all. "Somebody who clearly cares for you a lot, but prefers to make her affection simple, with a strong connection to leather. Not necessarily clothing. A sport, perhaps." Harry thought for a few minutes, and then realized. "Kinda. She sent. Hang on. How did you know my girlfriend smells of leather?" he said, suspiciously. Draco raised his eyebrows. "Now there's something you're probably never going to say again." Harry grinned, and took back the love potion. He took another sniff, a proper one, and there was no mistaking that scent of leather and the outdoors, mixed with something soft and caring. He glanced at Snape after a moment, and said, "What will happen if I drink this?" "You'll fall in love with whoever sent it," he said, idly. "But what if I'm already? It will act as a memory boost of that love," said Snape, and he was smirking at Harry. "At last, the great Harry Potter has fallen in love. I'm not going to have to endure the talk with you, am I? I don't think I could stomach it." "Me neither," said Harry, smiling. He lifted the bottle carefully to his lips, and took the merest hint of a sip, then put it down. For a moment, nothing happened, until a swelling feeling suddenly blossomed in his chest and he found himself grinning. It was the oddest sensation, just like those few moments after a first key. Smiling, he went to drink some more, but Snape pulled it out of his hands and recorked it. Love potions are notoriously dangerous, the potions master said, in a tone that suggested he'd caught Harry playing with matches. There is a documented case of a wizard who drank a whole cupful at once. He promptly committed suicide, claiming that such love was too great for life to ever contain. Harry smiling a little. Okay, I'll be careful. Everybody was done with the opposite top, and were all sitting back down again, tucking into breakfast at last. Harry put the love potion under the table. As much as he loved and cherished the Weasleys, he didn't want them to all be studying the love potion and asking questions. He thought that Fred and George would probably start doing Harry Potter gets a love potion t-shirts if they found out. So what are we doing today? Ginny asked, ladling syrup onto her pancakes. Just the usual, Mrs. Weasley sighed. I might take you, Harry, Draco and Ron out for a walk later, you're all getting far too excitable cooped up inside. There's a Muggle shopping center not far from here. I suppose we could go and have a look round. We'd all have to come with you, of course, to protect you, but I dare say you'd all like a chance to stretch your legs. There was a great chatter of approval, and Ron started talking about a Muggle coin he had found a few days ago, asking Harry what he could buy for 2 pence, but Mrs. Weasley called over them all. Yes, yes, I know you're all excited, but eat your breakfast and then we'll think about going out. They all started eating again, and Ron was still talking excitedly about going for a walk at last. Harry watched them all for a moment, happy as a family, talking and joking with each other, and he couldn't help but grin. Draco had noticed the look on his face. What are you smiling about? He asked. It's my birthday, Harry replied. It was the first time he'd ever said that, and smiled at the same time. It was a marvelous feeling. After breakfast, Harry, Ron, Ginny and Draco all went clattering up the stairs to their bedrooms, excited about the prospect of a walk. After all, it had been 2 long weeks since they'd been allowed outside for the opportunity to stretch their legs. Ron was talking animatedly as he started getting dressed, pulling on his cloaks as though he really did not care whether they were on properly or not. Draco, as usual, was in the bathroom getting changed. His excuse was that he needed to comb his hair and this required privacy and concentration, but Harry had doubts. He was almost certain that Draco changed alone because he didn't want Ron and Harry to see his dark mark. It was still black, and Harry had walked in on him daubing blood from it once. Draco had gone Arlet and barricaded himself in the bathroom for an hour after that. Harry got dressed fairly quickly in jeans and his new jumper, with the Snape t-shirt underneath, and then he opened up his fuzzy fungus kit as he sat back on Ron's bed. Ron was still staggering around trying to get a sweater that was 2 sizes too small over his head. So these fuzzy things, said Harry, glancing over his shoulder at Ron. They're actually going to be alive. Ron nodded. They're like pets. They're really cute. I remember when Bill got to bring his home. Harry took the plant pot out of the box, and set it on the bedside cabinet, looking through the rest of the box for one of the seeds. He had 3, in a little packet, each about the size of a Brazil nut, and so he chose the biggest, dropping it into the plant pot and starting to choose what color powder he wanted. As he selected the green, the bathroom door opened and Draco came out, tying his hair back in a ponytail as he did. It really was getting long now. Draco looked more and more like his father with every day that went by. Oh, are you trying those furry things? He said, idly. Fuzzy fungus, Harry corrected, sprinkling the powder in. Yeah, it might be a friend for Sneezy, if it works. He's getting bored and could do with somebody his own size to talk to. You can do all sorts of things with those, said Draco, vaguely, twiddling with a lock of his hair. Mixing powders and putting different potions in, the effects are quite gruesome, really. You wouldn't believe the sort of things people have discovered by experimenting. I don't want to know, said Harry, grimly. He fetched a cup of water from the bathroom, and poured it in with the seed and the green powder. There. Now we wait a few days and it should emerge. Ron peered over Harry's shoulder at the gloopy mess in the plant pot. What if it mutates or something? And takes control of the house? Then we get some weed killer, said Draco, dryly. Problem sorted. Boys. Mrs. Weasley called from downstairs. We're going soon, come on. They all grabbed their backpacks, and made their way out of the room onto the dark landing. Grimmauld Place looked very much the same as Harry remembered it, dark, gloomy, and very grim. But luckily, they were going to be decorating soon. Fred and George had donated some of their Super Splatter Decorator 2003s, so with any luck, it would be a lot brighter soon. Potter, said a voice from the corridor to their left. I need to see you for a moment. Harry looked around, and saw Snape watching him from the door of his room. Ron gave him a worried look, but Harry frowned at him, and then headed down the corridor to Snape. The professor held open his door, and after a moment's hesitation, Harry stepped inside. Snape's room had already been decorated, by Snape himself, and everything seemed to be even darker than normal. The windows had been removed completely, replaced by candles, and the floor had been stripped right down to stone. Apparently, Snape was feeling homesick and missed his cold stone dungeon. Harry turned his eyes from the decoration onto Snape, who was sinking into an old moth-eaten armchair by the fire, and indicating to Harry to sit down. Nervously, Harry sat on the edge of his seat. He always felt like a stranger in Snape's room, even if Snape had invited him in. I just received an owl from the headmaster, Snape drawled, lazily. There was a curling piece of paper on the arm of his chair, and Harry recognized the handwriting as Dumbledore's. Yet again, the plan for our lessons is to change. Harry couldn't really think of anything to ask or say just at this moment, and so sat still in his chair, staring between Snape and the letter. Snape sat back and studied him over steepled fingertips. Now that you've learnt as much occlumency and legilimency that you need to survive, the headmaster wishes for you to progress onto something far more useful, and more dangerous. Harry's eyes widened a little. What? He said, in hushed tones. Various things, Snape explained, absent-mindedly reading through the letter again. Mind control, memory subtraction, memory addition, even, though I highly disapprove of this, physical manipulation using the mind. Harry was staring at him in near horror. Physical what? Excuse me. Physical manipulation using the mind, said Snape, frowning slightly. Turning the human body into a controlled puppet, by stimulating different areas of the brain. Like, making somebody touch their nose, said Harry. Isn't there just the Imperius Curse for that? Snape shook his head. The Imperius Curse can only stretch so far. Touching one's nose, yes, but spontaneous combustion, no. Physical manipulation using the mind can achieve things that. Spontaneous combustion, Harry repeated, in horror. You're going to teach me how to make people explode. Snape frowned at being interrupted, and continued as though he had not heard Harry. Physical manipulation can achieve things that the Imperius Curse cannot. It is, however, highly dangerous and can go most terribly wrong. I would much rather not go through this with you, but I must. The headmaster thinks it is time to begin training you for your ultimate challenge. Killing Voldemort, said Harry, quietly. Snape nodded. Curses will only ever take you so far. If you are to destroy the Dark Lord, you need more skills at your disposal. Harry felt rather worried now. He was going to be learning how to manipulate somebody's mind. He didn't know how comfortable he would be with Snape poking about in his brain. Snape seemed to pick up on his hesitation, and with a hint of a smile, he said, we will start with simple things, and I do pride myself in being skilled with matters to do with the mind. Can't they just give me a gun and teach me how to shoot? Said Harry, hopefully. I could get rid of Voldemort that way. Muggle gun wounds, Snape said, haughtily, are one of the easiest wounds to treat by magic. We could just as well equip you with a sharp stick. A sharp stick sounds good, said Harry, a smile playing at his lips. Speaking of which, Snape stood up, and crossed the room to a large chest of drawers made of dark wood. He started searching through the various compartments, found what he was looking for, and walked back to his chair, handing it to Harry as he sat down. Harry blinked. For me? No. I just want you to sit there and hold it for a while, for no reason at all. Harry smiled at the rich sarcasm in Snape's voice, and studied the box Snape had handed him. It was thin and rectangular, coated in black velvet with silver studs all around the edges. What is it? Something I believe will be of practical value, and something I want you to have. Curious now, Harry slid his fingernails along the edge of the box, working underneath and then prizing it open gently. What he saw inside made his jaw fall. There was a cold chuckle from Snape at the expression on his face. Surprise. Harry reached into the box, pulled back the leather covering it, and lifted it out, staring in both horror and awe at Snape's idea of something practical. It's very lethal. It was a dagger, with a very thin and narrow blade that was almost just a spike. The handle was solid silver, and glittering with many blood-red rubies encrusted into the metal work. Harry wasn't surprised Snape hadn't given him it at the breakfast table. Mrs. Weasley would have strangled him. It has been in my family for generations, said Snape, quietly, leaning forward to turn it over and show Harry the word, Snape, engraved into the handle. Though I no longer have any use for it, and it is about time you were armed. What on earth did you use it for before now? Said Harry, staring at him. Snape raised one eyebrow, and said in a hushed, dangerous voice, perhaps when you are older and more worthy, I shall tell you just that, along with the dagger's story. For now, keep it with you, just in case. If you can reach your wand, then by all means, use that, though if you can't, this dagger can cause a nice amount of damage to an attacker. You sound more and more like Mad-Eye Moody every day, said Harry, a smile of disbelief starting to curl his lips. Carefully as he could, he placed the dagger back in its box, and snapped it shut. Where am I going to keep it? In my pocket. Keep the leather over it at all times, and just fasten it to your arm under your sleeve, said Snape, idly. I don't think I need to tell you to mention this to nobody, Potter. Harry smiled weakly. If Mrs. Weasley finds out that you've given me a knife. Snape made an odd, twisted grimace. Indeed. Then she won't find out, will she, Potter? I hope not, said Harry. He opened up his backpack, and slid the knife inside in its box, severely hoping he wouldn't have to use it any time in the near future. Are you coming on the walk with us? He asked Snape. No, was the reply, and Snape looked very pleased at this. I persuaded Lupin to take my place instead. I have wolfsbane to brew by tomorrow or you will all be eaten in your beds. Thanks for that extra little detail. My pleasure. Snape stood up, and led Harry to the door, holding it open. Try to burn some energy. Merlin knows you have too much. Harry smiled slightly. Yes, sir. Snape smirked, and shut the door. Harry made his way down the corridor to the stairs, and then into the hallway. Everybody was ready by the front door, standing clear of a large circle chalked on the floor. Harry knew that the circle indicated the Mrs. Black danger zone. Any noise made within the boundaries was sure to wake up the portrait of Sirius's mother, and she was nearly as crabby after waking up as Snape. Right then, said Lupin, who was standing by the door, smiling down at them all. Everybody ready? Bill, Molly, Tonks and I will be with you, so we'd better pair up teenagers with adults, just in case we're separated. Harry, you come with me. Ron, you can go with your mother. Tonks, I'm sure you can look after Ginny. Draco, you'll be with Bill. Everybody happy? They all nodded, and he opened the door, leading them all out into the street. Harry stepped out into the warm summer's air, and took a deep breath, feeling clean and fresh oxygen surge into his lungs. It was wonderful to be outside again after being cooped up indoors for so long. The sun seemed to smile down at them all as they made their way out of the dirty, cold square and towards the shopping center. Mrs. Weasley was arguing with Ron about the state of his hair. That horrid white stripe. Ron, honestly, it looked so much better without. Ginny and Tonks were chatting enthusiastically about an upcoming Quidditch match, and Draco was asking Bill a lot of questions about archaeology. Draco had seemed very interested in Bill from the moment he had seen Snape greeted Bill quite pleasantly, and had taken to asking him lots of questions about Egypt at meal times. And what about the curses in this pyramid? He was now asking, curiously, walking alongside Bill. Well, there were a lot of your usual curses, Bill explained. One of the most common is one that only comes into effect when the tomb is first opened, and usually affects the first people in there. Luckily, Muggles have opened up most of the tombs with this in, so we don't need to worry about that. And what happened to these Muggles? Said Draco, so interested in what Bill was saying that he nearly walked into a lamp post, dodging at the last moment. Terrible luck, Mostly, said Bill. The Egyptians made the most spectacular curses, very hard to break if you don't have a lot of practice. How did you get this practice? Asked Draco, raising an eyebrow. Bill smiled down at him. Lots of training and working hard in my newts. Which newts did you take? Defense against the dark arts, herbology, charms, transfiguration, potions, runes and history of magic. I didn't take charms, herbology or history of magic. I'm doing pure arts and astronomy. Astronomy can be helpful, said Bill. But you might want to take a course on history of magic before you start trying to get into curse breaking for Gringotts. If you didn't get really high marks in your newts, you might have to do some working in the bank first, and that needs arithmancy. You also need to be uglier than the goblins, so they don't get jealous, Ron interrupted. Yes, said Draco, lazily. I think that could be a problem. He chuckled airily. What am I saying? Could. Ron gave him a look of utter disgust. You really do need to open your eyes and buy a mirror someday, you know. You'd learn a lot. Draco smiled sweetly. If you can lend me the money to do so, Weasley, I'd be delighted to. And with that, he flounced off after Bill to ask some more questions, leaving Ron standing next to Harry looking rather confused. Harry raised his eyebrows at the look on Ron's face, and Ron said, blankly, I can't work out who he was insulting then. Maybe it's better to not try, said Harry with a smile. I'm never ever going to forgive you for letting him stay with us, said Ron, grumpily, as they crossed the road towards an alleyway shortcut. It's my house, said Harry. And whoever I like can stay there. Well, said Ron, shrugging. I suppose so. But I'm drawing the line if Crabbe and Goyle ever come back. No way, Harry. The smell will kill us all. Harry chuckled, and they hurried up after Lupin to dip down the alleyway. A few minutes later, they found themselves walking through the double doors of the Muggle shopping center, and Ron gasped, blinking. Look at all the colors. This is way too busy. How do Muggles cope? You're luminous pink, look at that. Muggles are a bit more modern than wizards, said Harry with a slight smile. They're a bit more colorblind, said Ron, wrinkling his nose as they passed a large display of orange and blue tracksuits outside a sports shop. I wouldn't be caught dead in one of those. I swear. It's a shame Dad's working today, said Bill. He'd have loved all this. But knowing Dad, he'd probably have bought 2/3 of it and brought it home with him. Lupin had stopped, and brought them all together in a group. It looks as though we'll be split up in all this, he said, worriedly. So we should go into our pairs now, and meet up here in about an hour or so. If there's trouble, we've all got our, well. You all know. Know what? Said Ron, interestedly, looking between the adults. What have you got? None of your business, said Mrs. Weasley, promptly. Come along now, I want to have a look at some more Muggle clothes. She led Ron off, ignoring his groans of frustration. Tonks and Ginny went off together towards a jewelry shop, and then Bill and Draco headed away towards a large Muggle bookshop near the far doors. Lupin turned to Harry with a smile. So, he said, where would you like to go? Anywhere. Really, said Harry, shrugging. We could just go and have a look around, I guess. You're not used to Muggle shops, are you? Not really, Lupin admitted. Let's go and have a look at the upper floors then. He turned his eyes onto the escalator, and looked a little worried. The stairs appear to be broken. We'll have to find some other way. Harry, I don't think that's safe. Harry smiled, and led Lupin towards the escalator, stepping onto it. It just moves up, he explained, as Lupin nervously stepped onto the bottom stair and clung onto the side. And you get off at the top. Lupin raised his eyebrows. Oh, it's one of these. Arthur told me something about this yesterday, though I didn't really understand what he was saying. I don't think I quite like this, Harry, he added, worriedly, watching the people gliding away below. His hands tightened on the moving rail. No, I definitely don't. You get used to them, said Harry, with a slight smile, stepping off at the top and helping Professor Lupin. Aunt Petunia hates them. She always makes Uncle Vernon and Dudley take the stairs. With good reason, said Lupin, casting a nervous glance back at the escalator. They spent most of their hour just wandering around the various shops, studying the things on sale, and talking a lot about just anything. Harry did have a little Muggle money. At the start of the holidays, Mr. Weasley had gone to Gringotts and converted some of their money, as they would be living amongst Muggles for 2 months, though he didn't really spend it on much. He and Lupin had a coffee, and he bought a plastic cauldron full of sweets meant for Halloween, which he was sure would amuse Mr. Weasley, but nothing else, until they were passing a very sophisticated-looking jewelry shop. Harry paused. "Professor, can we just stop here?" he said. Lupin turned around and nodded, coming over to him. "Seen something interesting?" Harry nodded. His eyes were lingering on a gold necklace hanging in the shop window, with a heart-shaped pendant. He knew that very soon he would be going to see Kinda, and he quite wanted a present for her. Earlier, he'd mulled over the idea of a love potion in reply, but now that he'd seen the necklace. "I'm just going to buy something," Harry told Lupin, as he headed inside the shop. A few minutes later, he came back out, with the pendant clutched tight in a bag, his pocket of money considerably lighter. Lupin smiled at him. "Ready?" He nodded, and was about to follow Lupin towards the escalator again, when something suddenly made him stop. He'd heard an odd noise behind him, like a whisper, and wondering what it was, he turned around to face the shop again. What he saw as a reflection in the window made him jump backwards and nearly knock Lupin to the floor. It was a single face that Harry had seen many times before, though only in his dreams. The structure of a human boy, but with the tan skin of a lion, the eyes of a hawk, and a mouth full of sharp teeth like a crocodile. The boy was smiling, just smiling. The vision faded as quickly as it had come, taking the strange boy's reflection away. Harry could feel his heart pounding inside him, trying to escape. He had a sickening feeling now lodged in his chest, as though he'd seen that face somewhere before, but didn't know where. "Harry," said Lupin, concerned, turning around to see what was the matter. I saw, in the window," Harry gabbled, pointing. "It was a face, it was like a monster." Lupin frowned slightly. "There's nothing there, Harry, don't worry, it must have just been an odd reflection. Muggle lighting is truly terrible." No, I saw it," Harry protested, grasping Lupin's arm. "It was like a boy, but I'm so sure, Professor. I really saw it there." Lupin patted him consolingly on the shoulder. "There's nothing there now, Harry. Come on, we're already late as it is. Stay close, the crowds are getting busier." He started to move away. Harry stayed for one last glance into the window, and for a moment, he thought he saw a shadow pass over the glass, before Lupin called him, and he hurried after the professor, fighting to keep up in the crowds. He couldn't shake off the horrible feeling of being watched, and every time he passed a shop window, he was careful not to even glance at it. Though as they were leaving the shopping center, and Mrs. Weasley was suggesting a picnic outside, he was almost certain he saw a flash of teeth glitter at him from the glass of the sliding doors. "Are you okay?" said Ron, looking up at Harry over the top of his Quidditch magazine. "You've hardly said a word since coming back from the shopping center." "I'm fine," said Harry. He fed Sneezy another peanut with a small sigh. They had got back from their walk a few hours ago now, and Harry still felt paranoid and worried. Though every time he considered telling somebody, he couldn't think of words for what it was that he was scared about. He'd sat having a picnic, and wondered if Mrs. Weasley would help. Then he thought of Bill, with a lot of experience in dark creatures. He'd got back home, and Snape had been sitting in the kitchen marking essays. Surely, of all people, he could tell his magical guardian, but something just felt odd. He had no evidence, and Snape wasn't the comforting type. He looked up at Ron, his best friend, wondering if he could tell him. Then he glanced across to Draco, who was lounging on his bed and drawing something. Draco might know something about weird faces appearing in glass and then vanishing. Was it perhaps a dark magical object? His family had hoarded hundreds of such things. But then Harry realized he just couldn't say, that it would sound far too stupid. He could just imagine Draco's reaction if he said he was seeing faces in glass. Draco might have become tolerable over the last year, but he wasn't ready to admit to that just yet. "You look all weird," said Ron, watching him closely. Harry shrugged. "Just bored. I guess. Ron nodded and yawned. They could all identify with boredom. Harry now had a hint of how Sirius must have felt 2 years ago, being forced to stay inside around the clock, with nothing exciting really happening. He had another month left of staying inside, as school had broken up at the start of July, and it was now the end of the month. Harry couldn't really comprehend sitting and watching a seed float about in a plant pot for another month. The noise of the front door opening met his ears. He heard it shut, and somebody carrying an awful lot of things crept down the hall. A few moments later, and probably a check that whoever it was clear of the Mrs. Black danger zone, and Mr. Weasley's voice shouted out through the house. Molly. Children. Come quickly, I've got marvelous news. Harry, Ron and Draco got up off their beds, and headed out onto the landing, where they met Ginny and Tonks, peering over the banister. Mr. Weasley was beaming up at them from the hall, and to Harry's amazement, he was holding a Muggle television under one arm, his briefcase under the other, and perched on his head was a party hat with a large M on it. What on earth is that? Said Ron, staring at the television as though it was about to explode. I bought it with my pay bonus, said Mr. Weasley, grinning up at them all. I've been promoted. Ron and Ginny cheered, tearing across the landing and practically jumping down the stairs to hug their father, asking lots of eager questions, examining the television in amazement. Everybody else joined them, and they proceeded to the kitchen, all sitting down. Mrs. Weasley, who had been drying up at the time, put down her cloth and hurried over to embrace her husband. Oh, Arthur, at last. Well done, she said. He grinned and patted her back, setting down the television on the tabletop. Draco was watching it with the greatest suspicion and narrowed eyes. What, exactly, does it do? It's one of those things that Muggles use to heat up food, isn't it? Said Ginny, looking up at her father. Luna was telling me about it. Her auntie works with Muggles. What have you been promoted to, Arthur? Asked Mrs. Weasley, turning her eyes onto her husband. I am now the official minister for inter-Muggle relations, said Mr. Weasley, proudly. I'm going to be having a lot of contact with Muggles, finding out more about them. You know who has indeed returned, and who knows what might happen. If he starts attacking Muggles, the ministry needs somebody to cover up the tragedy. And that person will be me. He beamed and laughed. Cornelius said I might have to have tea with the Muggle Queen. Me. Oh, that's wonderful, Arthur, said Mrs. Weasley, hugging her husband again. Draco was studying the television closely, running his fingers over the glass screen and wearing a frown. I remember something like this from last summer. Where were you? Said Ron, quickly. He had been trying to prise the information of where Draco had spent his last summer out of him for a month now, and was getting nowhere. Somewhere, said Draco, in a cool voice. Perhaps Lupin had noticed the tension rising between the two boys, for next second, he jumped up and said, Tea, I think. Ron, can you help me? Draco, go and hang up Arthur's coat. Draco and Ron glared at each other for a moment, then set about their tasks. Harry watched them both for a moment. The back of Ron's neck was rather red, and Draco's left hand was tightening in a fist as he left the room. Luckily, Mr. Weasley then sat down to try and get the television working, and the potential fight was averted. Or perhaps just delayed. Harry woke up on August 1st with a gasp, as usual, feeling the cold sweat on his forehead. As always, most of his dream had been wiped from his memory the moment he woke, but he could remember something now. Staring back into a face with those warped, inhuman features, as it just smiled at him. He didn't know what he found so unnerving about that smile. It was just something that scared him, like the leering grin of the clown ball he'd come into contact with last year. The thing was that this time, he couldn't just throw away the dreams. He sat up in bed, rubbing his eyes, and when he glanced at the clock, he realized it was only 3 in the morning. He sighed. So now he had at least 4 hours to go until anybody else woke up, and he just knew that he couldn't go back to sleep. The fear of seeing that face again drove all thoughts of slumber from his mind. What exactly was it? Was it a human, half transfigured into something horrible? Or was it just a monster? He knew that there were various creatures that had a vaguely human appearance. Vampires, manticores, mermaids, centaurs, but he'd never seen anything quite like the beast in his dreams before. He swung his legs quietly out of bed, and stood up, planning to go and get a drink from the bathroom, when he noticed something odd. Draco was lying in the bed across from him, but the white sheets had a strange shadow on them. Harry stared for a few moments, before he realized that it wasn't a shadow, but a dark substance, most likely from Draco's dark mark. Harry made his way across the darkened room, and then reached out, gripping the bee-owned boy's shoulder. Draco, he murmured, shaking gently. Draco, wake up. Draco tensed up, then awoke quite suddenly and jumped backwards at the sight of Harry. He choked, and then relaxed again. Potter, what are you? He glanced down, saw the blood leaking the sheets, and made a mangled squeaking sound. He grasped the sheets quickly, held them around his lower back and went tearing for the bathroom, but Harry caught up with him quickly. Let me help you, he hissed. Get off me, Draco snarled, tugging his arm free of Harry and bolting into the bathroom. Harry shot after him and managed to fight his way in. Draco pushed the door shut with a snap, reluctantly, then glared at Harry over his shoulder. You tell absolutely nobody about this. As if I would anyway, said Harry. He sat down on the edge of the bath, took a cloth from the side and started water running in the cold basin. Why were you awake anyway? Draco asked, suspiciously. Harry paused, then continued. I just couldn't sleep, I guess. Draco frowned. He took the wet cloth from the cold basin, wrung out some of the water, and then lifted up the back of his shirt to press it to his mark. He closed his eyes. How do they live with this? He muttered. The Death Eaters. Draco nodded grimly. I don't know how my father coped. Professor Snape too. Well, father always came when called, so it probably didn't hurt him as much. Harry paused for a moment, watching Draco wringing some of the blood away down the sink, before he said, quietly, he'll come and get you, you know. If you're not responding to his call. Don't remind me, said Draco, coldly, as he dipped the cloth into the water again. He started sponging away more of the oozing blood, as he muttered, every day is an achievement for me. I thought at first that he might not come after me, as I'm not a particularly skilled Death Eater yet, though of course, he's not likely to release his hold on Malfoy's son, to Dumbledore. There was a note of bitterness in his voice as he said this. They want you because of your dad, don't they? Said Harry, who had never heard Draco speak much about his link to the Death Eaters, and fully wanted to take advantage of the situation. Draco nodded. Father was a main member. Everybody expects me to want to follow in his footsteps. Do you? Yes, Potter, Draco snapped, sarcastically. I actually do. Hold on one moment while I go fetch my wand so I can kill you. I know I really should do a big speech about gaining your trust before I hand you over to the Dark Lord, but it's such a cliché, I'll have to pass. Harry smiled a little. I've heard that so many times, it wouldn't have much effect on me anyway. Draco sat down on the edge of the bath next to Harry, still soaking his dark mark. He sighed. Then after a moment, he said, so why don't you tell me why you were really awake? Harry looked away. No real reason. Fair enough. Draco cleaned his cloth one last time, wiped the last dark gore from his mark, then opened the door. We need sleep. I have the feeling we'll be decorating tomorrow. Harry nodded, and stepped back into the darkness of the bedroom. As they shut the door, the light dimmed again. Draco went to his bed, Harry to his, and for a few moments, there was silence. Then, Harry's voice said, Draco. What? Came the reply from somewhere in the darkness before him. I knew there was a reason that I was friends with you. And what would that be? Said Draco, sounding confused. You just let things drop. Draco snickered. I try not to pressure people for information. I know what having something forced out of you is like, on an extreme level. Harry rested his head back on his pillow, and pulled up the covers, closing his eyes. Maybe he would sleep after all. It was only a few moments however before there was a glow of light, as somebody lit a candle. Harry opened his eyes and looked over his shoulder, frowning. Ron was sitting up in his bed, glaring at them both. What was that about? He said. What about? Said Draco, lazily, as though Ron really wasn't worth his attention. Sneaking off to the bathroom. Cozy little late-night chat. Ron had a very suspicious look on his face. Harry raised his eyebrows. What are you accusing us of? What do you think I'm accusing you of? Said Ron, frowning across the room at him. Draco tutted in his bed, rolled over and pulled the covers up around his neck. How childish. Weasley, if you're going to confront somebody, next time, make sure you know exactly what you're confronting them about, instead of resorting to immature mockery. Shut up, Malfoy, Ron bristled. Draco yawned, widely and obvious, stretching out in bed. Ron glared at him hatefully, then turned back to Harry, looking angry. So, what were you two debating in there? And I did hear voices. You can't tell me otherwise. Something that you won't believe, accept, understand or deserve to know, said Draco, simply. Go back to sleep, Weasley, before your tiny little brain explodes from overuse. I didn't ask for your opinion, Ron snarled. He turned to Harry, completely ignoring Draco. So what was it all about, huh? What's going on behind my back? All the time, you two are muttering to each other and sharing these private jokes. I'm sick of it. What's the big deal? I just had a nightmare, said Harry, quietly, not wanting a fight with Ron. I was just telling Draco about it, honestly, You had a nightmare, said Draco, completely blowing Harry's only excuse to smithereens. Ron just glared at them both, suspicion and anger in his face, before he rolled over and pulled the covers right over his head. Harry got out of bed to try and reason with him, and he was considering telling Ron about the dark mark, but when Harry tried to talk to his cousin under the covers, Ron just fiercely ignored him. Finally, after 15 minutes of being ignored, Harry just left Ron to it, and went back to bed. Harry eventually drifted to sleep, and when he woke up, it was to find Draco sitting on the end of his bed. He jumped, and was about to ask Draco what on earth he was doing, when the other boy said, hurriedly, Weasley's in the bathroom. I've turned out your clothes drawer on the floor. Shout at me for it. What? Said Harry, absolutely bewildered, and then he said, angrily, you've turned out my clothes drawer. Why? I'm sorry, Draco whined, his face suddenly covered in guilt, his voice a little louder than normal speaking tones. It was an accident. I was looking for my jumper and I thought it was in your drawer. Harry stared at him. Draco, what the hell are you playing at? I told you. I'm really sorry, I didn't. The door creaked open, and Ron came out. He was pretending not to look at them both, but couldn't hide a glance at the upturned clothes drawer. Harry, finally twigging, turned to Draco and said furiously, you can pick it up then, as you knocked it out. You stupid clumsy prat. Ron looked over his shoulder, and for a moment, he had an interested look on his face. Harry plowed on, after the merest hint of an encouraging smile from Draco. And you can apologize to Ron too, for last night. He said, angrily. You're under my roof, Draco, and you'll learn your place. He suddenly realized just how much like Uncle Vernon he sounded. Draco turned to Ron, and said, half-heartedly. Sorry, Weasley. Properly, said Harry. Draco paused for a moment, with a petulant expression on his face, then he said, again, sorry, Weasley. That's better, said Harry. Now, go and make us some tea. He thought that this was maybe taking it a bit too far, judging by the look on Draco's face, but Ron seemed to swallow it. And some biscuits too, he shouted after Draco, as the startled Bee-owned made his way out of the room. Draco shut the door, and Ron turned to Harry. There, that showed him, he said, triumphantly, and apparently, being allowed to yell at Malfoy had driven the argument right out of his head. Yeah, said Harry, nodding, and pulling on his dressing gown. Knocking my clothes on the floor. Who does he think he is? Ron pulled on his own Chudley Cannon's dressing robe, and the two of them headed for the door. Ron pulled it open, and stepped onto the landing. And that tea had better not be too sweet, he said. Or I'll give Malfoy what for. And that was that. Harry and Ron went into the kitchen, their argument completely behind them, and as they sat down at the wooden table, Mrs. Weasley put plates of bacon and eggs in front of each of them. There you are, enjoy. Where's my tea? Ron said, demandingly to Draco, who was sitting across the table eating his own breakfast. Mrs. Weasley said, Angrily, Ron. Don't be so rude. But, morning all, said Ginny, as she came into the kitchen. Hey, bacon, great. You all need big breakfasts, said Mrs. Weasley, handing Ginny a plate. We're decorating this place today. Fred and George should be here with the paint soon, so we can start putting out the sheets. Hopefully it won't take too long. Of course we do have some people going out later. Again, said Ron. Why? Where are we going? You're going nowhere, said Mrs. Weasley. She handed him another sausage. Harry's going to St. Mungo's with Professor Snape and Tonks. Can't we come? Said Ginny. Absolutely not, said Mrs. Weasley, stiffly. Harry won't want you all there annoying him, will you, Harry? Harry gave an apologetic look to Ron, Draco and Ginny, and then said, Sorry, it's the first time I've seen Kinda in ages though, she might not want too many visitors. That's okay, mate, said Ron, smiling. We understand. When are going to Diagon Alley to get our school things? Asked Ginny. When the letters arrive, said Mrs. Weasley. She sat down with a mug of tea, and a bacon sandwich. Then we can get everything you'll all need at once. It's a shame they haven't come today, or we could get all your things. Ginny sighed. I wish the letters would come. I'm sick of waiting. At the quizzical look from Harry, she said, I'm getting my OWL results this year. How do you think you've done? He asked, cutting up some of his bacon. Okay. I guess, she said, idly. At least they're out of the way now. The front door then opened, and a few moments later, Lupin appeared in the kitchen door. He was only carrying a newspaper. Ginny sighed. Oh well, then left the table and headed back upstairs to get dressed. Lupin smiled and sat down at the kitchen, taking his breakfast from Mrs. Weasley with a grateful, thank you, Molly. Harry sat back in his chair, waiting for Ron to finish with the paper. His plate was now empty, and he was desperate for something to do to take his mind off the St. Mungo's visit coming later. He knew that there was no need to feel nervous, and it wasn't a worried, frightened sort of nerves he had in his chest. It was more like unbearable excitement. He remembered the last time he had seen Kinda, as she was carried from the hospital wing all that time ago, and he had to admit that he was desperate to see her again. He took another piece of toast, starting to butter it, and he was about to ask Ron if there was anything interesting in the Daily Prophet, when Ron suddenly gave a strangled sort of gasp, staring at the paper. What? Said Harry. What is it? Said Ron, obviously doing some quick thinking. Chudley Cannons lost their latest game. Too bad I guess. Hey, could you do me some toast as well? I still feel a bit. Harry's face creased into a frown. It's about me, isn't it? No, Ron squeaked. Harry snatched the paper off him, and fearing the worst, he shook it open. A double-page spread with a large photograph of his own face greeted him, and across the top was a huge banner headline of The Boy Who Loved. It took a few moments to register just what the article was about. Ron was watching him apprehensively over the top of the paper. What do you think? I think I'm going to be sick, Harry growled, through gritted teeth. Is something wrong, Harry dear? Asked Mrs. Weasley, watching him with a concerned expression. No, he said, quickly. No, I'm okay. He smiled. I'm just a bit full, that's all. I'll go and try to flatten my hair now. He got up from the table, and left, tucking the paper under his arm. There was a clatter as Ron jumped up and followed him, and then another, as Draco came too. Who do you think told the prophet? Said Ron, hurrying to keep up with Harry's pace up the stairs. Harry had the newspaper open again, and was reading through it, a blind sort of horror settling in his chest now. I don't know. Look at this. Harry Potter's love life has been tragedy after tragedy, writes Jan Jarrison, gossip correspondent. How did they find out about Kinda? And why today, of all days? Draco cleared his throat, and read over Harry's shoulder. Harry Potter's heartache touched many other students at Hogwarts. Ernie Macmillan, a sixth-year Hufflepuff, told the prophet, Harry and Kinda were always sneaking off to the Quidditch pitch. Harry was heartbroken when she was poisoned. He didn't want to play Quidditch or anything. However, this is not the first time Harry Potter's heart has been toyed with. In his fourth year, Muggle-born Hermione Granger. That's enough, Ron growled. Oh, And look there, said Draco, ignoring Ron. Just at the bottom. They've got an interview with Chong. I know, Harry said, with a sigh. He collapsed down onto his bed, and spread the article out. It's got everything. Ernie and Cho must have told them. Trust the prophet to squash Blaze Zabini and the Rasada into a quarter of a page, then ramble on about me for the rest of it. Does it say what happened to Zabini? Asked Ron, interestedly peering over Harry's shoulder. Oh, there we go. He went to Azkaban, youngest prisoner ever. Just 2 months over the legal age. Harry sighed again, and rolled back on his bed, covering his face with his hands. I don't believe this. The one day I'm going to see kinda, the stupid prophet publishes some great story about our timeless love. I bet they're outside St. Mungo's now, just waiting for me to turn up. Why do I get the feeling Rita Skeeter had something to do with this? At least you'll have something to talk about, said Draco, dryly. Maybe if you just don't tell her, Ron suggested. You know, just don't let her know. It's not lying. It might stress her if she finds out, and her wounds might go all weird. Harry was now reading the interview with Cho, with narrowed eyes. He didn't bother to read it properly, and was just skimming, but from what he could tell, she was hinting he was still in love with somebody else, and that he didn't seem to care about her feelings of grief following the death of beloved boyfriend, Cedric Diggory. He looked up to see both Ron and Draco watching him closely. Ron looked worried. Draco looked serious, which was about as worried as Draco could ever get. Well, he said. They said nothing for a moment, and then Ron said, quietly, sorry about this, mate. I really didn't think that. Oh, look at this, said Draco, snatching the paper up and staring at a box on the same page, unable to disguise the glee in his voice. He started to read aloud. Harry Potter's Love Tangle. If Harry Potter's love life is not complicated enough, the Daily Prophet has unearthed evidence that his ex-girlfriend, Muggle-born Hermione Granger, is now dating his best friend, Robert Weasley. After the siege of Hogwarts, in which half of the school's pupils were lost, Granger and Weasley were seen comforting each other. Whether Harry Potter knows about this deception by his best friend or not remains to be seen, but we hope that the wounds of love will heal quickly for Harry Potter. Harry and Draco both turned to look at Ron following this. Ron had turned a magnificent shade of purple and was just sitting in horror, staring back at them. Draco was grinning from ear to ear, but it looked as though Ron couldn't even sum up the strength to hit him. Harry took the paper back off Draco, and said, hey, but look here. 7th year Oggles professor's sister's legs. Draco Malfoy, a 7th year Slytherin at Hogwarts, was accused yesterday of eyeing up the sister of Potions Master, Severus Snape. Malfoy spends half his life staring at Andrelin's legs, said an anonymous student. Snape's not going to be happy once he finds out. What? Roared Draco, snatching the paper off Harry and scanning it desperately. After a moment, his fists clenched, and he shouted, Potter. You liar. There's nothing in there about me. Harry and Ron were too busy laughing to care. Draco beat them both with a pillow until they stopped, and feeling a little better, they all went downstairs again. Snape was sitting at the kitchen table writing a letter, and when the three boys walked in, Ron and Harry swapped grins. Draco hissed, oh, don't be so immature. Tonks stood up from her seat as Harry walked in. Oh, Harry, come here, we need to disguise you, she said, as she pulled him over and sat him down. Disguise me, said Harry, staring at her. Why? Prophet reporters outside St. Mungo's, she said, grimly. The hospital staff won't let them in, but they'll be waiting outside for anybody they can get an interview off. You're the star prize, I'm afraid. Harry watched her taking tubes and bottles out of a large briefcase open on the kitchen table in front of her. What exactly are you going to do to me? He asked, worriedly. We considered a polyjuice potion, said Tonks, brightly, as she squeezed some sort of cream out onto her fingers. But we haven't got any at hand, and we wouldn't want it to wear off when you're in St. Mungo's. She started dab the cream onto Harry's scar, peering at him with eyes that were today a light brown. We're going to try and get you in as the son of me and Professor Snape. Ron instantly turned his laugh into a hacking cough, as he picked up his tea and buried his face in the paper again. What's the cream for? Said Harry. It'll just hide your scar a bit, she explained. Obviously, that's the main thing. We'll give you an improved vision charm, as well. It won't be as good as your glasses, but the less you look like yourself, the better. She continued to lather him in all sorts of creams, patting powder on him, getting out her wand and casting charms here and there. Harry was amazed when she dyed his hair with just a wave of her wand, turning it into light B. Owned instantly. Tonks was sporting long B. Owned hair today, so he supposed he had inherited that from her. Now, with your eyes, she said, cheerily, getting out a little bottle of something. We're going to turn them very dark brown, so you've got your dad's. You're not going to do anything with my nose, are you? Said Harry, worriedly. No, no, she said. We'll say you got mine. Might have to do something with your lips though. We'll see how you look with black eyes, open them wide. She dripped a few drops of the liquid into his eyes, and he blinked. She smiled as they apparently changed color. Lovely. This will all come out later, don't worry. I've got all the removers here with me. Though you do look nice with owned hair. Is he quite ready yet? Snape sighed, drumming his fingers on his upper arm. I suppose he is, she said. Well, we can go now. Come on, Harry, get your cloak. Feeling rather odd, Harry got to his feet, took his cloak from a hook on the wall, and went to wait by the front door. Snape wasn't disguised at all, and just looked his usual greasy self, but Tonks looked almost completely different. She had muggle clothing too, a big fur coat and sandy-colored leggings. Try as he might, Harry just couldn't imagine Tonks and Snape ever having a son. It was like toast-flavored ice cream, just not meant to be. They set off out of the house, walking at a fairly brisk pace towards the center of Muggle London. Harry stuck close between Snape and Tonks. Even though he was disguised, he still felt paranoid. What if somebody recognized him? He desperately didn't want Daily Prophet reporters surrounding him and asking questions about his private life, especially not today. He was also worried that kinda might not believe he was actually Harry. What if she called security and got him thrown out? Harry, said Tonks, next to him. Are you any good with accents? A bit, he said, suspicious of where this was going. You might need it, she said. Just in case any reporters ask you a question. Let's see if you're any good at mimicry. Snape, say something. Snape glared at her. I hardly think the boy has to have an entirely new personality created for him. Go on then, said Tonks. Try that. Harry pursed his lips a little, and tried his best to sound like Snape. It was a very strangled Snape, and a little too posh, but Tonks grinned as he did it. I hardly think the boy has to have an entirely new personality created for him. Great, she said. That'll do pretty well. They had turned a corner, into the street where St. Mungo's was located. I think we're going to need it. It was simply crawling with reporters. St. Mungo's was a protected building, and so Muggles didn't know it was anything special. Luckily, it was still fairly early in the morning, and a Sunday, so not many Muggles were out and about. A few were though, and they were watching from the doorways of shops, muttering about the odd people in cloaks standing around everywhere. Stay close, Harry, Tonks murmured, before striding down the street, putting an arm around her son's shoulder. Snape was walking on Harry's other side, and the few reporters who paid them attention didn't want to come much closer because of the look on Snape's face. It's not him, somebody called. Harry felt a glow of excitement that nobody recognized him at all. Tonks squeezed his shoulder, as they stepped up to the front of the building. St. Mungo's was disguised as an old Muggle clothing store, and the only way to get in was to talk to the ugly female dummy in one of the windows. Snape turned with his back to the glass, and muttered out of the corner of his mouth to the dummy, "We wish to see kinda Zabini." Harry watched as the dummy gave the merest hint of a nod, and its chipped eyeballs rolled from side to side down the street. When sure that no Muggles were watching, it beckoned them through, and the three of them stepped forward into St. Mungo's. Harry couldn't help but glance back at the Prophet reporters standing outside, and grin. The waiting room was just as Harry remembered it, from his last visit to St. Mungo's, when he came to see Mr. Weasley. Witches and wizards with various ailments were sitting around on rickety wooden chairs, reading copies of Witch Weekly and the Daily Prophet from 2 months ago, and healers in bright green robes were walking back and forth with clipboards, taking people's details. Harry knew it was rude to stare, but he couldn't help watch a few people as they got in the queue to find out what ward kinda was in. One man apparently thought he was a rabbit, and was bouncing around the room pursued by his frantic wife and a healer with a carrot. A large bee-owned woman was sitting reading a copy of Witch Weekly around a nose the size of a large orange that was throbbing green, and at the front of the queue was a man who seemed to be singing his problem to the welcome witch, in the tune of, "I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. I've got a bit of a problem with my arm. DDD," he began, but he was cut off as his own hand slapped him around the face. "Ow. It keeps on slapping me round the face, DD. Spell damage," said the welcome witch. "Fourth floor. Next." He danced away down the corridor, and a man supporting a teenage girl with bright blue hair came forward. He looked very exhausted, and apparently, he had dragged her from a long way. "Quidditch accident," he panted. "We were just playing a game in our meadow, and then." "Artifact accident," announced the welcome witch. "Take a seat please." Next. The person in front of Harry, Tonks and Snape shuffled forward. He didn't seem to have anything wrong with him, and he leant up to the witch at the desk, beckoning for her to come closer. She leant in, and listened to his whispered problem, then said, "Spell damage, 4th floor. Watch you don't get it caught in the doors." The man blushed Arlette, and shuffled off. As he went, Harry saw a long stripy tail poking from under his long coat. "Yes," said the welcome witch, as Harry, Tonks and Snape stepped forward. "We're here to see kinda Zabini," said Tonks, brightly. "We wondered if you could tell us what ward she's in." The welcome witch got out a long list from under the desk, scanned down it, and said, "She's got a room to herself on the 3rd floor, potion and plant poisoning. It's number 18, the healers they'll show you which way. She's just come out of the major treatment ward though, so it's family and friends only." "What's your relationship with the patient?" Tonks smiled, and murmured to the welcome witch, "Do you read the papers?" The welcome witch frowned. "I do. This is Harry Potter," said Tonks, grinning and looking down at Harry. "We had to get him past the reporters, so we disguised him a bit." To prove it, she reached down and pulled his fringe back, showing the welcome witch the hints of a scar trailing into his hair. The welcome witch smiled warmly down at him. "Oh, we thought we'd be seeing you sometime soon. Very well. 3rd floor, and watch how you go past the growth corridor. We've got some nasty plants in this morning. Wouldn't want any accidents." Harry thanked the witch, and she gave him a beaming smile as he, Tonks and Snape made their way down the corridor towards the stairs. Harry had an odd bubble of happiness inflating inside him now. He practically bounced up the stairs, and even went a floor too far because of his enthusiasm before Tonks called him back, and steered him down the right corridor. "That way," she said. "You know what room it is, 18. Snape and I are going to have a coffee in the tea room." "I don't," Snape began, but she elbowed him in the back and pushed him away up the stairs. "Get me a nice seat," she chirruped after him. Then she leant down, gave Harry a hug and grinned at him. "Go get her, Tiger." Harry grinned back, then turned and made his way into the 3rd floor corridors alone, checking the room numbers as he went. He passed a large ward, then a huge door leading into a domed room full of plants, the reception desk, and room 18. He turned a corner, and there it was, at the end of the hall, room 18. Feeling as though his legs had turned into eels, he approached the door, lifted his hand, and knocked. There was a few moments' pause after Harry knocked on the door of room 18, where he waited, hoping he had the right room. Then from inside called a familiar voice, but one he hadn't heard for a long time, and his stomach seemed to twist as it met his ears. "Hello." He bit his lip, and resisting the urge to fling open the door and bellow, "Surprise," he twisted the handle carefully, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. It was a fairly small room, with a dark green carpet underfoot and walls painted a soft color of pistachio, with dappled white here and there, like clouds. There was only one window, but the blind was pulled down so everything was cast in a gentle shadow. Though Harry didn't really take much time to appreciate the decor, as he was far more interested in the bed at the far end of the room, and the person sitting tucked in the sheets, reading a book propped open on her lap. He felt an odd lump in his throat as he shut the door behind him, and made his way over to the chair next to the bed. She watched him closely as he sat down, her eyes narrowed, and then in a suspicious voice, she said, "I think you've got the wrong room." She didn't recognize him. Harry was a little hurt at this, before he realized that he was of course disguised, and nobody recognized him. He smiled a little. "Don't you remember?" he murmured. She stared at him, her face tight in confusion, before suddenly, it clicked. He could see the realization dawn on her face, and it was amazing to witness, as her mouth fell open and she choked. Harry. He smiled again. "So the own doesn't suit me," he said, with a raised eyebrow. She just stared for a few moments more, before she blinked, and then said, her face falling into a confused smile, I didn't know you were coming. What's with the eyes? Spell damage is 4th floor. You should get them checked out." Harry laughed. He hadn't realized just how much he missed her sense of humor. Here she was, in St. Mungo's, after nearly dying from poisoning, and yet she was still just as carefree as he remembered. It wasn't a spell, it was a potion. "You're in the right place then," she said, grinning. "The food's not too good, but at least it won't kill you." "How are you doing now?" he asked. "Are you allowed to eat proper stuff?" She nodded, easing herself back in the pillows and putting her book down. "They've repaired most of my stomach now, and it can take food, though nothing too spicy or hot. My muscles were worst affected. But the healers are going to get me a wheelchair soon, so I'll be able to move round again. I can't wait to get out of this room. I haven't seen anything but green for a month. And how are you?" "What happened while I was away?" Harry smiled weakly. "Well, Lord Voldemort attacked the school and we lost half the students. I nearly got killed a few times. Draco got 500,000 points for Slytherin, then we got beaten in the staff versus students Quidditch match. We split up for the holidays. I've been sitting in the dark for a month, and here we are. So it's just been happy all the way, huh?" she said. "Pretty much," he said, with a light smile. "What happened in the Quidditch match?" "Anything I would be interested in. Madam Hooch broke Ginny's ankle." "Oh, how nice of her. And Professor Sinistra nearly broke Draco's nose with the quaffle. I can tell it was a really calm and boring game then." She smiled, took a glass of water from the side of her bed and sipped for a moment. "Who took my place?" "Alrister," said Harry. "He joined the Bright Sparks to make up for you. He wasn't quite as good though." She grinned, and then sighed, glancing into her water. "I'll miss Quidditch." At his curious noise, she looked up again, a longing expression on her face. "My muscles are too badly damaged. The healers don't think I'll be able to fly a broom properly again, let alone swing a club at the same time." She sneered bitterly into her glass of water. Healer Webb kindly suggested Muggle golf. "I don't think so somehow. You'll never play again," he said, sadly. She shook her head. "No. Well," she sighed again, and put down her water. "They only told me a few days ago. They were asking me what I wanted to do with my life, to check I wouldn't have problems, and I said Quidditch. You should have seen the looks on their faces. Stupid Healer Webb. I don't think that's a very sensible career for a lovely girl like you. Did you see her when you came in?" "I don't think so. What does she look like?" "She's really old. All thin and wrinkly and evil. Kinda shivered, glaring at the far wall. Mum's aunt. When I got put in here, she sent Webb an owl asking her to look out for me." "What do your family think of all this?" he asked, tentatively. "I mean, it was Blaise that did this to you. He's in Azkaban now." She nodded, a grim smile curling her lips. At least something good came out of it. Mum and Dad come to see me once a week for 20 minutes or something, giving interviews to the Prophet about how angry they are at Blaise. How betrayed they feel. I can just tell that they aren't sorry at all. My dad is like Blaise. He probably thinks I just got in the way of Blaise's glorious work. I'm sorry they think that way, he said, and he truly did feel sorry for her. Not only had she lost her future in Quidditch, but her family too, and a great deal of her education. He put an arm gently around her shoulders. She leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder, and it turned into a cuddle. He had missed her scent so much. It was just a tiny thing, something he'd never noticed before, but she smelled oddly warm and comforting, like a soft blanket on a cold night. I missed you, her voice said in his ear. She took a little breath in. I hoped you'd come and see me. It gets really lonely here, with only the healers and my stupid parents once a week. He'd never known Kinda to be somebody who ever felt lonely, but this just made him realize how horrible it must have been for her here, with no friends coming to see her. He patted her back as gently as he could, careful not to hurt her, and then he asked, softly, where are you going once you're allowed out? She smiled into his neck. I thought you'd ask me that. I've got good news. Dumbledore wrote to me a few weeks ago. He said that because I'd missed so much time off school, and I hadn't taken my newts or anything, he'd let me back in to do 7th year again. So I can get some proper qualifications and a decent job. After all, I can't play Quidditch anymore. So you're coming back, he said, happily. That's great. You'll be with all of us then. What subjects did you take at Newt? Dark arts, pure arts, potions, care of magical creatures, herbology and muggle studies, she replied. Did you take any of them? He nodded. Pure arts, potions, dark arts, magical creatures. So we'll be together in at least some classes. He smiled, and gently, he kissed her cheek. Once again, he was suddenly hit with the realization of how much he had missed her. Her confidence and laid-back attitude rubbed off on him, and made him feel that no matter how bad things go, there was always a future out there somewhere. Do you know who's doing dark arts this year? She asked, still resting against him, her breath coming in warm little streams across his neck. Lupin, he murmured. He's lasted 3 terms now. I think that thing about the dark arts job being jinxed was just coincidence. She nodded a little, and he felt her lips smile against his neck. No collar today. Got you properly trained at last, have they? He smiled. Yes. I was supposed to have it on now though, but I just left it at home. She laughed softly, that rich chuckle of pure amusement. You're in trouble when you get home, huh? I'd like to see him catch me, said Harry, grinning. He hugged her close to him again, gently rubbing her back. He gave a little sigh of happiness. He had the feeling that this was all he needed, somebody to love and look after, even though he knew he would never admit it to anybody, not even Kinda. So, what's with the disguise anyway? She asked, curiously, reaching up to rub some of his own spikes between her fingers. You really look different. Oh, he said, remembering the Daily Prophet article, with a sinking feeling in his stomach. You see, I sort of needed to get into the building without being recognized. She drew back, and raised an eyebrow at him with a mild smile. On the run now, are you? Sort of, he admitted. There were a lot of reporters outside. And, well, I don't exactly know how to say this, but in the Daily Prophet this morning. To his surprise, she chuckled. I'm not so ill that I can't read a paper, Harry. You know, he said, raising his eyebrows. She nodded with a little smile. Webb came bustling in here this morning while I was eating breakfast, waving it around and demanding to know what I was playing at, dating a boy of Gryffindor heart. She grinned. I proved to her that I can still throw a little. It took them ages to get the baked beans off the wall. So, you're not mad? He said, hopefully. Of course I'm not, she said, and then she winked. You didn't think I'd do a key and tell and sell my story to the papers now, did you? He grinned. No, I just didn't know whether you'd want the attention or not. There was something about Ron and Hermione. Ron's probably still going to be purple from embarrassment 20 years from now. They could disguise him like you, she said, playing with a tuft of Harry's owned hair. I'm sure he'd love that. There was suddenly a knock on the door, and Harry looked around, not letting go of Kinda, who rested her head on his shoulder almost defiantly. It creaked open, and the face of a very stern-looking old woman peered in at them. You have another visitor, she said, sniffily. Oh, who? Asked Kinda, vaguely, nuzzling into Harry's neck as she did. The old woman's eyes narrowed at that. It is another man. If you don't already have enough of them. She pushed open the door, and stalked away, as Snape came into the room. He didn't seem ruffled at the sight of Kinda cuddled up to Harry. "We're going now, Potter, we can return next week, I dare say." He glanced at Kinda. "Miss Zabini, how are you feeling?" "Much better. Thanks, Professor," she said, smiling, and loosening her arms around Harry's neck. She winked at him. "See you soon, Harry. By the way, did you get my potion?" He grinned, and said, "Yeah, I did. Oh. I nearly forgot. I've got you something." He reached into his pocket, and found the little box he'd put there earlier. He handed it to her gently, and said, "It's not much." She opened it, with an eager look in her eyes, and then her lips melted into a smile. "Harry, thank you." She kissed his cheek. "You're too kind." He smiled, and uncomfortably aware Snape was watching, he gave her a last hug, then stood up. "I'll see you really soon. Do you mind if Ron, Ginny and Draco come next time?" "Sure they can," she said, with a smile. "I'd love more visitors." Snape held the door open, and Harry gave her a last wave, before Snape pushed him neatly out, shut the door, and said, "Come on, Romeo, we have the press to fool." Harry didn't really care about the Prophet reporters anymore really. He quite wanted one of them to recognize him, so he could just smile and say, "No comment," then bounce off. He practically skipped out of the third floor, with Snape hot on his heels, and they met Tonks at the staircase. "How is she?" asked Tonks, with a smile. "She's fine," Harry chirruped, giving a little hop as he started down the stairs. "Could you guess?" Snape muttered, sarcastically, as he and Tonks followed Harry down the staircase and back into the lobby. Before they headed for the exit, Tonks grabbed him and did a quick check that his disguise was in place. "Apart from the fact you've got key marks all over your face, you look fine to me," she said, brightly. She took a tissue out of the pocket of her fur coat, and dabbed his face, just like a mother upon finding dirt on their son's nose. "Off we go then. They'll have started the decorating by now, so we can still join in." They slipped carefully through the window of the department store, leaving St. Mungo's behind and stepping out into the Muggle street beyond. All the Daily Prophet reporters were too busy watching the people going into St. Mungo's to notice the bee-owned boy who came out, grinning from ear to ear, leading two bemused-looking adults down the street and away. "Harry, stay still and stop wriggling around, dear. Can't I just go and decorate?" "No, not yet." Mrs. Weasley slapped another palmful of Madame Madmop's natural hair color restorative into his hair, scrubbing vigorously. "Really, Tonks, I thought you knew what you were doing," she sighed. "I did," Tonks insisted. "How was I to know you weren't supposed to use a bee-owned charm on black hair?" Mrs. Weasley sighed again, and stood back to peer at Harry's head. He was sitting on a stool with his face hanging over the sink, his hair covered in the color restorative, a towel wrapped around his shoulders. "Well, at least he's not ginger anymore," Mrs. Weasley said, heavily. "Poor lamb. I think we'll need some more of this stuff, it's still dark red." Harry gave a little sigh. Tonks had fixed his eyes back to normal easily, and a quick wipe with a facecloth and his scar was back, but then they had tried to return his hair to its regular color. Nobody would tell him what had happened when Tonks first tried the counter charm, but Draco had said, heavily, "You don't want to know, Potter." There were footsteps in the kitchen door, and when Harry peered under his arm, he saw Snape coming in with a large goblet of something. "What's that?" he said, worriedly. "Various things which strip out colorants," said Snape. "It would have been brewed sooner, had the Black family used their brains and invested in a cauldron made of something slightly more hard-wearing than plastic. And we just pour it over his head, do we?" said Mrs. Weasley, taking the goblet from him. Snape raised an eyebrow. "A steady trickle would be slightly more effective than simply sloshing it over Potter, but as you wish." Harry braced himself as Mrs. Weasley gently tipped the foul-smelling potion over his head. It ran down under his jaw and across his forehead, and all the time, there was a very worrying hissing sound coming from the sink below him. After a few moments, the last of the draft drained away down the plug, and Mrs. Weasley started examining his hair. "Marvelous, it's black at last." She threw a towel over his head, and started to rub his hair dry rather vigorously. Harry could dully hear the sounds of explosions coming from upstairs, though nobody thought any of this was out of the ordinary. Mrs. Weasley smiled, and said, promptly, there now, lovely. All back to normal. Can I go and help now? Asked Harry. Of course you can. But be careful when you walk in. Make sure they've not just lit a firework, said Mrs. Weasley, smiling down at him, and he hurried out of the kitchen, heading for the staircase. He followed the sound of voices, and eventually found where everybody else was. He knocked on the closed door of one of the bedrooms, and called, can I come in? The door opened, and Ron grinned out at him. He was covered in paint, and had even managed to get some in his ears. Not ginger anymore. Luckily, said Harry, grinning back. They both stepped inside, and shut the door. Harry was amazed at what they'd managed to do to the room that had been black until recently. Everything was a shade of warm beige, and everyone was standing around with their wands, using quick drying charms on the paint. All right, Harry, Fred called from across the room. Yeah, thanks, he said, as he drew out his wand, and started to help Ron dry the wall near the door. George strolled around behind them, acting like the boss of a large factory. Good work everyone, jolly good work. Keep this up and we might get this all done by the time the sun collapses in on itself. Why don't you actually do some work, as you're so good? Said Ginny over her shoulder. I am working, for your information, he said to her, pompously. I'm doing the most important job of shouting at you all until you actually work faster. Oh, George, said Bill. We're not doing badly. Maybe we should split up though, so we could get more rooms done at once. We still need to figure out how to get Mrs. Black's portrait down from the hallway. We could do that now, said Mr. Weasley. Remus, Tonks should be up in a moment or two. Could you two supervise Fred, George and Ginny in here? The rest of us can go and start work on rehoming Mrs. Black to the dustbin. And so Ron, Draco, Harry and Bill all followed Mr. Weasley out of the bedroom, and down the stairs into the hall, passing Tonks on the way. Snape was already ahead of them, and was standing just outside the Mrs. Black danger zone, deep in thought. Any ideas of how to get it off the wall, Professor? Asked Draco, instantly beeping up to Snape. Many, said Snape, each foiled in some way. The old hag was a typical Black, only ever lending their brain to unimportant things. I'm related to them, said Draco, looking slightly hurt. Said Snape, apparently not bothered. The problem is that we can't get near enough to try and remove the curse, said Bill. Any noise made near her and she'll wake up. It's impossible to block out all that screaming enough to concentrate. Well, what's behind that wall? Said Ron. Everybody turned to look at him. I mean, there must be something there. There's just not a door. Look at the shape of the house, there must be a room or solid concrete or something there. And your point is? Said Draco. Ron shrugged. Why bother trying to get her off the wall if we don't even need the wall? We could just knock it through into the other room. Quietly, he stepped through into the danger zone, and tapped with his knuckles on the wall. It's hollow, he whispered. We could do with Mad Eye here to tell us what's in there, said Mr. Weasley. Well, I suppose it won't be anything dangerous, if the room has been sealed for as long as Sirius said it has. There's no harm in trying. What if that wall's supporting the house or something? Said Harry. It won't be, Bill assured him. All wizard buildings aren't supported by the buildings themselves. They're held up by magic. You could knock out the entire of the bottom floor, but as long as you left one thing connecting the upper floor to the ground, it wouldn't fall. Mr. Weasley smiled a little, rolling up his sleeves. Well then, sleeves up everyone, wands out. A good reductor curse should blast through it, if we all aim directly for the painting. They all nodded, and drew out their wands, standing back. On the count of 3, said Mr. Weasley. Ready. 1, 2, 3. Reducto. They all cried at once, swishing their wands over their heads, and bullets of red light burst from the ends of their wands. They all hit the painting dead on. There was a tremendous bang that shook the whole house, and in an explosion of plaster and bits of wood, dust flew everywhere, obscuring their view. The smoke and dust gradually filtered away, falling in a gray cloud and leaving wispy streaks floating near the ceiling. Through the haze, Harry could see the wall where Mrs. Black's portrait once hung, blasted apart with a huge hole right where the painting once was. Mr. Weasley coughed, waving his hand in front of him to try and dispel some of the smoke, as they all stepped forward to peer through the hole into the room beyond. It's too dark, said Mr. Weasley. Let's see. Lumos. The tip of his wand glowed with a tiny little light, and carefully, he reached through the hole into the darkness. The circle of light washed over what looked like a pile of wooden chests and many scrolls of paper, covered in dust, and clearly placed there years and years before. How odd, said Mr. Weasley, frowning pensively. Family documents, perhaps. He gripped a bit of the plaster and pulled, gradually widening the hole, enough for them all to step through. They all lit their wand tips and crouched down by the mass of parchment. Bill, who had just picked up one of the rolls, was unraveling it and reading slowly with a frown upon his face. What language is this? He said, showing it to his father. The lines are in different scripts. That's Egyptian there, then Norse runes, that looks like Chinese, and I'm sure that's Cyrillic on the line below. Draco had picked up another scroll. Harry watched over his shoulder as he opened it up. This is ancient runes. Something about loss of, what's that? Mortality. I'm sure it is. Does it mean death? Loss of mortality and death are very different things, said Snape. He took the parchment from Draco and read it aloud, only pausing once or twice. Many things in this world provide a loss of mortality. Concentrated vampire blood, unicorn blood, the eggs of the phoenix crushed into a fine powder. All must be combined together to create the brew of everlasting life. Ron said, suddenly, from across the room. Dad, I think I know what this is all about. They all crowded around Ron, staring at the parchment he had unrolled. As the light washed over it, they all understood. There, at the very bottom of the paper, was the dark mark, inked in green and black. Voldemort, Harry whispered. A few people flinched. And immortality. Do you think these are all his notes? When he was looking for something to bring him eternal life. What would they be doing in the Black household? Said Mr. Weasley, frowning. Perhaps he gave them to her to look after, said Bill. He raised an eyebrow. All the Blacks apart from Sirius were Voldemort's supporters, weren't they? If he found what he needed for immortal life, he would have given the scrolls to somebody he could really trust. What about my family? Said Draco. Surely the Malfoys would have been a more logical choice. The two families joined together though, said Bill. Because of your mother. Voldemort would also need a very, very safe place to hide the scrolls. Malfoy Manor is safe, said Draco, a little hurt. Bill looked a little reluctant for a moment, and then said, look at it this way. Grimmauld Place, the House of the Blacks, is still standing. It's not been raided yet by the Ministry or anything. But Malfoy Manor was taken away because of a technicality, said Draco, frowning. This doesn't matter, said Mr. Weasley, hurriedly. Stop fighting. If these really are the notes that you know who used, we need experts to come and translate them. Find out how he did it. There might be a way to break his immortality. Which of us can read these? I could translate the runes, said Snape. I'll help, said Draco. I can do the hieroglyphics, and some of the Norse runes, said Bill. Though we'll need more people. We should get these sent off to the Ministry, Dad, they've got experts there. We don't want anything to ruin the parchment. Of course, said Mr. Weasley. You're right. Everybody out. We need to keep them all safe and untouched until the Ministry arrive. I'll send a message to Cornelius right away. Bill, could you send an owl to your boss at Gringotts? Tell him we'll need translators, and lots of them. No problem, said Bill, as he stepped out of the room and hurried away up the stairs. Mr. Weasley shepherded the rest of them out of the dark vault. This is such a discovery, and who would have thought there was another reason for Mrs. Black to hang her portrait there? It was a guard. A decoy, almost. Arthur, said Mrs. Weasley, peering out of the kitchen at them all, as they emerged from the scrolls room, covered in dust. What's wrong? Has something happened? Yes, Molly, he said, breathlessly, as he headed away up the stairs, calling over his shoulder. We've just found the key to the downfall of the Dark Lord once and for all. She stood in the kitchen door staring after him, and after a moment, she said, blandly. All right then. Dinner's at 6. Harry, Ron, Draco and Ginny all loitered at the top of the stairs to watch as the ministry men arrived, and started levitating the delicate scrolls and trunks out of the hidden vault. Bill and Mr. Weasley had lots of serious conversations. Mrs. Weasley was rushing back and forth making tea for everyone, and as the 4 teenagers were just eating their evening meal, a pack of goblins arrived, with lots of clipboards and magical photography equipment. Harry was very interested to hear Bill speaking gobbledygook to the goblins, with lots of hand gestures and nodding. The goblins didn't stay for long. They took down what Bill was saying, then left, debating the information on the clipboards in low voices. The 4 teenagers were just tucking into Mrs. Weasley's homemade strawberry ice cream and raspberries when Mr. Weasley came tottering up the stairs, carrying his prized television. Here you are, he said, putting it down with a little groan. Molly thinks you could all do with something to entertain you while the ministry are clearing things out, and Fred and George won't let you join in with the decorating. They'll just ruin it. Fred's voice shouted from the floor above. You know what Ron's like with a paintbrush. Ron frowned and muttered something incoherent as his father adjusted the television, and drew his wand. Special charm, said Mr. Weasley, smiling. Just been passed from the Department of Experimental Charms. It powers Muggle electrical objects. And as I'm the Minister for Inter-Muggle Relations, they thought it would be useful. He smiled, flicked his wand at the television and said, Amario. The television instantly flickered into use, and the screen filled with a large picture of a rabbit. Several puppets had a real rabbit at the bottom of the screen, and were playing with it, pointing out its wiffly nose and long ears. Ron recoiled backwards, and cried, Stop them. They'll kill it. They're puppets, Draco sighed. They're not alive. How do you know? Ron said, rounding on him. Draco reached up, and whipped a sock off the pile of laundry Tonks was carrying past. He pulled it over his hand, miming a biting motion. Is this sock dangerous? Knowing you, Ron muttered. Harry moved forward, and pressed the button on the television to change the channel. The rabbit and the puppets vanished, replaced by a man with a comb-over, reading the Muggle news. Good evening, and welcome to the news, said the man, with a little smile, shuffling his papers. The time is 6 p.m. Ron checked his watch, and whispered, He's right, you know. Imagine that, said Draco, quietly. Luckily, Ron didn't hear him. The headline news you're tuning into, said the newsreader, as pictures appeared in the top right of the screen. Another Egyptian tomb has been newly discovered, quite some distance away from the Valley of the Kings. Experts are already on the scene, though it appears the tomb was already breached by robbers, and little remains of the original site. A few paintings on papyrus have been found, and these will be taken to a museum as soon as possible. Getting bored, Harry was about to change the channel back to the puppets and their rabbit, when a picture flashed up on the screen which made him stop dead. It was that face, the crocodile-mouthed hawk-eyed face, grinning at him from the top right corner. Harry gave a strangled gasp, and pointed at it. Look. The picture, however, had just faded into a shot of a baby lamb beeping from a milk bottle. Draco stared at Harry in amazement, and Ginny blinked, but Ron gasped and leaned in for a closer look. Whoa, what is that? It looks kinda vicious. No, not that, said Harry. The thing on before. The face. Oh, that painting, said Ginny. She shrugged. What was wrong with it? I've seen it before, said Harry. In the glass of the jewelry shop, and I've dreamt about it. They all gave him wide-eyed looks. Harry looked around at his friends, and then Ginny said, quietly, So. Harry felt his face starting to burn. Haven't you ever seen it? They shook their heads. He now felt incredibly stupid at making such a big deal of seeing a face before, and he was realizing what an idiot he must have seemed grabbing Lupin's arm in the shopping center. Luckily, Ron wasn't dwelling on the subject, and messing around with the television again. In a few minutes, Harry's moment of oddness seemed to be forgotten, as Ron was learning avidly about Muggle rabbits. Ginny seemed interested, but wasn't too thrilled, more concerned about finishing her ice cream, and Draco was pretending to be bored. Harry could see his eyes fixed on the television though, and a hint of a smile curled his thin lips as the presenter was being particularly patronizing to one of the puppets. Harry, however, was very bored. He'd learnt all about rabbits when Dudley got one for his birthday a while ago, but tired of it quickly, and Harry was left to clean it out and care for it. Leaving his friends with the puppets on television, Harry took his bowl down to the kitchen, then headed upstairs again, going down a corridor, moving in the general direction of the ladder to the attic. Fred and George were now up there painting, by the sound of things, and all the content was piled around the bottom of the ladder. Harry glanced over the old paintings, house elf heads, moth-eaten armchairs and cardboard boxes of what could be described as junk at best. His eyes then fell upon something else, a large wooden trunk, on which was carved, the members of magic. Harry remembered it very well. A year ago, he had opened this trunk and found he was related to Ron, and also the family tree of his magical guardian, Peter Peelish. He hadn't seen it in quite a while. Deciding that it couldn't hurt to have a look, he sat down cross-legged on the floor, and prized the lid open. It swung open. Inside were the familiar scrolls of parchment, tied with lengths of ribbon in various colors and widths, piled right down from the bottom of the trunk. Each piece of parchment had a wizarding family tree on it, as far back as it could be traced, and even though Harry hardly knew any of the people on the trees he found, he amused himself for a few minutes just reading through them and listening to Fred and George arguing in the attic about something. After about 20 minutes of just reading, he started to come across people he knew, and found himself absorbed in them. He found Luna Lovegood was descended from a lot of astronomers and philosophers, which wasn't much of a surprise, and to his delight, he once again found Peter's tree. The 18-year-old boy in the picture waved up at him, smirking, and the girl next to him, Jilly, was smiling ever so slightly too. He then looked upwards, following the lines back, and finding that their mother was the daughter of one Baron Mortimer Carnet, the Bloody Baron. It was odd to think that Peeves, Peter's alter ego, was the grandson of the gaunt Bloody Baron, but really, there were obvious links. The Baron was the Slytherin ghost, and Harry knew that Peter had been in Slytherin. He was quite a good Slytherin, by the sound of it. The Baron was also the only person who could ever really control Peeves, and quite obviously so. Harry knew he would behave properly if his grandfather was covered in silvery bloodstains that nobody knew the origin of. Wondering whether the family tree would have this information, Harry glanced along the minuscule text underneath the Baron. He couldn't help but smile. The Baron had apparently been at a fancy dress party, wearing the costume of a Georgian lord that had been murdered, and for effect, had daubed fake blood on himself. He'd then drunk too much, and drowned in the fish pond after deciding a midnight swim was a good idea. No wonder the Bloody Baron didn't talk about it much. Harry looked around, and saw Ginny standing at the end of the corridor. "Hi," he said. "How's the rabbit program?" "Ron and Draco are both pretending they don't want to sing along," she said, walking over. "What are you doing?" "Just looking through this," said Harry. He rolled up the scroll, retied the ribbon, and put it back in the box. Ginny sat down next to him, and he explained all about the family trees, showing her the interesting ones he had found. Ginny seemed particularly intrigued in Luna's, and then when they found Harry's, they spent a good few minutes just looking back through all the people there. Harry recognized some of them, having seen them in the Mirror of Erised years ago, and they all smiled and waved at him from the pictures. Harry wasn't sure what he'd been expecting of his family. He knew that a lot of people would have been hoping for generations and generations of powerful and prominent warlocks, who did marvelous things and met heroic ends, but really, the Potters were just normal people. One of his great-great-grandfathers had worked at Ollivanders, and there was a man several centuries back who made cauldrons. A woman with silky black hair to her waist had been captured by Muggle witch hunts, though during her burning, she apparated away and spent the rest of her life in Devon. That was probably the most exciting thing that happened to any of the Potters. But somehow, this made Harry feel better. The Potters were just normal people, a normal family, who told the sort of stories that would only ever be interesting at family parties when everyone was drunk. "Hey, Harry, look at this." Harry glanced up from his family tree, to see that Ginny had just unrolled a blood-red scroll with black and silver writing. He leant over her shoulder to read it, and realized after a few moments that it was Professor Snape's bloodline. It was, in simple terms, a very, very messed up family. Inbreeding had taken place on numerous occasions, and there were about 10 times more murdered people than people who had just died of old age. Lines crisscrossed here and there. When somebody died, their spouse married somebody else, who promptly murdered them and married yet another person. Harry tried to trace Snape back directly with his finger, following father's. He could pick out very similar hooked noses, dark eyes, greasy black hair, that same sour-cheeked expression. Most, if not all, had met sticky ends. Snape's great-great-grandfather had been killed in a polyjuice potion accident, and another man had died in what was referred to as the reason why needle bats and serenity candles do not mix. Ginny was wearing a very pinched expression as Harry glanced up at her. Real happy family, huh? Yeah, he said, grimly. He glanced down at the tree, noticing black bees next to the names of most males. What does the B stand for? I can think of something that's appropriate to Snape, said Ginny, corners of her mouth twitching. No, seriously. She shrugged. Beastly, maybe, bland, backstabbing, bothersome, bitter, born of siblings, maybe. B for born to be boring. Maybe it's for blah. As in, blah 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 potions blah antidotes blah you are not working up to a sufficient standard blah. There's a date next to it though, said Harry. He pointed. Oh, I see. It's for birth date. Ginny grinned, studying the date underneath Snape's name. Damn, he's had a hard life. There was suddenly a lot of noise from downstairs, the sound of the door banging open, somebody shouting. Harry and Ginny jumped and turned around. Arthur. A man's voice that Harry didn't recognize was shouting. Arthur. Quickly. Come quickly. With a worried look at each other, Harry and Ginny got up and hurried towards the stairs, just in time to see Mr. Weasley come out of a door in the hall and look up at the shadow of another man in the doorway. What is it? Mr. Weasley asked, blinking. Arthur. The man sighed. Thank Merlin you're here. There's been an attack, Arthur, it's Death Eaters. They got into St. Mungo's and, oh Arthur, you have to come. The healers won't be able to hold them off for long. Mr. Weasley was going pale. He grabbed his coat from the side, just as Lupin and Tonks appeared out of another door. An attack. On St. Mungo's, said Lupin. The man in the door nodded frantically. Death Eaters, about 6 of 'em. Just strolled in and started cursing. We'll come too, said Tonks, as she drew her wand. Where are Snape and Bill? I'm here, said Snape's cold voice from behind Harry. He blew down the stairs so fast it looked as though he flew, and his wand was already out in his hand. Have the Muggles noticed? The young man shook his head, panting slightly. No, it was all inside the waiting area. Contained attack. We don't want the Muggles to realize if at all possible, but we've. Mrs. Weasley had come out of the kitchen at all the shouting, wooden spoon in hand. What's happened, Arthur? She said. There's been a Death Eater attack, Molly, said Mr. Weasley, already heading out of the door. On St. Mungo's. Wait. One moment, I'll get my wand. She said, but Mr. Weasley cut her off. No, Molly, stay here, he said. Stay with the children, this might be a distraction to get Harry or Draco. We're coming too though, Ron said, looking down at his father hopefully. Aren't we? Please Dad, we're of age, we can help the ministry. Absolutely not, said Mr. Weasley. You're staying here with your mother. Bill, where are you? Bill hurried out of the lounge and ran after them, as all the adult wizards left the house, slamming the door. Harry saw them crossing the square through the frosted glass, but Mrs. Weasley pulled the curtains over, and shooed them all upstairs. She sent them into the drawing room, and the moment the door shut, Ron said, angrily, why can't we go and help? Come on, we deserve a chance. Speak for yourself, said Draco, sinking gracefully into an armchair and making himself at home. We'd be slaughtered. We've got as much skill as anybody, said Ron. We're coming up to 17, and we were fighting in the siege. Why can't we fight now? Correction, said Ginny. Draco was fighting in the siege. You and me were stuck behind a bubble, and Harry was tied up. We couldn't fight. She sighed, and patted Ron consolingly on the shoulder. Come on, it's not a big thing, they won't need our help. The ministry will sort it all out soon enough. There are only 6 of them. But what if more are coming? Said Ron, hotly. You know who doesn't just send in 6 Death Eaters. There'll be hundreds on their way now. Ginny shook her head. There won't be. The Muggles will notice if there are. He'll want the Muggles to notice, Ron argued. He wants to cause a big scene, remember? Not just on the Wizarding World, he wants the entire world. Since when were you the spokesperson for the Dark Lord? Draco drawled, coldly. Ron glared at him, but clearly this comment had put him off. He sunk into an armchair with a defeated sigh, crossed his arms, and stared up at the ceiling. It's still unfair though. It doesn't matter how many there are, we should be allowed to help. What was it Dumbledore said at the end of last year? We all need to stand together to fight against you-know-who. And yet they're leaving us out of it. Harry should at least be allowed to go, he's the expert on you-know-who. Draco rolled his eyes. Weasley, Potter is wanted by the Dark Lord. If he is found or even glimpsed by a Death Eater, he'll just be massacred immediately. It's like sending the king out to do a pawn's job. Ron turned to Harry, his eyes flashing, looking surprisingly like Hermione. He opened his mouth to possibly demand Harry's opinion, or try and get Harry on his side in the argument, but he fell silent at the look on Harry's face. What's up with you? Harry was quiet for a moment. He then said, unable to keep the worry from his voice, kind as in St. Mungo's. They won't get past the entrance hall, said Ginny, consolingly. Honestly, Harry, look at all the qualifications healers need. Loads of defense, the dark arts and everything. They'll be able to fight the Death Eaters back. She patted him on the arm. Don't worry. See, said Ron, viciously to Draco. If kinda gets killed, it'll be your fault. My fault. Draco snarled, abandoning his superior coolness immediately. How will it be my fault? Did I stop you going to help? No. If you want to get yourself cursed into 100 little bits, then go ahead, just go running out there to get mown down, do us all a favor. You just. Ron began, furiously, but Harry decided then and there he was sick of it already. Stop it, he said, firmly. Just stop fighting. Nobody's proving anything. He sat back in his chair, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes. All we can do is wait. It was 2 hours before Harry, Ron, Ginny and Draco heard the front door opening downstairs, and people coming in. They all leapt out of their chairs and rushed from the room, only to be intercepted by Bill Weasley. Hey, back in the drawing room, he said. There's an order meeting about to take place, you're not allowed to hear. What happened? Said Harry, hurriedly. Please, just tell us. Is anybody dead? Are the Death Eaters gone? They disapparated, said Bill. We managed to take out 2 of them, and the rest of them just realized they weren't going to get any further than the waiting room. Everybody's fine, Harry, don't worry. The moment the Death Eaters entered the building, the witch at the welcome desk got the safety measures in place. There were only a few little injuries. Lupin got a bloody nose, I think, and Snape got a nasty cut on his neck, but it's being sorted out now. Why can't we join in with the order meeting? Said Ron, angrily. Come on, Bill, please. No, Ron, Bill said firmly. You're not members. Why? Said Ron. Bill looked at him blankly for a moment, then said, vaguely, no idea, but you're not allowed to hear. Don't cause a fuss, Ron, I'm supposed to be in there right now. Bill, said a voice from down the corridor. They all looked up. Lupin was standing before them, a wad of white cloth held under his nose, soaking up the blood. Dumbledore wants to see the children while any injuries are cleared up. Ron dodged past Bill before his older brother could stop him, and hurried over to Lupin. He wants us to join, doesn't he? I'm not sure, said Lupin. He just told me to bring you all to him. Harry, Ginny, Draco, come on. Bill, if you're not hurt, could you help tend to the injuries? Everybody's in the lounge. Bill nodded. As Lupin led Harry, Ron, Ginny and Draco towards the kitchen, Bill headed off in a different direction towards the lounge. Harry noticed he was limping on every other step, but he had no time to ponder this, as Lupin opened the door of the kitchen. Albus. They're here, he said. Sitting in a chair at the old wooden table was Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, dressed in long purple robes decorated in gold stars. As always, when seeing Dumbledore again after a break, Harry felt an odd sense of calm and safety. The headmaster smiled at them all, drawing out chairs with a flick of his wand. Sit down. Children, how is your holiday so far? Homework out of the way. Potions homework, said Draco, idly. As if you'd dare leave it until the last week with Snape in the house, Ron muttered. Dumbledore chuckled slightly. Good. Good, and Harry? How are you? Harry smiled. Fine, thanks, a bit bored, but okay. Marvelous. Now, I'm sure you all know that I have called you here for a reason. Dumbledore peered at them over the top of his half-moon spectacles. A very serious reason. Any ideas? You want us to join the Order, said Harry, quietly. Dumbledore nodded. I do, Harry, you may have wondered why I left it quite so long to offer you an invitation. The truth is that I wanted to wait until Miss Weasley was of age, so I wasn't extending the offer to all but one. It is dreadful to be the only one left out. What about Hermione? Said Ron. Isn't she joining? I went to visit Miss Granger earlier, said Dumbledore. Also, Mr. Longbottom, Miss Lovegood, and Miss Zabini. I believe it is time for a new generation to join our ranks. Though I must speak with you now, this is not something to be taken lightly, in the slightest. The Order of the Phoenix is still a secret organization, completely unknown to Voldemort or any of his followers. This is the way I wish for it to stay. He reached into his pocket, and took out a scroll of parchment, a quill, and a bottle of ink. Therefore, you will all have to sign to promise your secrecy. This is a magical contract, somewhat like the ones used for marriage and magical guardians, and I should warn you now that those who break such a contract are punished most heavily by magic itself. You cannot go back on such a thing. Harry picked up the quill without any hesitation. Dumbledore smiled, unrolled the parchment, and held it still as Harry signed his signature on the dotted line. He knew that he would never join the dark side, and would never willingly help Voldemort in any way at all. Ron and Ginny clearly felt the same. They signed their names right after Harry, though when Draco was handed the quill, he glanced up at Dumbledore. Does this contract forbid loyalty to a Death Eater as a person? He asked, raising one eyebrow. I shall sign nothing which requires me to hate my own family. Dumbledore shook his head, and said, Don't worry, Draco. I would not dare force anybody to stop loving their family or friends. Happy with this answer, Draco took the quill, and carefully inked, Malfoy, on the line. And first name, please, Draco, said Dumbledore. Draco raised an eyebrow, and added his first name afterwards in brackets. There. Dumbledore smiled. Thank you all. I'm sure that you will make the Order very proud indeed. Now, I think it's about time you all attended your very first official meeting. Oh, one thing first. And from his pocket, he took 4 candles, then handed one to each of them. These are very secret. I hope you will all use them responsibly. Harry blinked as he received his own candle. You mean, not playing with matches? No, Harry, Dumbledore chuckled. Though, of course, that is very important. These are not normal candles. Every single member of the Order of the Phoenix has one of these candles, and if you light the flame, and speak the name of the person you wish to contact, their own candle will light, and you may speak to them. We use these to contact each other when Flow Powder, owls, portkeys and apparition are not possible. Cool, breathed Ron. But, hang on. What if we've got the thing in our pockets, when somebody wants to get in touch? We'll catch fire, won't we? No, said Dumbledore, with a small smile. The candle will simply become warm, until taken out into the air, at which point the candle will light and communication will be possible. What if it starts getting hot in lessons? Asked Ron. Simply ask if you may be excused, said Dumbledore. Most of the teachers at Hogwarts are members of the Order, and will let you leave. Come along now. You all have a meeting to attend, and I have one to give, coincidentally, the same one. They all stood up, and made their way from the kitchen into the hall, then down a corridor into the lounge. It was very dark, as the curtains were shut, and there was a great sense of importance in the air. Every single seat was taken, and there were more people standing around, tending to minor injuries and talking in low voices. A lot of eyes turned in their direction as Dumbledore led them in, though he nodded graciously, and gestured to the candle still in Harry's hand. The other members of the order all made noises of understanding, smiling at the new members, and from the back of the room, there was a loud whisper of, "Over here." Harry looked around, and saw Hermione Granger, Luna Lovegood, and Neville Longbottom standing by the back wall. Hermione was grinning and waving them over. They picked their way carefully through the crowd, and squashed up on the sofa that Hermione, Luna and Neville had saved. Ron got a hug from Hermione, and with slightly pink ears, he hugged her back. "How are you all?" she whispered. "What's been happening?" "Not much," said Ginny. "We've been inside all the time. Harry went to see Kinda a few days ago though, and there was that St. Mungo's thing earlier, but nothing apart from that." "What about you?" "Oh, doing homework, revising, the usual," said Hermione, airily. She turned to Harry, and smiled. "Did you get my present?" "Yeah," he said, smiling back. "It's really useful, thanks." "They are brilliant books," said Hermione, enthusiastically. "I bought one for myself, you know, just so I won't have to keep borrowing yours all the time. They're ever so good. It covers all sorts of techniques for revision, and could I possibly have everybody's attention, please?" Dumbledore was calling for quiet, and so Hermione hushed up about the Newt revision books. Dumbledore smiled around at everybody, standing up by the fireplace. "Firstly, I would like to thank you all for attending this meeting, as I know many of you now have busy schedules, so I am eternally glad to see you all here. Secondly, as you have all noticed, we welcome 8 new members to our ranks today. Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy, Ron and Ginny Weasley, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood, and Kinda Zabini have all agreed to join the order, though regretfully, Miss Zabini cannot be with us in person. A link by candles must suffice." He took his own candle from his pocket, placed it on the mantelpiece, and clicked his fingers. A little flame appeared on the wick, dancing in the darkness, and he murmured, "Zabini, kinda." There was a noise like a wind chime, and the next moment, an echoing voice filled the room. "Hello. Good evening, Miss Zabini," said Dumbledore, pleasantly. "There is an order meeting taking place, and we wish for you to be part of it. I do hope we aren't intruding upon something important." Harry could almost hear the smile in Kinda's voice. "It's okay, sir. I could do with the company." "I'm sure you could," said Dumbledore, with a little sigh. "How are things inside St. Mungo's, Kinda?" "To tell you the truth, I didn't even know we were under attack," said Kinda's voice. "There certainly wasn't any major damage done in my ward at least. The healers sorted out any injuries pretty quick. Things here are fine, I guess." "Good," said Dumbledore. He turned to the rest of the people present, and asked, "Were there any significant losses to our side?" "No," said Lupin, from his place near the bookshelves. "We've got everything sorted out. Nothing a good charm won't fix." "Excellent. Has the total count of losses in the siege been counted yet?" Dumbledore asked. "We lost quite a lot from the Ministry," said a dark-skinned witch nearby. "Only 3/4 of people who went to Hogwarts that day came back safely. Hogwarts pupils, I believe we lost around half." Dumbledore nodded solemnly. "Indeed we did. Slytherin seemed to suffer the heaviest casualties. We only have 30 left, out of 70. They'll have gone to join their parents," said the dark-skinned witch. "The Death Eaters, Dumbledore." "Objection," Snape said, coldly, from his seat near the fireplace. "I'll second that," said Kinda. "As will I," Draco said, in a tone not unlike Snape's. Snape swept his dark eyes around every face, and said, seriously, "I would like to dispel this ridiculous notion you all have of my house. Salazar Slytherin was not a Death Eater, nor was he an approver of the Dark Lord. Slytherin House, therefore, stands not for Death Eaters, but for the things the Sorting Hat describes once a year: ambition, cunning, independence. Not every Slytherin will become a Death Eater, and nor is every Death Eater a Slytherin." Nobody wanted to argue against this, and there was silence for a moment, before the Dark Witch said, with a raised eyebrow, "Then only 4/7 of Slytherin House will become Death Eaters." "By your logic," Snape drawled, "Slytherin House did not receive a single death, and 40 children simply vanished into thin air to join the Dark Lord. If they had joined forces with the Death Eaters, we would have seen them leaving the grounds in some way. Their bodies have not been found, the Dark Witch said, coldly. There are ways to dispose of bodies, said Snape, and luckily, he didn't elaborate. If I may speak, Dumbledore said, calmly, over the start of the Dark Witch's reply. We are not here to argue. However this happened, Slytherin House has lost the most students, though the other houses are not without losses. Because of this, I am lowering the barriers between houses at Hogwarts. There will not be house tables, but smaller tables where students of all houses and staff will mix together. The Quidditch tournament will be as it was last year, with mixed house teams, and house points. If there aren't house points, Hermione started loudly, but when everybody turned to look at her, she hushed her voice a little. Then students won't have anything to work for, she finished, quietly. Dumbledore smiled. Exactly the argument that came up in my own head, Miss Granger. Thank you. However, house points will not be abolished completely. My plan is to have a cumulative total for points, and once certain amounts are reached, for example, 100 cumulative house points, a reward for the school will be arranged. I'll vote for that, said Professor McGonagall's voice, crisply. Harry glanced around the crowd, and saw her sitting on a sofa with Professor Sprout, tiny little Professor Flitwick, and to his great surprise, Professor Alrister, the pure arts master. Alrister glanced at Harry, and gave a slight smile, before raising a hand. I'm with Minerva. Then we are settled, said Dumbledore, smiling slightly. And as with last year, there are more changes to be made at Hogwarts. Pure arts is currently being taught and learnt very well. Hear, hear, said Harry. Alrister gave him another smile. Thank you, Harry, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. Yes, as it has become such a popular subject, I have decided to introduce another new subject to be taught this year, miscellaneous magic. Penny Pebblebank has very kindly agreed to teach this to the students for an hour a week, and I hope it will be received well. What sort of things? Said Ron, tentatively. Dumbledore just smiled. You shall have to wait and see, Mr. Weasley. Now, he gave a little sigh. We must address our most important issue. Voldemort. What information do we have on his current activities and next targets? A young witch with green hair spoke up from the corner, stepping forward a little so her face could be seen properly. It's been hard getting any information from him, really. Yeah, said a man next to her, looking up from his hands. We have been trying though, but he's not even talking to Death Eaters anymore. Only ever Rookwood. After the siege, he sort of withdrew into the corridor with the vampires and necromancers in their cages, the woman said, raising her eyebrows. He spent all his time with them, just watching them being fed. You know the pureblood vampire girl he got. The rumor is he was actually feeding her himself. On his own blood. How old is she now? Asked Dumbledore, seriously. The man gave a nervous little laugh. We're not sure. You see, it looks as though he got bored with waiting for her to grow up. Spent a month looking after her, then I dunno, he realized she's not going to be grown up for quite a while. So he decided to just skip ahead, the woman said. He just had her drink from one of the necromancers, hoping she would absorb the skill. But she didn't. It turns out that it was a pretty bad move. She started to grow faster than she really should. She got to about 20 years old a few days ago. He just took her out of her cage, and took her away from the compound. We don't know where they went, but she wasn't with him when he came back. He killed her. She wasn't useful to him anymore. At least we now have one less worry, said Dumbledore, gravely. Do we have any idea where his next target is? None at all, said the woman. Well, as we said, he's being really secretive. He'll only let Rookwood in to see him. Says that Rookwood is his only truly loyal servant anymore, after Lestrange and Malfoy have been killed, and Snape's been shown as a traitor. He's sending Rookwood to do some weird things though, said the man next to her, his left eyebrow arching up. Robbing Muggle museums, mostly. Bringing back Egyptian artifacts and information. Every day, Rookwood goes out to one of the Muggle bookshops in London and brings back loads of book about ancient civilizations. We've got no idea what he's up to. They've unearthed a new tomb in Egypt, just today, the woman added. But the Muggles say it was pretty much empty, just a few paintings and stuff left. It was full until this morning. Rookwood must have caught wind of a tomb about to be discovered by the Muggles, and gone down there right before. Picked it clean. We don't know if he's looking for something in particular, or if Voldemort just wants to improve his collection. She smiled grimly. It's his new hobby. Odd, said Dumbledore, thoughtfully. Somehow, I doubt whether this is as innocent as it sounds. Perhaps he's decided to give the conquer of the world a miss, said the green-haired witch, grinning slightly. He might be planning to get on Muggle television with a documentary series. Voldemort's Wonderful World of History. There was a soft outbreak of laughter, and when it died down, Dumbledore smiled and said, "Well, I believe that is all. Would anybody like to stay for something to eat?" said Mrs. Weasley, hopefully. "You're all welcome, I'm sure." A few people murmured and nodded, while others stood up, heading for the door. Professors Sprout, Flitwick and McGonagall all gave the children fleeting smiles before they left, and when everybody who was going had gone, Harry looked around to see who had decided to stay. To his delight, Alrister remained. Harry quite wanted to talk to him. Dumbledore still stood by the fire. Some of Mr. Weasley's ministry friends were standing around and chatting to him. A.B. owned which that Harry didn't know was talking animatedly to Tonks, and all of Harry's friends were peeling themselves from the sofa. "A new subject," Hermione said, excitedly. "I wonder what we'll be learning. It's probably just other magic we don't get taught normally, like theory and stuff." Ron groaned. "If it is, we'd better not have to do a Newt exam about it." "Come on," said Ginny, heading towards the door. "Let's go help Mum with the cooking. Maybe we can wheedle out of Lupin what we'll be learning in Misk Magic." Everyone who was staying for something to eat gradually made their way through into the dining room, as Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Ginny and Draco all helped Mrs. Weasley conjure some basic food ingredients, and start cooking. They then learnt several valuable lessons. Neville and hot pans do not mix, dicing vegetables is harder than it looks, and that Draco just couldn't cook and was going to have to survive on takeaways for the whole of his adult life. Hermione had to run to rescue several times and show Draco the correct way to conjure sauce from a wand, rather than have it splattering absolutely everywhere. After half an hour of controlled mayhem, they finished meals for everybody, and carried the hot plates carefully through to the dining room. Everybody was sitting around the dining table, talking enthusiastically, except Snape, who was lurking around at the opposite end of the table to Alrister, shooting him some very dark looks every now and then. Harry handed him a plate of chicken and pasta with sauce. "Are you all right, Professor?" "Perfectly fine," said Snape, darkly, still glaring at Alrister and not even looking at what he was eating. "Harry," Alrister called, merrily, waving Harry over. "How are you?" "Fine, thanks," said Harry. He smiled, and as he crossed the room to give Alrister a plate of chicken and pasta, he distinctly heard Snape's snort of contempt. He pretended to have not noticed, and handed Alrister his plate with a smile. "Yourself." "I'm not so bad," said Alrister. He hadn't changed at all since Harry last saw him. Still tall, muscled, and dressed in very pirate-inspired clothes, Alrister was one of Harry's favorite teachers. His hair wasn't back in its usual ponytail for once, but long and loose around his shoulders, and when he swept it back to eat, Harry caught a flash of a gold hoop in the top of his ear. "Good holiday?" the teacher asked. Harry sat down next to him. "Yeah, pretty good so far. Boring though. How's the homework treating you?" asked Alrister. "Pretty good. I've been practicing every day." He grinned, and at Alrister's prompting expression, Harry stretched out his arms, concentrating on the day when he'd found out Kinda was going to live. Alrister watched intently, and for a moment, Harry was terrified nothing would happen, until he felt himself start to float upwards, just a few inches at first. Alrister grinned, and clapped. Very good, Harry." "Thanks," Harry beamed, as he sunk slowly back down onto his chair. "I can do fire as well, but Mrs. Weasley says no explosions at the dinner table." "Understandable," said Alrister, nodding wisely. "I'd ask how your love life was going, but I think the entire wizarding world already knows, Harry grinned sheepishly. "You read the Prophet. They really are quite obsessed with you, aren't they?" he said, sympathetically. Just a bit, said Harry, with a small smile, taking a sip of pumpkin juice from his goblet. Don't worry about it, Harry, said Allister. It'll all die down pretty soon, you mark my words. If I remember rightly, Dumbledore has some precautions set up in case the reporters try following you to Hogwarts. Kinda's coming back for another shot at 7th year, isn't she? Harry nodded, unable to stop himself smiling again. To redo her newts. Excellent, said Allister. Always a good student, kinda. Very hard working. Always ready and willing to demonstrate in front of the class. It should be interesting how she does in her newt exam of pure arts. We'll be preparing for them all year, so you'll all have some good practice. All year, said Harry, with wide eyes. What have we got to do? Allister smiled, tapping his nose. That would be telling now, wouldn't it? Harry laughed softly, and took another sip of pumpkin juice to quench his thirst. After a moment, he asked, have you joined the order? I have, Allister sighed. He looked rather worried at this. I think that the time has come to take some kind of action. It looks as though there are only 3 ways to deal with Voldemort. Fight, join or die. I'd rather avoid the last 2 if I can. So fight is my only option. When did you join the order? Asked Harry, interestedly. Just at the end of last year, Allister replied. Dumbledore came to see me, we had a chat, and here we are. This is your house, isn't it? Harry nodded. I inherited it from Sirius. It's sort of becoming a hotel though, anybody can stay here really. Draco and the Weasleys are here, Professor Snape, Professor Lupin, Tonks, where do you spend the holidays? Rookwood Castle, said Allister. The place is pretty much empty apart from me and my birds. And not that sort of bird, before you say anything. Harry laughed. He'd subconsciously missed Allister's sense of humor. He was a very carefree, cool sort of teacher, with quite a disregard for rules or ministry guidelines, and his natural good looks were quite a favorite feature of the girls. Hermione had always been quite taken with Allister, though to Harry's surprise, she hadn't even said hello to him. She was far too interested in listening to Ron chatter eagerly about their visit to the Muggle shopping center. Harry couldn't help but smile at this. He looked around the rest of the table, as he refilled his goblet with pumpkin juice and took a sip. Mr. Weasley and his ministry friends were debating whether Muggles were more advanced than wizards, Tonks and Lupin were talking to the rest of the Hogwarts students about new tests, Mrs. Weasley was badgering Bill about wearing his dragon hide boots indoors, and Snape was eating his meal in silence, as though there was nobody else in the room. He then glanced over at the bee-owned woman he had noticed earlier, and saw that she was smiling at him. Allister, noticing this, said through a mouthful of chicken, "Oh, Harry, this is Professor Pebblebank, she'll be teaching you Misk Magic this year." Harry smiled, and offered his hand. "Nice to meet you." "Likewise," she said, shaking hands with him and grinning. She had a pointed sort of face, and her bee-owned hair was cropped very short, so she looked remarkably like a pixie in a Muggle child's book. Her eyes were a bright shade of baby blue, exactly the same as her robes, and she was looking at Harry with a great deal of interest, as though he was somebody she hadn't seen in a long time. "I remember those eyes," she said, fondly, glancing at Lupin. Lupin smiled, turning around to join in the conversation. "Yes, everybody does. He's James with his mother's eyes." "You knew my mum," said Harry, looking at Professor Pebblebank in surprise. She nodded, grinning at him reminiscently. "We were at school together, best mates." "You've got her smile as well." "Has he?" said Lupin, mildly. "I always thought he looked like James when he laughed." Harry beamed. Lupin and Professor Pebblebank both grinned. "Yeah," she said. "That's Lily." Harry was intrigued. He'd only ever met his father's friends before, and it had never really occurred to him that Lily's friends were probably still alive. He knew very little about his mother. Everyone always told him how he had her eyes, and he knew that his mother was his link to both the Dursleys and the Weasleys, but that was about it. He dimly remembered something Snape said once, about him having his mother's fiery temperament and his father's despicable stubbornness, but Snape had despised both of Harry's parents. "Are you teaching Misk Magic, Professor?" asked Hermione from across the table, leaning forward to look very interestedly at Pebblebank. The professor nodded, helping herself to more pumpkin juice. Yeah, I am. You're a 7th year, are you? At Hermione's nod, Pebblebank grinned. I'm going to be doing different styles of magic with 7th years. We're going over some Chinese dragon magic, the magic of prehistoric wizards, Indian magic, loads of different things. Will we be doing a newt exam on it? Asked Ron, quickly. No, said Pebblebank. You'll get your newt level from all your grades averaged through the year. You've probably got enough exams to be going on with already, huh? Far too many, said Ron, stoutly, reaching for the pumpkin juice again. No, Ron, said Mrs. Weasley. You've had enough already. In fact, I think you should all be getting to bed. Hermione, Luna and Neville are all staying the night, but I don't want you up talking to all hours. We're decorating again tomorrow. All the teenagers at the table got up, and with a called goodnight to the adults, they made their way up the stairs to bed. Yet again, Harry found himself sitting back in an armchair in Snape's office, pinned in place by cold hands, his head resting on a pillow. The fingertips of his left hand were drifting around a bowl of water, and above his head in the darkness, he could see a serenity candle blazing, its bronze smoke creeping lazily through the shadows. Snape's face appeared above him next moment, and as always, the potions master asked, quietly, "Are you relaxed?" He nodded vaguely. One cold hand curled around his jaw, tilting his face up. Then he and Snape were eye to eye, emerald on onyx. Gradually, Snape's gaze started to go deeper, past his eyes, past his body, past his soul, right into his mind. That dark and soothing something was into his thoughts, rifling through them and examining each one at its leisure, though Harry wasn't complaining. It was better than the Imperious Curse to be like this. It was the feeling of not only being problem-free, but that any problems he would ever have could be singled out, and somebody else would deal with them, deal with his very emotions. His fingers were still drifting around in the bowl of water, as heat started to weep from them, boiling it. Harry could feel the little plumes of steam dancing from the surface, and he was vaguely aware of Snape's eyes still piercing into him, before. There was suddenly a bang so loud that Harry nearly jumped out of his skin. He was pitched out of nightmare into consciousness, as he bolted awake with a yelp. Ron stood with the door in his hand from where he had slammed it open. "Oh," he said. "Sorry, I thought you were awake." Harry gasped, covered his face and laid back down in bed, trying to stop his heart pounding in his chest. "It's okay," he said, croakily, after a moment or so. "I was dreaming, that's all." "Oh, what about?" asked Ron, sitting down on the end of his bed. "I wish I knew," said Harry quietly. He rubbed his eyes. Yet again, he had that odd, empty feeling, as though he'd just forgotten something very important. He could only remember fleeting snatches of his dreams. Something about Snape. And water. There was definitely water in there somewhere. He sighed. There was no point racking his brain for something that he had no hope of remembering. "Where's everybody else?" he asked, sleepily. "Downstairs," Ron shrugged. "Getting their breakfast." He handed Harry a brown envelope, and said, "From school, list of new books and stuff. Just arrived. We're going to Diagon Alley once everybody's up and dressed, so you can get everything then." Harry yawned slightly, as he tore open the envelope and read through the letter. Ron leant over his shoulder, comparing lists, and reading aloud. "A thorough guide to the black arts. Yep, I've got that. The Standard Book of Spells, grade 7. Yep, got it. Oh, new Transfiguration book there. Yura. Binns wants us to get a new textbook. I bet you there isn't a single picture in it. Hey, you've got one I haven't." He pointed to the last item on Harry's list, frowning. "Cold Blood. A Study of Magical Murder, by Baron Maleficia." Harry raised his eyebrows. "What have I got that for?" "Search me," said Ron, shrugging. "But it's added on in a different handwriting, look. The rest of it's done in a dictating quill." "It looks like it's Lupin's handwriting," said Harry, with a little frown. "But you're doing dark arts too. How come I have to get another book?" "Probably because it's you, isn't it?" said Ron. "Doing DA and all that. They reckon you've got more chance, so they'll give you more help. I bet you Hermione has to get it too." Harry shrugged vaguely. "Maybe," he said. He suddenly noticed that Ron had a book in his hand along with his own book list. Hey, what's that? Oh, Hagrid and Charlie sent it from Hogwarts, Ron explained, falling back onto his bed and showing Harry the book. It was a Muggle child's pop-up book, with a large picture of an apple on the front. What on earth have they sent you that for? Asked Harry, bewildered. Ron shook out a letter from inside the book, and read. Dear Harry and Ron, how are you both? Me and Charlie are both having a great time sorting things out here. We've got a job for you to do with Sneezy, seeing as you took him home for the holidays. We were feeding the Opsitops the other day, when we realized they've started talking. Just a few little things like food, and out, and no. We started trying to teach them a bit more, and I've put in a Muggle alphabet book so you can have a go with Sneezy. The rest of them are having trouble with giraffe, they keep calling it a giraffe. Have fun, from Hagrid and Charlie. Ron gave Harry a weak smile. We have to teach him to talk. We might as well have a go, said Harry. We could try teaching him now. Go fetch him, and we'll see what we can do. If Harry had thought their task would be easy, he was wildly mistaken. Sneezy got thoroughly overexcited even at A for acorn, and seemed to develop a block against the T in cat cack. Cack. Turning the page, a large picture of a bulldog jumped out, and it took at least 10 minutes to retrieve a panic-stricken Sneezy from under Draco's bed. Then there was F for FWOG, I for Ice CWEAM, and U for Umwella. Sneezy couldn't quite comprehend that N for nut and A for acorn were different things, and when Harry tried to explain it properly, Sneezy told him no, that he was bad, and so was the nut. Sneezy also firmly decided that H was not for hedgehog, but was in fact for EJOG, G was for giraffe, J was for Jewy rather than jelly, and violins were also bad. Then when they finally reached Z for zebra, Sneezy had another panic attack and they had to lure him out with raisins. After that, they put the book away, and once Harry was dressed the three of them headed down to the kitchen for some breakfast. To Harry's horror, Sneezy took one look at Snape and called him a bad yak, but Snape didn't notice, and Sneezy was fed biscuit crumbs in exchange for silence. Morning, said Hermione, pleasantly. Did you sleep well? Perfectly, Harry lied. He sat down at the table, and hastily pushed another crumb into Sneezy's mouth to hush him up. Sneezy, halfway through a word, was caught unaware and choked on the crumb, falling over and promptly sneezing loudly. Why does he keep sneezing? Asked Neville, leaning forward to peer closely at Sneezy. He's just an attention seeker, said Ron, vaguely. Or he learned it from something in the Forbidden Forest. That's the only place in the world they're found. Then why don't the others sneeze? Said Hermione. She held her hand flat, and Sneezy scampered over, sitting on her palm proudly and letting her pet his acorn hat. Maybe he's got an allergy to something. Pollen, maybe. He might just have hay fever. Hefever, said Sneezy, happily, munching on another piece of biscuit handed to him by Ron. Bickshit. Biscuit. Ron corrected him. No, Sneezy squeaked. Bickshit. Draco sat forward, and said, slowly, bis. Bis. Sneezy repeated. Kit. Kit. Biscuit. Bickshit. Draco put a hand over his eyes, and left Sneezy to it, as the Opsitop giggled. Hermione grinned and started to pet him again. Sneezy started purring, the perfect mimic of a cat. Are you guys coming to Diagon Alley with us today? Harry asked Hermione, Luna and Neville. Yep, said Neville. He handed Sneezy a few more crumbs, oh, Bickshit. And then held out his school books list. I spoke to Gran through Flow Powder this morning, and she said it's fine. I'm sure that Daddy won't mind, said Luna, dreamily, staring at Harry with those unnervingly wide eyes. He is very busy at the moment, and he says that now I'm of age, I can do as I please. At least I can now defend myself against any dangers in the world. Hermione was holding a glass of water to Sneezy's lips, and the little Opsitop was gurgling happily into the water as he drank. I sent an owl to Mum and Dad, they say it's perfectly okay. I could do with getting my new books, I'd really like to see what sort of things we'll be doing this year. A bit eager, aren't you? Said Draco, raising an eyebrow. Oh, but 7th year's supposed to be the best, said Hermione. And the most important, of course. Though we do some really interesting things in 7th year, all the things we're not legally allowed to do before now. It's our last year as well. No more chance to learn after this. I'm planning to really knuckle down and work as hard as I can. Even more than you already do. Impossible, said Draco. Thank you for the compliment, she said, with a sweet smile. As Harry stepped out from the backyard of the Leaky Cauldron, through the magical stone archway, he could firmly say that he had severely missed being in Diagon Alley. He didn't know whether he was just extra happy to be outside, or if it was something else. He was just in an exceptionally good mood as the whole party stepped into the Wizarding Street. Are we all here? Said Mr. Weasley, looking around at them all. They beamed up at him. Good, good. Don't want to lose anybody in the crowds. My, it's busy today. Molly, do you think we should split up? I think so, said Mrs. Weasley. She turned around to peer at everyone. Children, can I trust you to be all right on your own? I want you to stay together though, no running off or getting split up. Are we clear? Wait, said Lupin, holding up a hand. Gringotts won't let them in on their own without an adult. We should at least visit the bank as a whole group, then split up. Mrs. Weasley nodded. Right you are. Remus, come along then, stick together. She led the way down the winding cobbled street, heading towards a white building just visible in the distance. Harry was looking around eagerly at all the shops as they passed, desperate to go and explore. Every single glass window seemed to be beckoning to him to come closer and step inside. There were shops selling plants, shops selling potion ingredients, the book shop, Ollivander's wand shop, chocolate shops, robes shops, jewelry shops. Harry always wished he had 20 eyes when walking down Diagon Alley. Far too soon in Harry's opinion, he found himself walking into Gringotts Wizarding Bank. It was absolutely packed full of wizards standing around and talking to goblins, some of them looking quite frantic, and the goblins were doing their best to keep the wizards and witches calm. Because of the return of you-know-who, Mr. Weasley explained, quietly. Everybody is panicking that Diagon Alley will be attacked next, so they want to withdraw all their money. Do you think that we should? Hermione began. Mr. Weasley shook his head. No, Gringotts is perfectly safe. There's no reason to panic and take everything out until we get word that you-know-who really is planning to take Gringotts. They all headed up to the only available goblin. He was sitting and scribbling furiously in a book the size of a paving slab, and when they approached him, he made no sign he had noticed them at all until Mr. Weasley loudly cleared his throat and said, "Excuse me." The goblin looked up, and said in a voice that was polite but nonetheless irritated, "May I help you, sir?" "We wish to go down to our vaults," said Mr. Weasley. "Could we possibly be shown down?" The goblin shook his head. "We are too busy at the moment. Though we will let adults take the carts down to their own vaults, as long as we are confident that they will not attempt anything, dangerous." He gestured to a loop of metal track against the far wall. The tracks lead away through a pair of double doors, and Harry knew that behind them were the underground caverns and ravines leading to the vaults. Mr. Weasley thanked the goblin, and hurried everyone over towards the carts. He and Ginny got into the first, then Mrs. Weasley went with Ron and Hermione, Bill was paired with Luna, Draco reluctantly got into a cart with Tonks, and then Lupin went away with Neville. As Harry had predicted, he was paired with Snape. They stepped carefully into the cart, and Snape slammed the door after them. Harry made sure he was sitting comfortably, and gripping the edges of the cart, before the doors into the underground depths of bank opened, and the cart rolled slowly forwards into the dark. It was icily cold, and the clank of the cart wheels on the metal track seemed to echo endlessly into the blackness. Harry felt the cold winds whipping at his face and neck as the cart starting to build speed, his hair getting blown all over the place, and then there was a lurching sensation in his stomach as the car plunged down a dip and went rattling up another steep hill. Harry glanced over his shoulder. He remembered Hagrid in the Gringotts carts, and how he hated them, but Snape clearly wasn't the nauseous type. He looked utterly calm, almost bored, as though he was far too superior to let a little thing such as a high-speed journey through underground ravines bother him. Snape raised an eyebrow quizzically at Harry's stare, and Harry called over the clatter of the wheels, "Don't you get motion sick?" "No," said Snape, idly, as the cart plunged down yet another steep slope. And now is not a good time to announce that you do, Potter. I don't, Harry called back. It's sort of fun, really. The cart suddenly swung to one side and hurtled around a sharp bend. Harry lurched to the right, eating his words as the car wobbled dangerously, but Snape shot out a hand and grabbed him by the collar. With surprising strength, he hauled Harry back onto his seat. Careful, he said, half-heartedly. It's not far to the bottom, but you'll be landing on hard stone, and I have no desire to peel you off it. How do you know that it's not far down? Asked Harry. The corners of Snape's mouth twitched ever so slightly. Why, I thought that was obvious. I've been down there. Why did? Harry began. Forgotten already, Potter, said Snape, his black eyes fixed on Harry, amused tones clear in his cold voice. Harry thought for a moment, and then he remembered, last Christmas, when Snape's idea of a present had been a bag full of dangerous magical objects. Oh yeah, when you stole the doubling coin from Gringotts. Stole is not quite the word I would use, said Snape, lazily. I prefer to think of it as relieving Gringotts of an item they didn't not use or need. I call it stealing, said Harry. He glanced upwards, idly watching the jagged ceiling whipping past overhead. Any drops of water that fell didn't come anywhere near Harry and Snape, as the train was moving too fast, and they all just spattered uselessly about 5 meters back. So how did you do it? With ease, was the cool reply. But how? Gringotts is the safest place in the world, for anything you want to keep safe, except Hogwarts. Harry remembered Hagrid telling him these very words 7 years before. It's never been successfully robbed, even by Voldemort. Any puzzle can be solved with time, perseverance and natural skill, said Snape. He sat back in his seat, still wearing a very bored expression. I simply exited the cart, navigated the tunnel system, found the vault where the doubling coin was hidden, and located it from the pile of the decoys. Harry gave Snape a very blank expression. Never one for detail, are you? What details is there to give? Well, how did you get out of the car? I jumped. You jumped. But why didn't you die? I timed my landing so that I avoided the worst of the rock faces. But how? It's completely dark, how could you see? And the train's just moving too fast, you'd be crushed into the rocks, instantly. Snape smirked, smugly. That, Potter, is where the natural skill comes into the equation. No more questions now. When the day that you're robbing Gringotts comes, I shall teach you more then. Until the day, just trust the fact it is not something I did on the spur of the moment. Harry was desperate to ask more, but knew it wasn't wise to keep pressing Snape for answers. Though he had one question that he dearly wanted to know. Professor. Is it true that there are dragons guarding the high-security vaults? Snape nodded grimly. I still have a great deal of the burns. A minute or so later, the cart lurched to a halt in front of Harry's vault, bringing Harry out of his thoughts about how Snape could possibly do what even Voldemort could not. Snape opened the door of the car, and they both clambered out, as Harry fumbled in his pocket for his key. He found it, and carefully pushed it into the lock, as Snape watched. Harry almost wished he would look away. He hated anybody seeing the full extent of the Potter inheritance, most of all people he felt close to. He didn't know whether Snape was well off or not, though it didn't make him feel any better either way. He opened up his vault, and quickly scooped an armful of galleons into a leather bag, trying to block Snape's view. Though to Harry's horror, his magical guardian spoke, quietly. Now, that explains a lot. Harry flushed red, but held on to his dignity, and said, in as cold a voice he could muster, what does it explain, precisely? What your father did with the money, said Snape, lazily. I must admit, I expected he had blown the lot in one go, the night after he got it. Then you thought wrongly, said Harry. He was quiet for a few moments, as he removed a ruby from the leather bag and flicked it back into his vault. Then, desperately curious, he turned to Snape with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean, what he did with the money? You know how he got it. I certainly do, said Snape, frowning. Care to share? Asked Harry. He closed the door of his vault, tucking the leather pouch into his backpack, and looking up at Snape in almost an accusing way. Snape's lips curled into a smug smirk, the sort of smile that made Harry want to just give him a quick shove and send him hurtling down into the dark caverns below. You mean you don't know, Potter? What was it? Said Harry, coldly. A reward for saving your life. Snape's eyes flashed. Harry couldn't help but feel a flush of triumph. His father was always a sore spot for Snape. No, the professor replied, in an icy hiss. The contrary. Killing you, said Harry, before he realized how stupid he sounded. Snape rolled his eyes. Rather active for a dead person, aren't I? All right, point taken. Please, tell me how my dad got the money. He gave Snape a pleading look. Do you want me to lick your shoes or something? No, said Snape. These shoes are expensive. He sighed, opened up the carriage door, and stepped inside. Harry sat back down in his seat and gave Snape a prompting look. Snape frowned. What? Tell me, Harry implored, desperately. What do you think I'll do? Laugh. Yes, was the rather short answer. Snape raised an eyebrow. Though I suppose you'll pester me until I tell you. Correct, said Harry. Snape sighed. Very well. Though I will tell you what I want to, and nothing else. Are we agreed? But you won't lie, said Harry. Not intentionally. Snape sat back in the cart, studying a potion stain on his palm and picking at it vaguely with his thumbnail. In simple terms, your father was the or solely responsible for the capture of 15 or so Death Eaters. Myself included. Harry stared at Snape, open-mouthed. When? Snape glanced up at him with narrowed eyes. Shortly after the world was blighted by you. How did he do it? Asked Harry. What happened? Being the nosy prat that he was, he happened to stumble across the information of where our next target would be, said Snape, coolly. We made the mistake of arriving at different times, and so he picked us off one by one. As though to preserve his dignity just a little bit, he added, coldly, I was only captured by means of my own terrible luck. It was of no skill of your father's. Yeah, said Harry, vaguely, so he got all the money from that. Snape nodded. The ministry rewarded him greatly for his troubles. My fellows were interrogated, though remained loyal to the Dark Lord, and were incarcerated in Azkaban. I had been planning to leave the Dark Lord's forces no matter what happened, and therefore I decided to benefit the ministry's cause. While we're on the subject, Potter, it was I who alerted Dumbledore that the Dark Lord was planning to attack your family home. It was you, said Harry, in amazement. The bucks and jolts of the cart weren't even affecting him even more, or at least, not registering in his brain. You tried to save us. But, when exactly was the Guardian Bond put on? The very night after your parents were killed, Snape replied. So, the bond wasn't in place when you tipped Dumbledore off, said Harry, looking up at Snape in surprise. Snape's eyebrow rose just a fraction, and he nodded. Before you ask, I did it through loyalty to Dumbledore. Your father died hating me, and I dare say I will meet my own end with no remorse in my heart over him. Harry shook his head at Snape numbly, wondering exactly what other things Snape knew that he was yet to learn. You're never going to stop surprising me, are you? Snape smirked ever so slightly. Horrifying people is one of the very few pleasures in my otherwise meaningless existence. Trust me, Potter, you'll be learning for a while yet. Harry spent an enjoyable day at Diagon Alley with all his friends, browsing through the various shops on display. They bought all their supplies for school, and still had time to spare, so Harry bought ice creams for everyone and they sat in the sun outside the ice cream parlor, chatting. Hermione, as usual, was pondering the year ahead. I can't wait to see what Miss Magic will be like, she said, enthusiastically, munching at the wafer from her ice cream. It should be interesting, Draco mused. He trailed a dribble of ice cream with his tongue, stopping it from escaping. Chinese dragon magic is fascinating. Father taught me some. It's very flashy. Medieval sorcerers used to use it in the courts of kings and so forth. It's easy to pick up as well. Even you might be able to do it, Longbottom. Neville flushed a little, though he didn't wilt away as usual. His resistance to Draco was slowly building up, and even though it was a gradual process, he could now ignore most of the Slytherin's scatty comments. It must be a preschool level, he said, his voice only shaking a little. If you like it, Malfoy. Everybody snorted into their ice creams. Draco just glared at Neville, sitting back and glowering at him as he turned his attention back to his ice cream. I do hope, said Luna, dreamily, that Professor Lupin is to continue teaching defense against the dark arts. He seems to be a very thorough teacher. She looked thoughtful for a moment, then turned her eerie eyes onto Harry, and said, tonelessly, kinda likes Professor Lupin. Oh, he said, wondering why she thought this was a big thing. Then again, Luna thought that rain was a big thing, or if Harry was wearing new socks, or Ron had a hair out of place. Yes, she half whispered. Everybody likes Professor Lupin, said Ron, shrugging, licking at his cherry and banana sundae. Kinda likes him more, said Luna, still staring at Harry. Draco put his hand over his eyes for a moment, and murmured something about crazy people. Draco always had and probably always would find Luna the oddest person in the world. Luna tilted her head a little, gazing at Harry with those unblinking eyes. Kinda likes Professor Lupin. We heard you the first time, Draco muttered. Shish, Luna hushed him. Your voice scares them away. Scares what away? Said Draco, staring at her in disbelief. Luna did not answer. After their ice creams, they hurried back to the front of Gringotts, in time to meet Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Snape, Lupin, Tonks and Bill. All of them were carrying bags, and by the smell of Snape, his were full of dragon liver. He squelched when he walked. Harry didn't want to ask. They made their way back home, walking in a large group down the streets and forcing the Muggles to walk around them, grumbling and muttering about large families. All of them were now hungry, and sat around the table eagerly, as Mrs. Weasley set about making their evening meal. Harry offered to take Ron and Draco's books upstairs to the bedroom, and his arms nearly popped out of their sockets as he dragged the bulging bags up the stairs. He dropped them on the appropriate beds, and fell back onto his own, with a sigh. He was just getting ready to roll back onto his feet and head down to dinner when he realized something. There was somebody standing behind him. Guessing it was Ron or Draco, he turned over, and opened his mouth to say hi. The figure shot forward instantly and grabbed Harry, clamping what was unmistakably a paw over Harry's mouth to shut him up. Harry stared up into a face, that face, and suddenly, it wasn't a dream anymore. Evening, that mouth full of crocodile teeth whispered. After a few moments of struggling, Harry managed to throw off the creature's hand, and he shrunk back against the headboard, staring up at whatever it was now watching him from the side of the bed. You look different in real life, it said, after a moment, in a distinctly male voice. There was an odd accent in there that Harry had never heard before. What are you? Growled Harry. Why are you in my room? The creature grinned. Harry hated that smile so much. It almost reminded him of Lockhart, a glitter of teeth, though these ones were far sharper, and far less human. Call me Khepri, he said. And I'm here to see you, isn't it obvious? Why? Said Harry, suspiciously. His hand was gripping his wand tightly, and he was fully ready to defend himself if Khepri decided to pounce. To just warn you, Khepri said, in that odd accent. Where was that from? Harry couldn't put a label to it at all. To warn you of danger. Warn you of a threat. It's taken me a while to find you. You are well hidden, Harry Potter. And so well protected. You have 2 guardians, do you not? One with you now. He tilted his head, and Harry saw that he had long black hair to his waist, carefully braided and weaved with gold. But it won't protect you. And I'm here to warn you. What about, exactly? Said Harry. He realized he was still tensed against the headboard, looking up at Khepri worriedly. Those yellow hawk eyes were very unnerving. So eager. Khepri whispered. When have come all this way to see you? No time to talk. Harry, up until now, had been a little reminded of Dobby the house elf, even though Khepri didn't resemble a house elf in the slightest. He was fairly short, the size of the average first year, but he would have still towered over a house elf. House elves also had long, pointed ears, but Khepri's ears, Harry realized, were like a cat's, and perched delicately on the top of his head. They'll hear you up here, Harry warned. Ron and all my other friends. Or I'll scream for them, if you don't tell me why you're here and why you've been messing with my dreams. Khepri grinned, flashing those sharp white teeth. You can scream for them all you like. It won't do any good. Harry felt a cold flush. What have you done to them? Nothing. Nothing, Khepri soothed. I'm not allowed to contact anybody except you. Not allowed to touch, to appear to. You're the only person in the world who can see me now. You, and him. Him, Harry repeated, suspiciously. Which him would that be? The him I've come to warn you about, said Khepri, grinning at him again. He really was unnerving. Oh yeah, sneered Harry. Who? Khepri's grin widened even more, if it was possible, and he whispered, he's looking for it. That's why I'm here, to warn you. Who's looking for what? Said Harry, angrily, but before Khepri could answer, the door creaked open. Snape looked in at him, frowning. Potter, what are you doing up here? Can you see it? Said Harry, hurriedly. It, Khepri muttered, scandalized. Snape's frown deepened. See what? Don't tell me you're seeing things. Harry pointed at Khepri, his finger barely inches from Khepri's face, and he panted, begging Snape to understand. There. Can't you see it? Or him? Or whatever it is? Khepri. Potter. Snape's eyes swept to Khepri, and then back to Harry. There is nothing there. He reached out, and swiped his fingertips straight through Khepri, as though he was nothing more than light. Harry's jaw fell. Khepri beamed at him, fangs winking in the light. Snape was staring at Harry in alarm now. He crouched down, and pulled Harry's head back to look into his eyes, frowning. Your pupils seem fine. You think I'm hallucinating, said Harry, pulling away and pointing wildly at Khepri, who was now grinning behind Snape's shoulder. Look, he's right there. He's got hawk eyes, and crocodile teeth. Hawk eyes and crocodile teeth, Snape repeated, raising an eyebrow, his tone the sort that was reserved for drunk or mad people. You've got to believe me, Harry pleaded. Professor, I'm not joking, there's something there. Khepri gave a soft snicker, his upper lip curling back to really show off his canines. Harry grabbed Snape's arm. There. Didn't you hear him? Potter, said Snape, calmly. He was pulling Harry to his feet, and Harry knew Snape was only using such a soothing tone with him because Snape thought he was losing his mind. Some fresh air for you, I think. Khepri reached out, and grabbed Harry's other arm with his lion paws. Harry was about to try yet again to convince Snape he wasn't crazy, when Khepri interrupted him, talking quietly and seriously. Your worst enemy is looking for it, and when he finds it, he'll have access to a power so terrible that nobody will be able to save you. Find it before he does. I'll keep in touch. And then with a huge puff of smoke that engulfed Harry and Snape, Khepri simply vanished from sight. Harry reached out to grab at him, beg him for more answers, but his hands met nothing there in the smoke. Snape was dragging him backwards from the room in a grip so strong Harry would never have thought him capable of it. Harry didn't struggle. He was too busy desperately trying to put Khepri's parting words to memory, and even though they didn't make any sense, he intended to find out what was going on. Galloping gargoyles. Harry heard somebody shout from the floor below, as he and Snape staggered out onto the open corridor overlooking the entrance hall, bringing a cloud of thick black smoke with them. Get Lupin up here now. Snape snarled, dragging Harry out of the choking smoke. Somebody has done something to Potter. Nobody's done anything to me, protested Harry. Snape didn't reply, and the moment they were out of the worst of the smoke, he paused for breath, leaning against the banister. He was completely black in the face, as though somebody had covered him in makeup made from charcoal, and Harry knew he was probably in a similar state. There were footsteps scrambling up the stairs, and Lupin appeared next to them, looking utterly bewildered. What happened? He asked, mildly. Potter started talking nonsense. It was not nonsense, and ended up giving off the smoke. It wasn't me, Harry said, desperately. It was Khepri. It's all right, Harry, Lupin said, in a very soothing voice, drawing his wand. Just relax. This smoke can't be good for him. Severus, take his ankles and we'll get him outside. I'm not delirious, Harry shouted, though it did no use. He found himself being carried out of the building by Snape and Lupin, and put down outside in the grubby little backyard with cracked patio tiles and rubbish bins. Well, Snape demanded. What's wrong with him? Lupin ignored him, and started testing Harry's temperature with his palm. Harry didn't know what he could say to convince them, or what he could do to persuade them to believe him. He was sure he had seen Khepri, completely sure. Harry had even felt him. But anything he said now would just sound like the babbling of somebody who had been cursed, or was losing their mind. He just laid still, and quiet, staring up at Lupin and Snape sadly. He's very warm, said Lupin, idly. Do you have any cooling draft? I think it would help calm him down as well. What do you say happened? What exactly? I went to investigate him shouting in his room, said Snape. He distractedly took a small leather pouch from the pocket of his robes, opening it up and clinking through the contents. He immediately started asking whether I could see something. Khepri, said Harry, desperately, but quietly. Shish, Harry, just be calm, said Lupin, soothingly. He took the phial that Snape handed him, and uncorked it carefully, pouring a little into his palm. He then spread it over Harry's forehead with one thumb, turning back to Snape. Then what? He was making little sense, said Snape. I decided fresh air would perhaps clear his thoughts, but before I could get him out, he gave off all the smoke. It wasn't me, Harry tried weakly. Please, just listen to me, for one moment. But nobody was listening. He almost wanted to shout at them, to make them see he wasn't delusional or delirious, but it was no use. Snape and Lupin were both convinced he wasn't thinking properly, and so there was nothing Harry could do but lie back, let them talk about him as though he couldn't hear them, discussing St. Mungo's even. Harry closed his eyes in mental exhaustion. What else was there for him to do but play along with what they thought? He kept his eyes shut, and after a few moments, he heard Lupin say, softly, Shish, he's blacked out. Lupin's fingers pressed against his pulse. Just sleeping. Harry frowned slightly, pretending to be asleep, and then he turned his head, shifting. Snape swatted Lupin's hand away. Harry felt Snape kneeling down beside him, and a very cold hand pressed carefully about his forehead. Harry quite enjoyed getting hurt, really. It was the only time Snape's protective side was unearthed properly. Potter, said Snape, quietly. Wake up, Potter. Where am I? Harry croaked, creasing his face in pretend confusion. Grimmauld Place, Snape muttered. More cooling draft was being smeared on his forehead, this time by Snape's cold, bony fingers. What is the last thing you remember, Potter? I was walking upstairs, said Harry, feigning the perfect air of confusion. He kept his eyes shut, knowing that if Snape looked into them, he'd realize that Harry was lying. And then, I don't know. I can't remember. He heard the noise of the back door opening, and then Mrs. Weasley's voice above him, sounding concerned. Is he all right? I've got Fred and George to start wafting the smoke out of the windows. Maybe it was just one of those things, said Lupin, mildly. He's just coming round now. Molly seems a little confused. What happened? Harry croaked, tilting his head in the direction of Lupin's voice. He felt arms hooking under his elbows, gently hoisting him up into a sitting position, and then two cold hands resting on his shoulders to keep him upright. You had a little episode, Snape's voice said, quietly. Poor thing, Mrs. Weasley said, crouching down on Harry's other side, petting his hair and peeling it back from his forehead. It must be all those paint fumes from Fred and George working in the attic. I knew they were no good. I warned them. Poor Harry, will he need anything? Fresh air, said Lupin, reassuringly. Maybe a good drink of water. We'd better get everybody else out, or fanning charms in at the very least. If this is what happened to Harry, I dread to think what Fred and George are like up there. Remove any sharp objects, Molly, at the very least. In fact, knowing Fred and George, remove everything. Where's Ron? Said Harry, hoarsely. I want to see Ron, and Hermione, and Draco. I'll go and get them, said Lupin, and he moved away through the back door, followed by Mrs. Weasley. Harry was left with Snape, who was still smearing cooling draft on Harry's forehead. Potter, he said. Can you hear me? Harry nodded, numbly. I feel weird. Understandably, said Snape. He sighed. Potter, why is it you always insist on getting into danger where I can't protect you? Huh, said Harry, vaguely. In your mind, said Snape. He shook his head idly, and Harry vaguely registered a tissue wiping away the cream on his forehead. If it was an attacker, I could teach you the counter curse. If you were lost, I could locate you. If you were diseased, I could cure you. And yet all your enemies are right in the place that only you can fight them. Some days, Potter, I think you're awkward on purpose. Not my fault, Harry said. He sniffed, opening his eyes a little to peer at Snape. I don't mean to. That's precisely the problem, said Snape, with a little smile. The back door opened again, and Ron and Hermione came out into the night air. Hermione looked worried as always, and Ron was rubbing his nose, frowning, and muttering, well, it was a bloody silly place to put a wall anyway, and how was I supposed to see through all that smoke? Harry, said Hermione, worriedly, as Snape got up and left, closing the door behind him. Are you okay? What happened? Harry sat up, instantly throwing off the confused act. Guys, promise me you'll believe me if I tell you. Promise me. We promise, said Hermione. Why? What's wrong? Harry didn't quite know where to begin. It was hard to know what to say, especially with the fear that Ron and Hermione would deem him delirious, just as Snape and Lupin had. Carefully, he said, there was a creature in our room when I got there. What sort of creature? Ron asked, absent-mindedly still rubbing his nose. It was. I don't know. I've never seen one before. Harry frowned slightly. It was like, as high as a first year. But it wasn't human. He had fur, like lion fur, and a mouth with crocodile teeth. Eyes like a hawk, long hair that was braided, and paws. Lion paws. He observed his friends carefully, praying they understood. He said his name was Khepri. He didn't see any major signs of disbelief, and so carried on, watching their reactions all the time. He was just there when I came in, but I've been dreaming about him. Every night since school finished. He's just there in my dreams smiling at me. And he was there just now. He said that my worst enemy is looking for something. I don't know what it is, but he's looking for it. And when he finds it, something about he'll get access to a power so terrible nobody will be able to save me. He looked up at them worriedly. Believe me. Hermione didn't look very persuaded, but Ron did. I believe you, mate, he said, firmly. You've always been right about these things before. Said Hermione, nervously. Ron glanced up at her. Well, he has. Harry could tell Ron's first reaction was to get angry at her for not believing Harry, but he had then quickly changed his mind, and softened his tone. Well, what about? Serious? She whispered. Harry looked away. You always bring the worst things up at the worst times, don't you, Hermione? Oh, Harry, don't be like that. She gave a little sigh, and sat down next to him on the floor. I believe you. You know I do. You're not in danger right now though, are you? Harry was quiet for a while, then he said, I don't know. I might be. Voldemort must be my worst enemy. There's nobody else who can really be a problem. And he's looking for something. But I don't even know what it is. He sighed and looked down at his knees, still blackened with the smoke Khepri had left. Why can't these messengers I keep getting just tell me straight what's going on? My second year would have been lot less stressing if Dobby had just appeared and said, hello Harry, Voldemort's going to possess your best friend's little sister this year, but he'll be a 16-year-old memory, and to stop it all, just check in her books when you come back from the shop, there'll be something there, burn it immediately. How did Dobby know about that anyway? Said Ron, looking thoughtful. He probably found out about it from Lucius Malfoy, said Harry, with a shrug. Draco. He looked up, suddenly realizing something. Hey, where is Draco? No idea, said Ron. He glanced around. Haven't seen him since all the smoke went off. He was sitting at the table reading the paper. He's probably still inside, said Hermione, shivering a little. It's really cold. Let's get back in. They'll have set up fanning charms by now. Harry, if you see that thing again, tell us, and we'll all go and talk to Lupin or Dumbledore about it, okay? She and Ron helped Harry carefully to his feet, and they made their way inside. Up near the ceiling, a flock of fans were flapping merrily back and forth, gradually dispersing the heavy black smoke. Everybody was huddled around the front door. Mr. Weasley was cradling his precious television to his chest as though it was his firstborn. Harry, dear, Mrs. Weasley called. Come out of the smoke. We don't want any more accidents. How are you feeling? Fine, said Harry, vaguely. Where's Draco? He was in the kitchen reading the paper when the smoke went off, said Ginny, peering around at him from the door. He didn't come out though. I thought he went to see you. Harry was getting a nasty feeling low in his stomach. He hurried into the kitchen, followed by a rather reluctant Ron and a worried Hermione, though it was empty. There was a copy of the Evening Prophet open on the scrubbed wooden table, ruffling in the breeze that was trailing in through an open door next to the stove. Harry had never seen that door open before. He glanced out, and saw a very dark and dirty-looking alleyway winding away around the back of some terraced houses. Ron stuck his head out into the alley, wrinkling his nose at the smell. He opened his mouth, and bellowed, Malfoy. Malfoy. There was no reply, except the echo of his own voice, and the distant mowl of an alley cat. Not out there, said Ron, shrugging. Unless he's pretending to be a cat. Oh no, Hermione suddenly gasped from behind them. They whipped around. She was standing over the table, staring down at the fluttering newspaper, her hand held open on the page Draco had been reading before he had gone. What is it? Harry asked, worriedly. I know where he's gone, she said. But, oh, that little idiot. At night, when there will probably be Death Eaters crawling all over the place. Where's he gone? Said Ron, with wide eyes. Hermione picked up the paper, and held it out before them. A large headline over a double-page spread told them all the answers they wanted to know. Malfoy Manor to be demolished. Ministry given handsome sum from Muggle government for land. Motorway. Planned. Once they had realized what had happened, they had told everybody else. Mrs. Weasley had gone hurrying upstairs to the fireplace, followed by most of the other concerned adults. Luna, Neville and Ginny were all still by the front door 15 minutes later, getting some more fresh air, while Harry, Ron and Hermione debated the problem. Okay, let's go through it one more time, said Ron, still looking very confused. Malfoy has gone to Malfoy Manor, said Hermione. Because it's going to be demolished tomorrow. So what? Oh, Ron, he grew up there. Fond memories, you know. And we are all worried because if Malfoy Manor is going to be demolished tomorrow, the place will be crawling with Death Eaters trying to salvage as much of Lucius Malfoy's Dark Arts things as possible. And Draco is wanted by Voldemort, Ron. So, if the Death Eaters find him there, they'll take him away and we'll never see him again. And this is a problem because Hermione frowned a little, because Draco is a valuable person and a good friend. Harry, who had been listening to all this rather numbly, had picked up on the Hermione warning signs that Ron had not. He jumped into the conversation to try and prevent a fight. And he knows a lot about the Order. They might use Veritaserum on him or torture him. The door opened, and Snape blew into the room in a billowing cloud of black and green robes, holding a silver pouch in his right hand. Potter. What? Said Harry, taken aback. What have I done now? Nothing, said Snape, coldly. Bring that wretched cloak you have, and hurry up. It's time for your first mission for the Order. Why? Harry squeaked. What am I doing? Going to Malfoy Manor, said Snape. Professor Dumbledore believes Draco is more likely to respond to you and I than any other wizards. We are to leave immediately. Wearily, Harry got up from the table, and with a call of goodnight to Ron and Hermione, Snape led him away upstairs. After a quick stop at Harry's room so he could fetch his invisibility cloak, they went back downstairs into the lounge, where the main fireplace was. Snape took a pouch of flow powder from his pocket. If I tell you, put on the cloak, said Snape, calmly, taking a pinch. Though you will only need it if there is a definite risk of Death Eaters there. Stay near me at all times, Potter, and have your wand out. Take no chances, do you understand? I shall be damned if you are killed on your First Order mission, particularly when you are with me. I understand, said Harry. He took out his wand, and stepped forward into the fireplace. Snape stood next to him, wand gripped tight in his hand, as he threw the glittering flow powder around their feet in one long sweep of his arm. Malfoy Manor, he growled. Harry felt his feet lift up off the floor, and he was spinning round and round and round, whirling through the flow network as though he was little more than a wisp of smoke. Something caught his foot hard and he tripped, crying out and swallowing a great deal of ash, but Snape's cold hands grabbed his arms and held him upright. Then, as suddenly as it all began, Harry felt hard stone hit his feet, and he keeled over, landing in a heap on the floor, as the spinning stopped. Snape bent down, and scooped him off the floor quite roughly, beating the ash and soot off his robes. All right there. Harry coughed weakly, and opened his mouth to complain, before his eyes caught sight of just where he was. His cough melted into a gasp. It was like a palace. No, more than a palace. Somebody greater than any king or emperor or politician lived here, surely. He was blinded for several long moments by the silver winking at him from every single direction, before he looked past it. The walls were dark green, made of some soft material that shimmered like water but shone like metal, and the wooden floorboards underfoot were in such an intricate pattern that Harry couldn't follow it at all. Overhead, a glittering chandelier of emeralds, diamond and silver was shining so brightly, it looked as though it had been made from stars. It was easily the most expensive and beautiful place Harry had been in his whole life, even though there were traces of abandonment here and there. A thick layer of dust on all the wooden surfaces, and even a tea tray on the side, everything still laid out, the morning coffee half drunk, the newspaper open and going brown with age. Draco lives here, Harry gasped, looking around at the magnificent room in wonder. Lived, Snape drawled. Lucius took great pleasure in informing me constantly that his family have lived here since before the founding of Hogwarts. I believe that the true Malfoy bloodline follows through eldest sons only, all other children are forgotten. The house belonged to the eldest son of the eldest son, and so forth. Harry's eyes were fixed on a huge painting above the marble fireplace at the far end of the room. The icy glare of Lucius Malfoy met his gaze with fierce pride and arrogance, his pale hand curling tighter on the shoulder of the young own boy at his side. Draco was only 8, at the very most, but the similarities between father and son were already striking. They had the same eyes, same pointed face, same pale skin, same hair color. As Harry watched, Draco took the silver snake cane from his father's hands, and started to play with it, running his fingers over the serpent's fangs with innocent curiosity. Lucius smiled proudly at his son. Draco never resembled his mother much, said Snape, idly, surveying the painting over Harry's shoulder. He truly is Lucius's son. Even at half a year old, his eyes were exactly like those of his father. How do you know what Draco looked like at half a year old? Harry asked, curiously. Most godfathers are required to know what their godchildren look like, said Snape, raising one thin black eyebrow. You're Draco's godfather, said Harry, looking shocked. Are you really that surprised? Harry thought about this. No, not really. Snape turned towards the door, drawing out his wand and lighting it with a murmur of Lumos. He glanced over his shoulder at Harry. Come, Potter. We have an entire magical manor to search, and all we know at the moment is that he's not in the drawing room. This is the Malfoys' drawing room, said Harry, pausing. Then I don't think we'll have to search much. Harry glanced around, and spotting a long poker lying by the fireplace, he picked it up. I think I know where he is. And I know how to get there very quickly too. Snape watched him suspiciously, though said nothing. We need to get rid of this floor, said Harry. But every inch of the Malfoy house is probably guarded by magic, right? So no amount of spells will open up a hole. Therefore, if a room hasn't got a door or a window, it's the perfect hiding place, but the Malfoys don't realize just how much damage a mudblood with a poker can do. And he smashed a hole straight through the ancient wooden floorboards. Potter. Snape seized the poker from him, and hissed, what exactly do you think you're doing? This is no time to discover the vandal within. Who's there? Shouted a voice, echoing up from the hole Harry had made. I'm warning you, I've got my wand. Snape's change of expression was quite amazing. Harry had never seen anger melt into shock so smoothly before in his life. Snape stared from the hole to Harry, and then said, amazed, how in the name of Salazar Slytherin did you know? Professor Snape. Draco called from the secret chamber under the Malfoys' drawing room. Malfoy. Snape crouched down, and grasped some of the carpet, pulling it back and gripping the poker in his other hand. Stand back. He punctured another hole in the floorboards, and with a great deal of force and perseverance, he managed to widen the hole enough for him and Harry to slip down into the hidden room. Comparing to the usual glamour and splendor of the Malfoy family, Harry was quite surprised. The floor and walls were just cold, hard stone without any carpet or decorations, and the only decent light came from the hole ruptured by Harry and Snape. There was very little furniture. In fact, only a pile of old trunks in varying sizes and shapes. Some were open, and had been sorted through, their contents muddled and restacked rather haphazardly, but there were some sealed tightly shut. In the middle of the boxes sat Draco, cross-legged on the floor, and glaring up at both of them. "How did you know I was here?" he asked, suspiciously. Snape turned to Harry, with a raised eyebrow, and a slight sneer on his face. "I was wondering that myself." Harry looked from Draco to Snape and back, and he realized that explaining just how he knew would not only reveal that he'd been stealing from Snape, but that he and Ron had duped Draco with Polyjuice Potion in their second year. "Someday," he said, wisely, "when I'm somewhere far, far out of your cursing range, ask me again, and then we'll talk." Snape was wearing his "I am not satisfied by this answer" face, but Draco luckily changed the subject, by opening the lid of the next trunk and starting to move things around inside. "You can both go back to Grimmauld Place if you wish. I won't be long." "What are you doing?" Harry asked, moving over to him. "Claiming my rightful inheritance," Draco sniffed. He picked up what looked like a dragon egg made of solid silver, encrusted with emeralds, and he added it to the trunk open before him. In there already were some robes, folded very neatly, most of them green, silver or black. A few books, a wooden box stamped with the Artistic Wizard's Complete Kit, and an amazing amount of gold, easily taking up 3/4 of the space. "The Ministry might have taken the official Malfoy inheritance," said Draco, in a very cold voice, adding yet more coins into every available slot. "But my father would never leave his heir penniless. Far from it. He never trusted Gringotts, and so he put my official inheritance in there. A fake one. Not even enough to buy property. He knew that if my family was ever suspected, they would search the Malfoy vaults, and they did. But he left my true inheritance here, everything of value to the family. They can destroy the house. It's all meaningless to me. I can buy another house. But these treasures are mine, and no Ministry member will ever lay their hands on them. Never." "But, if they took the house and all contents," said Harry, tentatively. "Doesn't that include all this? Isn't it technically theft?" Draco's eyes narrowed dangerously. "The Ministry did not control my family in life, Potter. They will not control us in death. There are 3 types of people in the world," said Snape, wisely, making his way over all the boxes strewn across the floor. "There is good, there is evil, and then there is Malfoy." Lucius was a man with such a character that he surpassed any label people dared to administer to him. Even at Death Eater meetings, he gave the impression he was there by his own choice and we should be grateful for his presence. Malfoys walk to the beat of their own drum. "But if Mr. Weasley finds out you've," Harry began. Draco interrupted him with a sharp hiss. "Excuse me. The only way that Mr. Weasley will learn of this if somebody tells him. And nobody is going to tell him. Are they?" His eyes flashed dangerously as they glared right at Harry, just like Hermione if she had found he had cheated on an exam. Harry glanced into the trunk. Draco had nothing, really. No gold, no decent clothes, no things that were actually his own. He had far less than the Weasleys, who Harry had always thought were the poorest people he knew. Harry shook his head. "No, he won't. Don't worry. How are you planning to get the trunk back to Grimmauld Place without anybody seeing?" However, they were interrupted at that moment by the sound of footsteps coming towards them overhead. Harry and Draco froze on the spot. Snape whipped around, and hissed, "Occulto!" The hole in the ceiling instantly grew over, as though the wood itself was healing, and they were plunged into darkness. "Poner Quiznum," murmured Snape. A few wisps of white smoke puffed out of the end of his wand, and Harry watched as they started to dance, separating into 3 separate shapes. He wondered what they were sculpting themselves into, before he realized. 3 faces hovered in the air before Snape, Draco and Harry. Two he recognized. The greasy, hard-faced Rookwood. Harry never really knew what Rookwood could be compared to, for he didn't quite look like a rat, or a shrew, but there was definitely some sort of nasty rodent out there that Rookwood looked just like. There was also a woman's face, very pale and Black Widow beautiful. Isabis was Rookwood's wife, with long black hair the color of a raven, and smoky silver eyes. However beautiful she was, she came with a terrible price. Adultery in a wizarding marriage was a punishable offense, as Professor Snape had found out last year. Even worse, Isabis had then betrayed Snape and joined her husband once more. The third one Harry did not recognize, though just at a glance, he knew one thing about this person. He was a Malfoy, evidently from Lucius's side of the family. He had short white blonde hair, with streaks of black, a pale pointed face, and the familiar silvery Malfoy eyes. Kane. Draco hissed next to Harry. Who's Kane? Harry asked, quietly as he could. My cousin, muttered Draco. The son of father's youngest sister, Vitusia. He's 18, I think. Why didn't he go to Hogwarts? Durmstrang, whispered Draco. He frowned. Trust him to be here, after my inheritance, is he? I'd like to see him try. Silence, Snape hissed, suddenly, bringing an end to their conversation. How did you get into this room, Draco? We need a way out. The trapdoor under the rug, muttered Draco, with a brief shrug of his shoulders. He pointed to the corner of the darkened vault. And flow powder from there, into the alley outside Grimmauld Place. The same fireplace that Mr. Weasley uses every day to take to work. Snape sighed, rubbing his forehead, frowning. This is not going the way I planned. Is it my fault you had to follow? Said Draco, coolly. Snape frowned at him darkly, and beckoned to both boys to follow and stay quiet. Harry had his wand tight in his hand. Despite the slight worry settling in his chest, he felt an odd sort of prickling excitement. Snape turned to both boys when they were under the trapdoor, and he muttered, very, very quietly, try to capture them, if you can, though do not endanger yourselves. They may be wanted by the ministry, but your safety comes first. When the door is open, I shall go first. Once I am up, both of you follow. Draco, you have most experience with Kane, concentrate on him. I shall take Rookwood. Potter gets to beat up a girl, Draco finished, smirking from ear to ear. Shut up, Harry hissed. At least I can. One look at her legs and you'd just let her kill you. Draco gave Harry a mutinous look, but ignored the comment, and gave Snape a nod to say that he was ready. Snape glanced at Harry, and then curled his hand around the strap of the trapdoor. Harry held his breath. Then Snape flung the trapdoor open, and practically flew up from the secret room in a volley of sparks. Harry heard the surprised cries of the three intruders, before Draco heaved him up into the drawing room and shouted, Go! Harry didn't need telling twice. He leapt up, and caught a split-second's view of Rookwood sprinting from the room with Snape on his tail, before Draco's cousin had leapt forward to grab him. Harry struck out through instinct and hit the boy hard on the side of the head, before he aimed his wand, and cried, Stupefy. The boy swished his wand quickly, and the spell reflected off him, hitting a bookcase and blowing a hole right through. Draco was now out of the secret chamber and was attacking mercilessly, his wand moving so fast it was a blur. The two Malfoys were dueling so fiercely that Harry stopped and stared, before he remembered that he was supposed to be taking on Isabis. He looked around quickly, and even though she was gone, his ears picked up the clacking noise of plastic heels on a marble floor, and he rushed away through a door by the fireplace after her. There she was, just at the end of a long corridor hung with paintings of owned, pale children, though Harry didn't have time to study them. He raced after Isabis, his shoes beating out a rhythm as he ran, aiming his wand. Stupefy! He shouted. She screamed and swerved through a door just in time. The spell hit an expensive-looking vase, and it toppled to the floor with an almighty crash. Harry picked up the pace of his sprinting, and pointing his wand at himself, he panted, Selix. Instantly, he felt his feet starting to move faster, energy rushing into his arms and legs, as the charm took effect. Now faster, he bolted through the door Isabis had taken, and found himself in the middle of some kind of library. There were books stacked from floor to ceiling, all around the walls and in shelves here and there. Harry saw Isabis winding her way quickly through a far section, and sped after her. She was evidently slowing, and couldn't run in high heels or turn as fast as Harry could. Harry couldn't fight a grim smile. How ironic that her best feature, beauty, was also her downfall. A spell shot from the end of her wand, but it missed Harry completely. She gave a muffled shriek and turned to try and run again, but Harry bellowed, "Stupefy!" The spell struck her in the arm, and instantly, eyes rolled back into her head. She keeled over to the floor, and landed in a heap. Flushed with his victory, Harry rushed over. She lay on the floor in a sprawled heap, her cloak and robe spread around her like angel wings. One of the heels had broken off her shoes, and the strap had gone on the other. No wonder she hadn't been able to run so well. Harry bent down, and tugged her wand from her slim fingertips, tucking it into his belt for safekeeping. He was just starting to feel rather proud of his first capture, and wonder whether this would look good on his application to be an Auror, when he noticed something which made him feel very, very unsporting indeed. She was heavily pregnant. Harry didn't have any experience with this sort of thing at all, though she looked as though it was due very soon, by the size of her swollen stomach. Harry covered his eyes with his hands, imagining the headlines. Harry Potter beats up pregnant woman. Still, she was a Death Eater, pregnant or not. It didn't make her any less evil. Just a bit more vulnerable and defenseless. Harry currently thought that things couldn't get any worse, but they did a few moments later, as there were footsteps. Draco came into the room, dragging what Harry first thought was a huge caterpillar, until he realized it was Draco's cousin, wrapped up in strong, silky threads. Draco groaned, and said, wiping his brow, "Took me ages to get him up here, you don't know where Professor." He spotted Isabis on the floor, and his face fell into shock. "Potter. Don't say it," Harry groaned. "She's pregnant." "I know," said Harry, sighing. "Not only did I beat up a woman, but she's pregnant. You don't need to tell me again." "Not that," said Draco, vaguely, dumping his cousin and rushing over. "Even though that was very unmanly of you, and I'll be getting at you for it later. There's something more important. She's about 8 months, I'd say. Maybe more, and she's not going to give birth now, is she?" Harry half squawked. "Spells don't encourage labor or anything, do they?" "No, no," said Draco, dismissively. "It's not that. Potter, think about it. 8 months ago, we know that she was involved with Professor Snape. Which means there's a chance that—" Draco didn't need to finish his sentence. Harry looked from Draco to Isabis with wide eyes. "How do we find out?" he said, quietly. "I think the smart thing to do would be to not find out at all," said Draco. "Professor Snape probably wouldn't want to know, even if, well, he'd be angry, Potter. And it would put a whole lot of stress on him that he doesn't need or want." "But if it's going to be his baby," said Harry, desperately. "He'll want to know, won't he? If he's going to be a father." "Professor Snape's hardly the fatherly type," said Draco, raising an eyebrow. "He'd still want to know," replied Harry. He dithered for a moment, still staring at Isabis's stomach. The idea that she might be carrying around a little miniature Severus Snape was quite alarming, really. Harry sighed. "I think we should at least tell him." "How on earth do you plan to tell him?" said Draco, staring at Harry. "It's Professor Snape's business, isn't it? He'll be furious if he doesn't want to know, Potter." Harry didn't quite know what to say to this. Losing Isabis to Rookwood in the first place had nearly unhinged Snape, and when she'd betrayed him again, he'd been crushed. Harry didn't want to even think about what Snape's reaction would be if he found out she was carrying his child. But then again, what if Snape discovered years and years and years into the future that he was a father? All that lost time. "I still think we should tell him," said Harry, quietly. "Or we should find out whether it is his baby first. He'll kill us if we tell him she's pregnant with his child, then it turns out to not be his." Draco rose an eyebrow delicately. "Well, I don't know about you, Potter, but we haven't covered how to find out the father of an unborn baby charms yet in my class, so I'm rather stuck at helping you." Harry rubbed his eyes. This was definitely not the way he wanted his first mission for the Order to go. With a sigh, he opened his eyes again to suggest a new plan of action, before he stopped dead, staring over Draco's shoulder. Draco wheeled around. Rookwood stood in the door, panting, with a few cuts here and there, but looking as alive and dangerous as ever. He had his wand out, and pointed at Draco. "So," he said, breathily, his eyes flashing. "Hiding here, are you, boys?" "Where's Snape?" said Harry, his grip subconsciously tightening on his wand. "He's a little busy at the moment," Rookwood replied, flashing his yellow teeth in a horrible smile. Harry felt a flush of anger. "What have you done to him?" "Oh, you'll find him," whispered Rookwood. As an afterthought, he added, "Eventually, but you." "I don't want anybody to find you, Harry Potter. Do you know what a hassle you are? How much stress you cause me, day to day?" Harry said nothing, but kept his grip on his wand, the tip trained on Rookwood. It was shaking slightly. Harry was ready to forgive some of the Death Eaters, if they were ready to renounce the Dark Lord and his ways, just as Draco and Snape had. But Rookwood, Harry knew, he would never forgive. "How convenient you're both here where I want you," said Rookwood, quietly, taking a step forward. Harry stood his ground. Rookwood swished his wand, and both boys flinched. He laughed, a horrible noise that was a cackle and a snort at the same time. "So where are all your little friends today, Potter? Who's here to save you now?" "I don't need anybody here to save me now," Harry growled. "I'm not scared of you. You're just a psychopath." "Psychopath? Huh," laughed Rookwood. "Is that what you think it is? Is that what Dumbledore teaches his little soldiers? That it's okay to kill a Death Eater, because they won't know, they can't think properly, is that it, Harry? Or does he not even teach you to kill? Tells you to just sit and be a good boy. After all, that's what you did when I saw you. Just sat tied to your precious Severus, and didn't fight. Be a good boy now, Harry. And close your eyes so I can kill you with no guilt." He raised his wand. Harry tensed, and got ready to duck, or counter curse, or shield, but Rookwood never even started his incantation. There were suddenly hurried footsteps from the far door. Rookwood whipped around, caught off guard, and Harry leapt forwards. "Amphilogosis!" he cried, whipping his wand over his head at Rookwood. A beam of bright blue light streamed from his wand and hit Rookwood in the back of the knee, sending him crashing to the floor with a yell of pain. There was a series of rather horrible snapping noise, and Rookwood shrieked, grabbing his leg in agony, as Harry's bone-breaking curse did a perfect job. "Stupefy!" Harry shouted, and Rookwood's eyes rolled back into his head, as he slumped to the floor, unconscious. Snape strolled calmly into the room. There was an odd green cut across his neck, and his robes were torn at the chest, but apart from that, he was his usual calm self. He raised an eyebrow at the three people on the ground, and said, "How efficiently done." "Well done, boys." Harry beamed. "Draco took out Cain, and I chased Isabis all the way here, then stunned her. Hardly able to run fast though, was she?" said Draco, sleekly, inspecting his nails. Harry shot him a very angry look, but Snape said calmly, she still has a skill for curses. I thought she would put up a better fight. Then again, motherhood affects the body in odd ways." "You knew," said Harry, staring at him. Snape nodded coldly. "I also had to endure a great deal of fights about my lack of concern and understanding for her. But, well, Professor, what if the baby?" "It isn't," said Snape, simply. He idly drew his wand, and spelled tight ropes over each of the three prisoners, binding them fast together. "No baby can be created through wizarding adultery. It is completely and utterly impossible." "But, what about?" Harry began, frowning. Draco, who was standing behind him at the time, jabbed Harry in the back with his knuckles and hissed at him to be quiet. Snape didn't seem to notice, as he levitated the three prisoners into the air, and made them start to drift away out of the door. He beckoned to Harry and Draco, then swept from the room. Draco went to leave, but Harry caught him by the shoulder. Draco turned around to glare at him. "No. Well, tell me." "Tell you what?" Draco hissed, trying to get away and follow Snape. "Your grandfather had an affair with Avila to create your father," said Harry. "Your father was born because of wizarding adultery. With that Vila barmaid, or whatever. Explain." "No," snarled Draco. He whipped his robes out of Harry's grasp, and followed after Snape, though Harry stayed at his side. You're not Avila after all, are you? You were lying, said Harry, hurrying to keep up. Draco rolled his eyes, and stopped in his tracks. Harry turned to face him, about to accuse him again, when suddenly something clogged the words in his throat. How could he accuse Draco of lying? Rotten thing to do, really. Draco was brilliant, after all, and he could never lie. Though if he did, it didn't matter, because Draco was amazing. The feeling washed away in a sudden wave. Harry shook his head to rid himself of the last fleeting thoughts about how marvelous Draco was. He blinked, confused. What did? I can persuade you to do anything, said Draco, quietly. Anybody, anything. Just watch, and then you tell me that I'm not Avila. He glanced around, and then spotting Snape waiting for them at the end of the corridor, he called, Professor. Harry, watching closely, saw Draco's eyes give an odd little flash. Yes, Draco, said Snape, in a rather affectionate tone. Carry me. Draco purred. He smiled sweetly. I don't want to hurt my feet. Very well, said Snape, and to Harry's eternal surprise, Snape just left the 3 unconscious Death Eaters floating in midair to go to Draco, bend down, and pick him up bridal style. Draco smiled sweetly as he was hoisted into the air, and tickling Snape under the chin, he cooed, Good, now, I'm cold. Give me your shirt. I'll have the trousers too, actually. No, Harry yelped. No, no. It's okay, I'm convinced. Make him put you down. Draco chuckled. As you wish. Sebi, dear, put me down now. Gently, please. Snape put Draco down obediently, and Harry saw another little flash in Draco's eyes. Snape blinked, shaking his head a little, and glancing around. I blacked out for a moment, he said, coldly. Rookwood's hex might have been a better hit than I first thought. We need to return to Grimmauld Place soon, and alert the Ministry of our capture, so that. He stopped dead. Harry glanced up at the top of the corridor, at the doors where Snape had left the 3 Death Eaters, but they were gone. There was only a sticky, tangled mess of white threads that had once bound Cain, and nothing else. Draco instinctively took a step closer to Snape and Harry, glancing about the corridor worriedly. They're gone, he squeaked. Well observed, Snape muttered. But, where did they go? They must have apparated somehow, said Snape, distractedly. Or a portkey. It is of little importance. We did not come all the way here to catch Death Eaters. We should head back to Grimmauld Place, quickly. But what about my inheritance? Said Draco, quite angrily. Hush, was Snape's waspish reply. We'll have time to pick it up, though if you prefer, I could leave you here as easy prey to Rookwood, Cain and Isabis. Draco frowned a little, though said nothing. Snape placed a hand on one shoulder of each boy, and led them out of the corridor, back towards the drawing room. Harry couldn't help but notice that Snape kept glancing to each side, and whenever there was movement nearby, his grip tightened on Harry's shoulder. When they had arrived home, Draco had managed to sneak the trunk upstairs and hide it under his bed before anybody noticed, even though Hermione looked suspicious as she asked him what all the noise coming from upstairs was about. He told her it was a rat, but she wasn't convinced. As she was saying goodbye, she gave him a rather doubtful look, but hugged him all the same, causing Ron to turn slightly red on the back of his neck. Perhaps noticing this, Hermione gave Ron a much more affectionate hug and even a small key. Once everybody was gone, it was very late. Mrs. Weasley gave Harry, Ron, Draco and Ginny last mugs of cocoa, then sent them all upstairs to bed. Draco barricaded himself in the bathroom as always, while Ron sat on his bed and started reading through a Quidditch magazine he'd borrowed from Neville. Harry didn't feel like staying awake at all. He flopped straight into bed, exhausted from his whole, horrible day. Kepri's face clouded his mind, and then Isabis, Rookwood, Draco's cousin Cain. It didn't seem to make sense in his numb brain anymore, just a scatter of events all squashed together in 2 days. He only had about a week to go before Hogwarts now, and as horrible as it sounded, he couldn't wait. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay at Grimmauld Place, it was just that he felt oddly frustrated trapped in the house around the clock, only let out when there was a special need for it. Lying in his bed, half under the covers and half out, he found himself remembering the day he had gone hawking with Professor Alrister. Roaming out over the fields and the mountains and the valleys beyond, with no set route to take, and as much time in the world as they wanted. He also remembered, with a slight pang, all the walks he had taken with Kinda. He sincerely hoped that the Daily Prophet reporters wouldn't be at Hogwarts trying to get news stories about his love life. That was another thing he missed about Hogwarts, how private it was. When he had been a first year, people all stared at him, only because he was the famous Harry Potter, and they had all heard stories about him. Now, in his 7th year, people accepted that Harry Potter was at Hogwarts, and it wasn't a big deal. Though in the wizarding world, there were always people who made him feel awkward, as though they had big expectations of him, and he had to meet those standards. He yawned slightly, feeling sleep ebbing at his mind. He didn't really care whether Khepri visited him during his dreams or not. He was just too tired. There was suddenly a knock of the door, jolting him from his warm and calm thoughts. Ron got up from his bed, and opened the door. Professor Lupin stood in the doorway, holding a letter, and wearing a smile. More letters from Hogwarts, he said, smiling mildly. Ginny's owl results just arrived, your parents are with her downstairs, and Hermione has been chosen as head girl. She just contacted us through the candles. Who's head boy? Said Draco, trying to sound as though he wasn't overly bothered. Ernie Macmillan, said Lupin, mildly. Hermione told us. But, said Ron, with wide eyes. Why isn't? Said Draco, looking equally offended. The headmaster will have his reasons, said Lupin, calmly. Now, Ginny could do with some advice about her new subjects, and I'm sure you're all very happy for her and want to know her results. He raised an eyebrow. I am, said Harry, getting out of bed. Is she happy? Did she get what she want? He followed Lupin out of the room, heading downstairs, where the kitchen light was on and Mrs. Weasley's happy voice could be heard. Ron and Draco followed Harry, both looking rather shocked. Harry recognized the feeling a little as the same one he got when he'd found out he wasn't a prefect in 5th year. I never did anything wrong, said Draco, blankly. 8 owls is damn good, and I have a good record. I caught Blaise Zabini last year. I helped save the Philosopher's Stone, said Ron, sounding pained. And I was in the Chamber of Secrets, and I was in the Shrieking Shack, and I was at the Department of Mysteries last year. What have I ever done wrong? How many owls did you get? Said Draco, rounding on him. 6, said Ron. That'll explain you then, was Draco's slightly contemptuous reply. But what about me? Alistair Moody thinks most highly of me. I won 500,000 points for Slytherin last year. Wait, it's biased towards the Slytherins. That's what it is. Dumbledore has always favored Gryffindors. Then why am I not head boy? Ron demanded. Why Ernie Macmillan? He's a Hufflepuff. How many owls did he get? Said Draco, quickly, glancing from Harry to Ron. One of you must know. He said he revised for about 8 hours a day, said Ron. He must have got really high marks. But still, he's not exactly successful, is he? Will you two complaining? Said Harry. Come on, you should be happy for Hermione, not selfish because you didn't get the head boy spot. It's only a stupid badge. But, Ron, Ginny squealed, as they opened the kitchen door, and she flew towards them with a bit of paper clutched in her hand. I got 8 owls. I got AP in potions, but 8 passes. And I got outstanding in care of magical creatures. Hey, great, said Ron, cracking on a rather false smile and hugging her. Charlie'll be pleased. I got S in herbology, and Muggle studies, Ginny continued, brightly, flashing the piece of paper in their faces. And as for everything else, what were your marks? Ron thought about this, and then said, I got D in potions, D in history of magic, D in divination. I got an E in care of magical creatures, and as for everything else. Draco gave a little snort. You got 3 Ds. No wonder you're not head boy. What do you get then, smart Alec? Said Ron, angrily. Outstanding in runes, astronomy, potions and defense against the dark arts, said Draco, sleekly. E in charms, and transfiguration, then acceptable in care of magical creatures and history of magic. What did you get for herbology? asked Harry. Draco was quiet for a moment, and then he said, "The examiner gave me a rather weedy plant to work upon, and this affected my grade." Yeah, but what was it? Ron pestered. Sniffed Draco. Ron chuckled. "I got better than you in herbology. I'll have to get that in writing, and frame it on the wall sometime." "What did you say you got in astronomy?" "Outstanding." "You don't want to tell Hermione that." He grimaced. "She got all O's apart from one E, in astronomy. She beats herself up about it constantly, and goes all weird if she's outside at night. Starts talking about moon positions and how unreliable school telescopes are. When have you been outside at night with Hermione?" said Mrs. Weasley, suspiciously. Said Ron. Harry, who would soon be adopting the subject change as his trademark, said, "So, Ginny, what are you taking for your newts? Where's your form? We can all fill it in to help you." Ginny took out her form, and they all gathered around the table to excitedly talk about her future and what subjects she wanted to take. When everything was over, and the three boys were heading back upstairs to bed, Draco muttered to Ron, "So, when have you been outside at night with Granger?" "None of your business," Ron snapped. "At least I'm not magnetized towards walking skirts." Draco fumed at this, and Harry laughed, as they all got back into bed. Ron was asleep fairly soon, and both Harry and Draco sat awake for a while, listening to him sleep talking, something about telling the Opsitops to stop repeating a dotting sound, before both of them drifted off to sleep. Harry could remember a morning a few years ago where he had been getting ready to go to Hogwarts with all the Weasleys around him, panicking and frantically gathering things together, colliding on the stairs and running around half-dressed, leaving bits of toast everywhere. At the time, he'd thought it was pretty hectic, but that was until he'd tried getting ready for Hogwarts in a house stuffed to the door with wizards and witches, with 4 students and 2 teachers to get ready. They had to catch the Hogwarts Express at 11 o'clock. Mrs. Weasley woke up at about 6 o'clock, made several towering stacks of toast already buttered and charmed to stay warm, and then started getting bags and cages and trunks and cases and boxes and everything else next to the front door, ready to be taken out to the car. Harry was up at 7, and despite packing everything the night before and setting out his clothes for the next morning, found himself racing around frantically looking for his broomstick, which had mysteriously vanished from the face of the earth. At 7:30, Draco was up and spent half an hour fussing about his hair, before helping Harry look for his broom. 8:30 came. Lupin was sitting at the table quite calmly, all packed and ready, reading the paper and having coffee. Ginny came running out from her room at 8:45, shrieking that she was going to be late and would miss the train, though she was dressed at 9:15 and helping out with the broom search. 9:30 came, and the broom was located under Draco's bed. Ginny went running off to get her bags together, and Draco sat down to straighten his hair. Lupin was into the sports pages of the newspaper by now, and Snape was standing by the back door, making waspish remarks about how late everybody was running. 10 o'clock came at last, and Harry was just starting to relax when they all realized Ron was still asleep, and hadn't packed. They beat Ron awake with pillows and practically dragged him into his clothes as Draco reluctantly packed Ron's things. Harry's broomstick went missing again, located at about 10:10 in Ron's trunk. A still sleepy Ron was lurching about in a sort of trance, falling over things and grumbling about being made to get up so early. 10:15 arrived, just as Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were chasing everybody out of the house and herding them into the bright yellow car which had pulled up outside. Fred and George were instructed to drive very quickly and stop for no one. It was 10:20 when Fred leaned around to offer everybody Bertie Bott's beans, and asked where Ginny was. They turned back to drive to Grimmauld Place, and met Mr. Weasley en route, running down the streets dragging poor Ginny by the arm. Ginny leapt into the car and they sped off again, arriving at King's Cross with 20 minutes to go. Fred and George wished them all a good term, and shooed them towards platform 9 3/4, after giving them a few pocketfuls of skiving snack boxes each, on the house. Harry, Ron, Draco and Ginny fetched trolleys for their luggage, and wheeled it all across the station, onto the platform through the solid brick wall. They found a carriage to themselves, loaded their luggage in, and Ron instantly collapsed onto a seat with a sleepy grunt. I can't even see properly yet, he groaned. Draco sunk gracefully into the corner seat, and stretched himself out, taking a magazine from the bag he had with him. You should wake up earlier then, shouldn't you? Since the events at Malfoy Manor, Harry had noticed a great deal of new purchases suddenly appearing around Draco. Snape went out one afternoon, and didn't come back for several hours. When he did, he was laden down with bags, that Draco hauled off to his room. His school bag was new, a rather mature and adult black one, and his clothes were no longer old. Harry had forgotten just how tall Draco was, but once he was back into his own black clothing, he shot up towards the ceiling. Ron made no sign that he'd heard Draco, and just gave a sigh, rubbing his eyes and trying to wake himself up. You both know I'm supposed to be up front with the other prefects, right? We all know you can't be bothered to walk all that way, Weasley, said Draco, coolly. Don't pretend you aren't. The door slid open, and Harry looked up to see Hermione standing on the platform, smiling up at them all. Morning, she said, brightly, hopping up into the carriage. Behind her, Harry could see 3 trolleys full of her luggage. Her father stood with them, looking distinctly nervous around all the owls, cats, tearful mothers and excited young wizards and witches. Hermione took Crookshank's basket off the top of the trolley, and said, promptly, everyone, this is my dad. Dad, this is Harry, Ron, Draco and Ginny. Hi, said Harry, smiling. Mr. Granger gave him a fleeting smile and a nod, and then glanced at Ron, who was still lying on the seats, half asleep. Ron, said Hermione. This is my dad, say hi. Lo, Ron mumbled, opening one eye to look at Mr. Granger. Mr. Granger gave him a weak smile. Hermione laughed nervously. He's normally more awake than this. Wah, said Ron, vaguely, lifting his head just enough to peer at Hermione. Hermione didn't bother to repeat herself, and instead starting unloading her cases from the trolleys. Draco put down his magazine, and helped her, even taking care with Crookshanks, who everybody else hated. Ron sat in his seat, looking as though he'd been drugged. When Hermione gave her father a tight hug, and he wished her good luck, Ron managed to sit up and yawn, though that was about it. Mr. Granger went away across the platform, and Hermione gave Ron a rather fond frown. Not good with first impressions, are you? It's too early, my own. Ron groaned, rubbing his eyes. Let me wake up, then I'll think about first impressions. She shook her head, and sat down next to him, taking Crookshanks from Draco and letting the ginger cat out of its basket. Crookshanks sprang out with a hiss, and landed in Ron's lap, claws still out. Ron yelped and nearly hit his head on the roof from jumping so high. Crookshanks, no, don't scratch Ron, said Hermione, grasping the cat and tugging it off Ron's trousers. Poor Ron. Say sorry. Crookshanks gave Ron a look of utter loathing as Hermione held him out. Ron's expression was fairly similar, though his face didn't have the same squashed appearance as Crookshanks. There was a knock on the door that moment, taking the attention off Crookshanks and Ron, as everybody turned to look. Neville and Luna stood in the door. Harry barely had a moment to register that Neville was smiling, and Luna was holding something small and black, when there was a furious hiss from Crookshanks and he leapt at Luna's chest, spitting. Luna leapt out of the way, and Draco shot after Crookshanks, snatching at his tail. Crookshanks! Hermione squealed, as the ginger cat went darting away through the crowds, chased by Draco. Why did he? Harry began, but he then realized why, as Luna turned back around. There was a tiny, fluffy kitten sitting in her arms, blinking up at Harry with huge, bright blue eyes. As he looked at it, the kitten mewed, its ears flicking. Odd, said Luna, quietly. No other cats have gone for Bucket. Bucket, said Harry. Why is it called Bucket? Luna shrugged mildly. It was the first object in my house that he went to. I took it as a sign that he wanted to be called that. Harry tried to think of further questions he could ask about this, but each one was more ridiculous than the last, and so he left it. Luna and Neville clambered into their carriage, and Hermione helped them get all their luggage in, tucking it into the racks overhead. Draco appeared a few minutes later, holding Crookshanks tightly around the podgy middle, covered in numerous scratches and bites. Hermione had to agree it was best to shut Crookshanks in his basket for the rest of the journey. She put him away in the wicker basket, and then set about fixing Draco's injuries with various little charms. Hey, Harry, Kinda's here, Neville said suddenly, peering out of the window onto the platform. Harry jumped up. She's here. He ran over, and looked out across the sparse crowd. A very old, shriveled woman in St. Mungo's robes had strode into the station, taking oddly quick and short steps, pushing a wheelchair in front of her as though it was a battering ram. Kinda was sitting in the chair with a rather bemused expression on her face. Harry headed for the door, and Ron stood up to join him, but Hermione forcefully pulled him down. As Harry was jumping out of the carriage, he caught Hermione's eye, and gave her a small smile of thanks. She dropped him a wink. Harry hurried out across the platform, and practically pranced up the bridge, right across, and then down the steps on the other side just as Kinda and the healer were approaching the bridge. Harry then noticed that there were 2 or 3 reporters hot on their tail, which probably explained why the healer was sprinting. The reporters exploded in cheers as Harry appeared, and ran in for the kill. Kinda was still wearing a very mild smile on her face that made Harry want to laugh. I'll take her from here, he said to the healer, stepping forward. The healer gave him a remarkably sour look. Very well, she said, sniffily. You just get her onto the train quickly. All this stress is bad for her, boy. Harry tried not to smile. All right, thanks. As the healer marched away across the station, still moving as though she was going for some sort of power walking record, Harry flashed Kinda a grin, and took the handles of her wheelchair. All right, she replied, smirking up at him. It's a magical chair. Should glide right up the stairs. Though don't go too fast. You might ditch me out of it into the path of the Hogwarts Express, and that'll be one hell of a photo for the Prophet. Harry laughed, and carefully eased the chair towards the stairs, aware that the reporters were taking as many photos as their cameras would hold. He could hear quite a few shouting at him for interviews. The wheelchair tilted back gently, and drifted up the steps, before putting itself the right way up again when they reached the top of the bridge. Harry, one of the reporters was calling. Harry glanced over his shoulder, and saw Rita Skeeter hurrying up the steps after him, beaming from ear to ear, so much that her lipstick was smudging. Harry, how are you? Fine, said Harry, as blandly as he could manage. So are the rumors true? Asked Rita, getting straight to the point, her quill poised and ready to write. Coupled up, are we? You have quite a string of ex-girlfriends so far, haven't you? Do you have any comments to them? Nope, said Harry, sweetly, wheeling Kinda across the bridge. She was grinning up at him, and he had trouble fighting his smirk. You're a young man now, aren't you? Rita pestered, clearly desperate for some sort of comment out of him. Thinking of your future, settling down and starting a family. I'm only 17, said Harry, staring at her. Oh, so it's not serious. She said quickly. Just a summer love thing. Would you call this your first test of an adult relationship? The Prophet runs a column for young people now, you know. Would you be interested in giving any contraceptive advice to them? It could be big, Harry. Put your name on the map. I think, said Kinda, smirking, that Harry doesn't exactly need to advertise contraception to have his name on the map. Rita ignored her, and said, desperately to Harry, just a few words about the benefits of waiting until marriage. Harry, you'll be the young people's hero, or perhaps, you'd like to dispel those old-fashioned ideas and be the voice of the new generation. There's only one voice I'm concerned about now, said Harry. Yours. As in, shutting it up. Just tell us if the rumors are true, Harry, please. Look at us, we've come all this way for news on you. Pleaded Rita. One word, Harry, yes or no. Harry glanced down at Kinda, and she looked back up at him, the corner of her mouth curled upwards into a roguish smile. They seemed to agree in that one moment. Harry turned to Rita, and said, with a bright smile, no comments. Then he spun on his heel and took Kinda off, down the ramp of the bridge and towards the Hogwarts Express. The reporters gradually hung back, grumbling and taking photographs, with Rita Skeeter still shouting at Harry if marriage could be on the cards in the near future. Brilliantly done, said Kinda, smirking up at Harry. Thanks, he grinned. I've been practicing. Could you tell? Before she could answer, there was the sound of the Hogwarts Express window being pulled open. Harry looked up, and saw Ron hanging out of it, yelling at Rita Skeeter. Oi, my name's Ronald Weasley, not Robert, at least get my name right if you're going to print lies about me, you stupid woman. Ron. Hermione's voice hissed from inside, and Ron was jerked out of sight of the window, the hinge banging shut moments after. Harry grinned, and carefully maneuvered the wheelchair up into the train compartment. Everybody burst into chatter as they came in, asking Kinda how she was, complaining about Rita Skeeter and the rest of the reporters, offering to take Kinda's bags. Thanks, she said, as Ron put all her stuff in the overhead luggage rack. Why are you still in a wheelchair? Asked Hermione, interestedly. My stomach muscles are still weak, said Kinda. She reached down, and wheeled herself to sit with everybody else, setting the back of the chair against the wall. I've got to take everything easy, try to rest and relax my stomach. Let it heal, you know. Can you eat? Said Luna, dreamily, petting Bucket the kitten with her fingertips. Oh yeah, said Kinda. I'm just going to be a bit suspicious of anything salty for a while. She grinned, and accepted Neville's offering of a jelly bean with a cheerful, thanks, Nev. Where's Professor Snape today? Asked Luna, softly, glancing around the carriage as though he was about to leap out from behind the curtains and eat them. He was here when we left the school, why not now? He's in the back carriage with Professor Lupin, said Harry, vaguely. Luna sighed. Such a shame. Everybody stared at her, and she smiled sweetly, swaying slightly from side to side. I like Professor Snape. Get her out, grunted Ron. Out now. Strange girl. Kinda laughed softly, and looked around at them all with her amused brown eyes. Oh, I've missed Hogwarts. A controller was now moving along the train, and shutting doors, as whistles were sounding up and down the platform. Harry felt an odd bubble of excitement in him now, realizing that this was it, the start of his last year at Hogwarts. He looked around at all his friends, and couldn't help but wonder if things would be any different this year. After all, the circumstances of his last year were entirely different to how they were now. Lord Voldemort was active and alive, ready to seek revenge on those who angered him. The Death Eaters would still be out there, somewhere. Rookwood for one was not going to lie low and sink into obscurity. Were the Heliopaths still in league with Voldemort? Could another attack be coming within days? Whatever was coming, Harry felt ready for it. His life changed with every year that went by now, and he had a feeling this year was going to be the most dangerous yet. The journey to Hogwarts was uneventful, as it nearly always was. They all laughed and joked for the long hours they spent in the train, and at around lunchtime, the witch with the tea trolley came along the train. They all pooled their gold, and bought a mountain of sweets and cakes, crisps, sandwiches and pasties, then tucked in. Perhaps it was just because it was the first time Harry had been outside for a long time, but he felt oddly happy as he shared a chocolate frog with Ginny and watched the countryside rolling by. Hermione, Ron and Draco boycotted the prefect's compartment to stay with everybody else, and Harry had the feeling Ernie Macmillan was in for some hateful looks from Ron and Draco next time they met. The sun gradually started to set outside. Harry was aware that their journey was taking a different route to normal. Perhaps it was just in case the Death Eaters tried to attack the train en route, Harry wondered. Lupin and Snape were also on the train this time, in the back carriage, though luckily, they weren't needed. The journey was smooth all the way there. It was very dark by the time the train pulled up outside Hogsmeade Station, and the doors were all pulled open by conductors walking about the platform. Students started to spill from the train, chattering eagerly, handing out luggage and cages. Harry and all his friends started to take their cases down from the luggage racks. Harry could see the great shaggy head of Hagrid above the crowds outside, and his lantern glowing like a beacon in the darkness. Furs, years, this way. Hiya, Hagrid, Harry shouted, waving and beaming, as he passed Crookshank's basket out to Hermione. Lo, Harry, Hagrid waved back, grinning. How was summer? Great, thanks, called Harry. With a last wave, Hagrid moved away across the platform, followed by a huddle of tiny, scared-looking first years, all of them clutching bags and baby owls in cages. Harry was struck by how incredibly small they all were. He couldn't remember being that small, ever. The platform gradually started to clear of students, as everybody made their way out of the station towards the Thestral-drawn carriages that would take them all to Hogwarts. Harry and his friends were all laden down with bags and cases now, and as a great tottering mass, they began to move out of the station, when there was a shout from behind them. Harry, holding the handles of Kinda's wheelchair, turned around. "Oi, ye could nae gimme a wee bit o' help, could ye?" The oddest man Harry had seen since Mad-Eye Moody was standing at the back of the train, beckoning him over. Harry had to blink once or twice to make sure he wasn't actually seeing things, wondering whether Draco and Ron had slipped some sort of hallucinating charm on him, and he was seeing things. The first thing that Harry noticed about the man was the t-shirt he wore, once white and now gray, stretched over an impressive beer gut, with the gigantic slogan of, "I love Muggles." The next thing that drew Harry's attention was the bright rainbow scarf wrapped around the man's neck, draping nearly to the floor, and pinned with many badges, all brandishing messages like, "Muggles rock," and "Muggles for EVA." He was about 50, and wore tartan trousers along with his odd t-shirt. Harry was reminded of an aging British tourist on holiday to Spain, lounging about near the pool and trying to dance during the cabaret. Are you okay there, sir?" Harry called. "I could do why a bit of help, if you're nae in a rush," said the man, in a broad and rich Scottish accent. Harry turned Kinda around, told the others to go on ahead, and then he wheeled Kinda over to this odd man. Harry realized that he was not wearing a rainbow hat, as Harry had first thought, but his hair was in fact dyed various colors, none of which were ever found in nature. "Thanky," said the man, beaming at Harry. "I just need somebody to carry me budgie cage. I dunna want to drop it, you see, and I've got all these bloody books, why me?" "No problem," said Harry, fighting his smile, as the man handed him a large cage, containing a single budgie on a perch. Kinda took the budgie cage, and set it on her lap. The man struggled with several huge bags, one of which was covered in yet more odd badges, and then slammed the door of the train carriage. "Aye, thanks," he said, grinning at both of them. "You're good for helpin' me. I tried to get this other guy to help me a bit, but he was nae listenin'. Are ye students at the school?" Harry nodded, smiling, and wheeling Kinda alongside the Scottish man, trying not to get his scarf caught in the wheels. "We're 7th years," he explained. "Are you teaching this year, sir?" I am," the man beamed. He offered Harry a pudgy hand, with a great deal of hair across his fingers. "Professor Chetri. Brian Chetri." "It's a pleasure," said Harry. "Likewise," said Kinda, bemusedly. "I'm Kinda Zabini." "Harry Potter," said Harry, with a little smile. "'Snice to meet ye," said Professor Chetri, brightly, beaming down at both of them. "What do you teach, Professor?" asked Kinda. The budgie in the cage on her lap was whistling pleasantly, bobbing up and down, studying its reflection in a mirror on the bars. "Muggle studies," said the professor, proudly. "S'me first year though. I have nae been here since I were a wee lad, and that were quite a few years ago, let me tell ye." "Oh, I'm doing Muggle studies," said Kinda. Good girl. I'll be teachin' ye then." Professor Chetri grinned, showing numerous fillings. "What did ye say ye name was?" Kinda, she said, smiling slightly. Ki-inda. Kiinda. That's it, she nodded, her lips twitching a little at the corners. The budgie on her lap whistled brightly, bobbing up and down. "I like your bird," she said, looking up at the mad professor. "What's its name?" "He's called Kylie," said Chetri. "He," said Harry, raising his eyebrow. "I," said Chetri, shrugging. "You see, I got to at first. Thought they were both lassies, one called Danny and one called Kylie. Then Danny had some eggs, and Kylie turned out to be a laddie. He does nae answer to anything else now." Only 2 carriages remained outside the station. One was empty, and the other contained Draco and Ginny. Harry and Kinda put Kylie the budgie into the empty carriage, made sure Professor Chetri was okay, and then hurried to Draco and Ginny's carriage, getting inside as fast as they could. The 2 carriages moved off, and Draco leaned around to stare out of the window at Professor Chetri. Who, in the name of Salazar Slytherin, is that? He said, sounding disgusted. That's Professor Chetri, said Kinda, smiling bemusedly. He's teaching Muggle studies, likes Muggles, and has a male budgie called Kylie. Probably of the Minogue variety. How do minnows come into it? Said Draco, turning to stare at her in absolute amazement. Never mind, Kinda said, laughing softly. The carriage trundled pleasantly up towards the school, and a few minutes later, it pulled up on the driveway. Harry helped Kinda out, and they balanced as many bags on her wheelchair as possible, before staggering up towards the castle. By the time they got into the entrance hall, all of them were exhausted. Draco flung his luggage carelessly onto the mountain that had grown up in the hall, and Ginny followed suit. Both of them then made their way into the entrance hall, leaving Harry to get all the bags off Kinda. He was just contemplating the catcalls and comments he would get from all the students if he and Kinda entered the hall together, when the doors opened, and Professor Lupin came out. Oh, Harry, there you are, he said, coming over. We were worried that your carriage hadn't started or there was a problem at the station. I just need to talk to you for a few minutes, in my office. Okay, said Harry, wondering what Lupin wanted to see him about. He glanced at Kinda, and she gave him a little smile, before making her way through the double doors into the great hall. Lupin shut the doors after her. Now then, my office, please, Harry. Oh, and I set you an extra book this year, did you notice? Harry nodded. Yeah. He leant down, and tugged the book out of the top of the plastic bag near his feet. This one. Yes, that one, said Lupin. Bring it along with you, we can just have a quick look through it, this way then. And he led Harry off up the corridor, towards his office, with Harry following behind him, holding the book about murder, lost in his wondering. Lupin opened the door of his office, and gave Harry a mild smile as he stepped inside. Lupin then shut the door, and Harry was just sitting down at his desk, when Lupin made a funny noise that made Harry look around. It was like a growl. Harry saw him swipe at something on the door handle, before realizing he had several short, Arlet hairs in his fingers. She's been in here, Lupin sighed, his flash of anger melting away, as he flicked the hair into the bin. Sorry, said Harry, but who's been in here? The new dark arts mistress, was the rather vague reply. Lupin glared at the bin for a moment, before sinking into a chair behind his desk. Professor Dumbledore thought it was best to bring in a second teacher for defense against the dark arts, in case there is any truth in the rumors of the position being jinxed. Though she insists on coming into my office and leaving her horrible hair all over the place. Harry couldn't help but stare. Never once, in his entire life, had he heard Lupin angry or malicious towards anybody. Even in third year when Professor Snape was in the middle of his little psychopathic incident, Lupin had been calm and collected. Yet here he was, clearly very annoyed about a simple hair in his office. Will she be teaching me at all? Asked Harry, curiously. Lupin nodded. It will work on a half-time scheme, though you will have me for as much time as possible, if I have any say in it. Harry raised his eyebrows slightly, and seeing his expression, Lupin said, a little more calmly now, Madam Ivy is a very able teacher, I am sure. However, to business. Let me have a look at that book please, Harry. Harry handed Professor Lupin the thick book. The titled letters in red flashed at Harry slightly. Cold Blood, A Study of Magical Murder, by Baron Maleficia, and underneath was a picture of somebody Harry presumed was the author. Baron Maleficia didn't exactly look like the sort of man you would invite round for tea and biscuits. Tall, thin, dark and unnaturally pale, Harry was strongly reminded of a cross between Professor Snape and a vampire. What I have to tell you might come as a shock to you, Harry, said Lupin, gently, holding the book in his hands and flicking through the pages idly. You could well be reluctant, even. He sighed, and surveyed Harry with his calming brown eyes. The headmaster wants me to give you some extra tuition, on Saturday mornings. What about? Asked Harry. You know, Harry, that one day you're going to have to face up to Lord Voldemort, said Lupin, calmly. He brushed some of his graying brown hair out of his eyes. You will have to murder him, Harry, and at the moment, skilled as you are, the headmaster and I are worried that you do not have the malice required. Harry said nothing, just watching Lupin intently. Lupin continued. This year I will be teaching you to kill, said Lupin, seriously. He placed the book between them on the desk. We'll start with curses which can kill if performed well, things like knife curses, poison hexes, jinxes which severely maim the human body, then we'll be going on to the unforgivable curses. Most importantly Avada Kedavra. But, Harry stopped, wondering exactly what he could say to protest this. It's illegal. And, how am I ever going to learn how to use Avada Kedavra without practicing? What are you going to have me killing? Insects. Probably, said Lupin. Then perhaps larger creatures, mice and birds. Harry couldn't imagine himself raising a wand, and killing some small, innocent little mouse or bird. Even worse, a person. He just knew that every time he tried to do it, the image of his mother and father would swim into his head. He couldn't. Professor. I don't really. Lupin patted his arm gently. I know, Harry, I know. This is necessary though. If you don't learn these things, you'll never be able to survive. We will start very slowly, don't worry. It will just be like practicing any other curses. So, when do I have my first lesson? Asked Harry, tentatively. Saturday, said Lupin. Just come down to my office, and we'll do most of our practicing in here. Come at about 10 o'clock, and we'll have a few hours. He stood up, and handed Harry the book. Harry took it silently. Let's get down to the feast then, said Lupin, with a mild smile. We wouldn't want to miss Professor Dumbledore's start of term speech. Harry nodded, and silently, he followed Lupin out of the office, and through the school back to the Great Hall. Harry stopped for only a moment to drop off his book, before Lupin opened up the doors, and they both stepped inside. A sea of faces instantly turned to look at them, and Harry was stunned for a moment. The house tables had vanished, replaced by smaller rounder ones for about 10 people, dotted randomly all around the hall. Harry blinked, eyes scanning the room until they picked out Ron, Hermione, Draco, Neville, Luna, Ginny and Kinda, all clustered at a table over the far side, joined by Professors Allister and McGonagall. Hermione looked a little pink in the face, as she'd always been quite taken with Allister. Smiling, Harry hurried over through the crowd, and sat down between Ron and Draco. Where've you been? Asked Ron in a whisper. I'll tell you later, Harry replied, turning around in his seat just in time to see Lupin sit down next to Dumbledore. The headmaster smiled warmly at Harry, his blue eyes twinkling a little, before he turned to the rest of the hall again. Now, where was I? Yes, our new members of staff. We are lucky to be joined by 4 new teachers this year. Harry glanced around, trying to count which faces he didn't recognize. There was Mad Professor Chetri, sitting next to Professor Flitwick, looking even more out of place in the splendor of the Hogwarts Great Hall, with his flyaway rainbow hair and ludicrously bright scarf. A few seats along from Chetri was Professor Pebblebank, in baby blue robes with a glittery star on the front, watching Dumbledore avidly and toying with a tuft of her bright bee-owned hair. Next to her was a man with rather unruly dark bee-owned hair, a double chin, and dark eyes, though this man went completely unnoticed in light of the woman next to him. Harry instantly knew she must be the dark arts mistress who had been in Lupin's office. Her hair was not red like Ron's, or even Harry's mother's, but it was unnatural Arlette, painfully so. It was short, almost in spikes, and was exactly the same shade as her roll-neck jumper. She also wore a mid-length black skirt, little black ankle boots, and a silver chain around her neck with a strawberry on it. Professor Chetri is our new Muggle Studies teacher, said Dumbledore, tearing Harry's eyes away from the dark arts mistress. Our last Muggle Studies professor has left the school to pursue his dream, and become a washing machine salesman. Professor Chetri has generously agreed to join the school, and I am sure you will enjoy your lessons with him. Chetri grinned around at all the curious faces turned to him, and gave them the thumbs up. Lo! A few people swapped worried looks, and Harry distinctly heard a Ravenclaw on the next table remark how glad she was that she hadn't taken Muggle Studies. Also, said Dumbledore, gesturing to Penny Pebblebank, we have a new subject that will be taught this year at Hogwarts. Miscellaneous magic. All of you will have 1 hour a week in her company, learning various useful things that don't fit into any other subject. There was a murmur of interest at this, and people were learning around to try and see the new professor. She smiled and blushed a little, just showing her teeth, looking even more like a pixie than ever. Dumbledore then turned his attention to the blond man, and said, smiling mildly, Professor Knighton has kindly agreed to take up the position of our arithmancy professor, for those of you who study the subject, and on his right is our new dark arts mistress, Madame Ivy. Harry turned his gaze upon Madame Ivy. She smiled as her name was announced, a very grateful and sweet sort of smile, very feminine. Harry remembered the last sort of sweet smile he'd seen, on the lips of Professor Umbridge, though Madame Ivy didn't look at all like Professor Umbridge, which was always a plus in Harry's eyes. He was only half listening as Dumbledore introduced her to the school, mentioning that she was recommended by the Ministry, as he was far too interested in the reactions of Lupin and Snape down the table. The two professors usually despised each other, though both were sitting together now, and conversing in mutters, their gazes fixed on Ivy. Snape's shoulders were hunched, and his eyes were practically slits. Lupin's forehead was creased in frown lines. Apparently, Madame Ivy was not popular with the two professors. Harry could understand Snape's reaction. After all, he had longed for the dark arts job ever since joining Hogwarts, though Lupin was not the type to take a grudge, in any circumstances. Well then, said Dumbledore, smiling. I think that it is all I need to say to you now, and I'm sure you are all tired and hungry from your journeys. He raised his arms, clapped his hands, and instantly all the dishes around the hall filled, piling themselves high up. The first years all made gasps of surprise and wonder. Ron made a gasp of longing, and practically threw himself into the mountain of chips, taking half the pile onto his plate and starting to stuff them into his mouth as though it was a race. A babble of talk broke out around the hall, as everybody tucked into the delicious food, loading up their plates. Harry took a piece of everything and started to eat. Next to him, Ron was gorging on chips, and could hardly be seen over the top of the chip hill on his plate. Draco was eyeing him disdainfully, as he started on his own fish and pasta. You do know you're supposed to have a varied diet, don't you, Weasley? He said, in a very contemptuous tone. Chips, was Ron's reply, attacking the mound with ketchup and salt. It is varied, said Kinda, from next to Ron. See, you've got chips from potatoes, so that's a vegetable, and he's got fat in there. Then there's ketchup, from tomatoes, which are technically fruit. Then salt, which is a mineral. Perfectly balanced. And his protein in this is coming from where? Said Draco, raising one thin bee-owned eyebrow at her. He's going to have a dessert, isn't it? With cream. Cream contains milk, and milk contains protein, said Kinda, smiling. So shut your pee-hole, fish boy. It's salmon, Draco bristled. Oh, I am sorry. You see, I was under the impression that salmon was a fish. Clearly, I was wrong. My mistake. She picked up another slice of pizza, and drizzled some of the cheese into her mouth for a moment, before saying, smirking, would you care to enlighten us as to what group salmon actually belongs to, Draco? Mammals. Lizards. Maybe a bird even. After all, they do fly up waterfalls. Then again, if it was a bird, you'd have ogled its legs before now. The table burst into laughter, and even Alrister snorted into his soup before composing himself, fighting a smirk. Draco glared at them all, and suddenly lost his liking for salmon. He pushed it away from itself, and Bucket the kitten came prancing from behind the sausages to finish it off for him, with much joyous mewing. Draco got another plate, and started on the casserole. Professor McGonagall frowned at Bucket pattering around on the tabletop, eating people's food. Miss Lovegood, no pets at the table, please. Luna reached out, and pulled Bucket off Draco's salmon with a dreamy, no, Bucket. Before putting Bucket onto the floor, he went scampering away across the hall, his little white paws diving away under a nearby table looking for scraps, tail straight up in the air like an aerial. Everybody at the table looked underneath, and Padma Patil gave a squeal of delight. Bucket was promptly lifted up, all of the girls cooing at him and feeding him bits of fish. Professor McGonagall's frown deepened, though she continued with her haggis as though nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Sneezy had wriggled out of Ron's top pocket and was being given scraps across the table by Hermione and Neville. He'd only eat it if they told him what it was, and quite a fight was starting. Carrots. Sneezy. Sticks. No, no, it's not a stick, it's a carrot. No. Bad. Sticks. Sneezy. It's not. Stick. 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 Bad yak. All right, it's a stick. Just eat it and stop arguing. After the main courses came the puddings. Harry always loved the Hogwarts desserts, and this year, the house elves really had tried their best. Perhaps they wanted to prove to everyone that no trouble with the food would arise this year, and they certainly had Harry persuaded. He had some sticky toffee pudding, some of the chocolate gâteau, a big bowl of the chocolate ice cream, and finally a small slice of the apple tart. Ron really got tucked into pudding, and had a slice or bowl of practically everything. Sneezy delighted in being able to manage the word chocolate, and consequently had a slice of the gâteau that was nearly as big as him. Everybody was now full of food and very happy, debating the day to come tomorrow, and after a last goblet of pumpkin juice each, they all went off to bed. Harry and all his Gryffindor friends were pleasantly surprised to find that their nest had already been laid out neatly in the common room for them. Harry had always felt odd up in the dormitories since the nightmare he had last year, and he was glad he wouldn't have to face it again. They all got changed for bed, and slid under the tangle of duvets and blankets, boys on one side, girls on another. The last thought that Harry had before he dropped off to sleep was how glad he was to be back at Hogwarts, and whether this year would turn out to be just as exciting as the last. The next morning, everybody woke up fairly early. Harry was very pleased to wake up without the lingering echo of a nightmare in his mind, and for once, his dreams had been void of anything uncomfortable. He got his robes together, and went into the Gryffindor bathrooms to get changed. Ron was already in there, standing in front of a mirror with his shirt open, tie dangling loosely at his chest, messing with his hair. "Morning," he said, as Harry came in. "Sleep well." "Brilliantly," said Harry. He stepped into a cubicle, closed the door, and started to get changed. "You?" "Yep," said Ron. "Hey, Harry, do you think I should grow my hair a bit? I've had it short for ages and I fancy a change. Hermione thinks I'd look nice with it in sort of spikes. I dunno. What do you think?" "Go with what Hermione says," Harry advised. "She's a girl, after all. It's not like I know much about hair, except that mine sticks up at the back." Ron was still complaining about his hair as Harry came out of the cubicle, doing up his red and gold Gryffindor tie, straightening his robes. He studied himself in the mirror. It had been quite a while since he'd had a good, proper look at himself. He'd certainly grown a lot since he was 11, and he was quite tall now. Draco was the tallest out of the group, and then it was probably Ron, but only by an inch. Harry turned around, and eyed himself up and down in the mirror. He wasn't quite so scrawny anymore, either. Since starting Hogwarts, and spending holidays with the Weasleys, he'd certainly put on a bit more weight and muscle. He looked more like a man now, less like a child. He glanced across at Ron, and smiled, watching his best friend prodding at his nose and rubbing soap onto a spot on his chin. Ron looked at him sideways, and said, "What? It's really noticeable, isn't it? I think Malfoy's got some weird spot cream. I'll try and get that off him. It must be good, he hasn't got a single spot yet." "Lucky git. He's a Malfoy. Malfoys don't get spots," said Harry. "And it's not that noticeable. Eloise Midgen was worse." "Yeah, well, the only thing with more spots than Eloise Midgen was a Dalmatian," said Ron, vaguely, now putting water on his hair to make it a little spikier. "There, how's that?" "Fine," said Harry. "Come on, let's get down to breakfast. I want to see my timetable. Have you got Sneezy?" Sneezy's little head popped up out of Ron's pocket, and he beamed up at Harry. "Lo," he squeaked. "We think he means hello," said Ron, with a weak smile. "He hasn't quite got the he part yet. You should have heard Hermione trying to teach him. Shirt. At dinner, we got some funny looks from McGonagall, let me tell you." Harry laughed, and the two of them made their way out of the common room and down the corridors towards the Great Hall for breakfast. It was already half full of people sitting around, eating plates of bacon and eggs, bowls of cereal, reading their timetables. As Harry and Ron entered the hall, Professor McGonagall stopped them. Ah, Weasley and Potter. One moment. She sorted quickly through a pile of timetables she had next to her on a small table, and after a few seconds, she found Harry and Ron's. There you are, boys. You've got a summary of your grades from last year on the back, so you can see which subjects you need to work on before your NEWT exams. Both took their timetables, and headed off to sit at the table near the windows where Kinda and Draco were already sitting. Draco was absorbed in his grades summary, eating a piece of toast with jam half-heartedly. Kinda had a large bowl of cornflakes, and her feet up on the chair to her left. Harry sat next to her, and she smiled to him. Morning. Hiya, he said, with a return smile, turning his timetable over to study it. Kinda leant over his shoulder to have a read too, absent-mindedly spooning cereal into her mouth. Double potions for you this afternoon. That's never a good thing. And history of magic. Boring alert. What have you got? He asked, turning to look at her timetable. Double dark arts, she said, idly, in between mouthfuls of cereal. Then pure arts, care of magical creatures, and herbology. Hey, look. We've both got double pure arts tomorrow morning. And then dark arts at the same time too. Brilliant. Have any of you got Misk Magic on Wednesday, third thing? Asked Ron, looking up at their timetables. Yeah, you have. I think we've all got it at the same time or something. That's either really good luck, or all of 7th year will be doing Misk Magic together. That could be a lot of fun. What have you got today? Asked Harry. Ron ran his eyes down the Monday column of his timetable. Charms, first thing, could be worse, I suppose, then pure arts, history of magic, and double transfiguration. He took Harry's timetable, and compared them. So today I'm with you in charms, and history of magic. Malfoy, what have you got today? Draco, who had seemingly memorized his timetable by now, said promptly, potions, dark arts, runes and double pure arts. Harry turned over his timetable as Hermione, Neville, Luna and Ginny arrived, and all of them started comparing their lesson schedules. He had a look at his grade summaries, and was pleased to see that he was doing fairly well. He had received an outstanding in defense against the dark arts, an E in charms, E in transfiguration, O in pure arts, E in magical creatures, an A in history of magic, and Harry choked on the piece of toast he'd just bitten into. What? Said Ron. You haven't got all T's or something, have you? I got an O in potions. Said Harry, showing Ron the back of his timetable. Ron raised his eyebrows. Blimey, Harry, how much did you pay Snape for that? Nothing, said Harry, still amazed. I earned it. Maybe Snape's going senile, mused Ron, idly, picking up the jam pot. Or maybe he isn't, said a cold voice from behind Ron. Ron froze instantly, and both of them turned around. Snape stood there in all his bat-like glory, not looking impressed. Ron blanched. Snape sneered, upper lip curling. 10 points from the school's collection, Weasley, and that now puts us into minus figures. I do hope you're proud of yourself. Harry couldn't help but feel this was a little unfair, and he glanced at Snape, wondering if he could possibly convince the professor to give back the points. Snape glanced at him, and in the same instant that their eyes met, a voice growled behind his left ear. Dangerous mind techniques. My quarters. 9 o'clock tonight. Do not be late. Harry gave the tiniest hint of a nod, and Snape turned on his heel, sweeping away across the hall to sit at a table alone. The moment Snape was out of sight, Ron burst into an angry tirade about him, slapping jam onto a piece of toast. Who does he think he is? 10 points. Just for speaking the truth. We haven't even started the year yet, and we're already in minus numbers, all because of him. Ron reached out for the pumpkin juice jug, and far too aggressively than he should have done, tugged it towards him. The jug caught a snag in the tablecloth, and tipped forwards. Draco leapt up with a cry of indignation as the sticky pumpkin juice sloshed all over the front of his robes, soaking the silver shirt and dripping off his hands. His face worked furiously, and he turned on Ron, grabbing him by the front of the shirt. What do you think you're playing at? He snarled. Ron pushed him away, getting to his feet. Get off me. Ron, squeaked Hermione. She jumped up, and hurried round the table to try and stop him from launching himself at Draco. Ginny got up and grabbed Draco by the arm. Both boys just glared at each other, the pumpkin juice still trickling off Draco's shirt, Ron's robe still crumpled around his neck from where they had been grasped. For a moment, Harry was absolutely certain that a fight would be coming, before Draco shook himself out of Ginny's grasp, and stormed out of the hall. Ron sneered after him, before he fell back into his chair, tugging his robe straight and setting the pumpkin juice upright again. The people who had turned to stare looked away, restarting their conversations. Ron was now in an even worse mood, and hardly spoke for the rest of breakfast. Draco did not return. The first bell went a few minutes later, and Harry and Ron headed off to Charms. Ron's bad mood lessened slightly, and by the time second bell went and he was heading off towards Pure Arts, he was in a perfectly good mood. He waved goodbye to Harry, and hurried after Neville, asking him how his holiday had been, as Harry made his way out into the grounds for Care of Magical Creatures. It was a dry, sunny morning, and Sneezy was whistling away in his pocket. Hagrid was outside in the paddock, waiting for everyone, and as he turned to the castle, spotting Harry, he flung his arm up and waved. "Harry! Hiya, Hagrid!" Harry shouted, hurrying down the lawns towards him. As Harry reached him, Hagrid grabbed him in a tight bear hug, ruffling his hair and laughing. "Oh, I've missed ye, Harry, essa good to see ye again. How's Sneezy doin'?" Harry broke back from the hug, grinning, and scooped the little opposite top out of his pocket. Sneezy beamed up at Hagrid. "Lo." Hagrid grinned, and took Sneezy off Harry, holding him in one massive palm. "How've ye been doin' teachin' him to talk?" "Fine," said Harry. "Watch this. Sneezy. Sneezy." Sneezy turned around to peer at Harry from under his little acorn hat. "Harry." Harry pointed up at the castle across the lawns, and said, "What's that, Sneezy?" "Hogwarts." Sneezy squeaked. Hagrid laughed. "Brilliant work, Harry, 10 points to the school, for that. Ye've done a great job. I'll just purr him with the others, so he can teach 'em a bit." He took Sneezy over to a box just by the cabin wall. In there were all the other Opsitops in a cluster, eating sunflower seeds and conversing in the few words of English they knew. As Sneezy was lowered in, all were greeted with, "Lo," and he was greatly welcomed, with many offerings of seeds. "So, what's been happening with you over the summer?" Harry asked Hagrid interestedly, as they watched Sneezy greeting his friends again. "Oh, loads," said Hagrid, smiling underneath his bushy black beard. "I've got so much to tell ye." "Tell ye what? Come down to me cabin when school's over, and we can have a good chat, "Sure," said Harry. "Can I bring Ron, Hermione and Draco?" "Course ye can," said Hagrid. He beamed at Harry for a moment, and then glanced to the left, seeing the rest of the class trailing down from the castle, chattering. "We're doin' somethin' dead interestin' today," he told Harry, brightly. "Been settin' it all up for ages." "What are we doing?" Harry asked, almost worriedly, having had good experience of Hagrid's view of what was interesting. "Buildin' nests," said Hagrid, gleefully. What for, Hagrid?" said Harry, but the rest of the class had already approached, and Hagrid was distracted by their arrival. Come on. Gather round now. Got a great lesson planned fair today. Follow me then, we're headin' towards the school gates." Curiously, the class all started to wander towards the gates, following behind Hagrid in a huddle. Harry wasn't exactly sure what he hoped to find there. After all, Hagrid's idea of interesting was giants, acromantulas, hippogriffs, and anything else that had claws or fangs or lethal venom excreting from every pore. Though as they turned around the corner and the gates came in sight, Harry could only see what looked like the world's largest litter tray, sitting next to the entrance, and a small mountain of hay. "Ye see the boxes?" Hagrid called to the class. "And all the straw. We'll be makin' nests, today. All ye've gotta do is tear up the straw, and throw it in clumps into the trays. Once we've done that, we're gonna start makin' food for 'em, so they'll have somethin' to eat when they get here." "When what get here, Hagrid?" asked Ernie Macmillan from the front. "The security dragons, course," said Hagrid, beaming. "Security dragons." Half the class squawked. "Yeah," said Hagrid, quite defensively. "The school's gotta have more protection, ain't it?" And we're getting in some trained security dragons from all over the world. They'll be sitting at the gates, mostly, just looking out for anything suspicious. But, you can't train dragons, said Ernie, worriedly. They're wild creatures. Aren't they more likely to attack the school instead of invaders? Not if ye train 'em right from bein' babies, said Hagrid, in a wise voice. They're only wild when they're in the wild, ye see. If ye get 'em right from bein' eggs, or when they're born, ye can look after 'em and teach 'em to be good. Look at Kibbles. He was a lovely dragon. And Norbert, and Sly, and, baby. How exactly do you get the eggs from the mothers without being cooked? Asked a Hufflepuff next to Harry. Well, it's often mothers that have been killed by poachers, said Hagrid. The people bring in the eggs, or the babies, and the authorities look after 'em. Most dragon species give birth to eggs, and they're easier to find and bring in, but one sort give birth to live young. Sly's one of 'em. So it's hard to get baby Romanian longhorns. What sort have we got coming in now? Asked Ernie. We've got Hebridean blacks, said Hagrid, proudly. 3 boys. Right then, everybody start shredding straw. We got a lot of work to do, and they're coming in a week. Harry spent a rather enjoyable hour chatting to Ernie and his friend Hannah, while they tore the bundles of hay apart and spread it all around the trays. One of the Slytherins tried to use severing charms, and one of the bales of hay caught fire, though they managed to beat it out fairly quickly. Ernie introduced Harry to some more of his friends, including a girl named Jihad who even helped Harry with the homework question Professor Flitwick had set in charms, before the bell went. Harry promised Hagrid he would be back the moment school finished, then he hurried off to break back at the castle. Next, he had History of Magic, which was as boring and uneventful as always, then lunch in the Great Hall. He had just sat down at one of the tables, pulling over his plate of chicken pie, when Draco swept into the hall. He'd changed since breakfast, and glanced around the table for a moment before he came over. Kinda was behind him, gliding smoothly along without touching the wheels. She slid into place next to Harry, as Draco sat opposite and started on his pie without a word. Harry opened his mouth to ask Draco what was wrong, but kinda got there first. He's still angry with Ron, she muttered, under her breath. He thinks Ron poured juice on him on purpose. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.